Members of the committee, it might be worth noting we have had a late representation from a member of the public, which you have a hard copy of in front of you. We just did receive it this morning, so you won't have had sight of it. So we have about 5 minutes. It might be worth familiarising yourself with it before we start. Carry on. We have 5 minutes before we start. So, as you were.
Chair, where is it from? Emma.
Members, is everyone ready? We have about 30 seconds and then we'll be starting proceedings. Okay, I make that 10 a.m, so we will open the meeting and start proceedings. So welcome everyone to Cambridgeshire County Council's Planning Committee. My name is Councillor Henry Batcher and I'll be chairing the committee today. On my right-hand side is Councillor Cathy Ray, who is the Vice Chair. We have various committee members around the table. And the committee is also supported by planning officers and our democratic services officers as well, who'll be clerking the meeting today. I appreciate everyone is here for one reason only, but I do need to run through a bit of housekeeping first of all. So please do bear with us and I'll get through as quickly as possible. And then we will get on to the NVAR application. So I'd like to begin by welcoming those members of the public and press who are watching the live stream of this meeting via the council's website. The council supports the principle of transparency and encourages filming, recording and taking photographs at its meetings that are open to the public. Members are advised that this meeting may therefore be filmed, recorded or photographed. Can I please ask all members and everyone else in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent or vibrate whilst the meeting is taking place. There is no fire alarm test scheduled today, so if it does sound, then please leave by the nearest marked fire exit and assemble at the rear of the building at the far end of the car park. Toilets are available on the ground floor, as are refreshments. Okay, we're moving on to agenda item number 1 on our agenda today. That is apologies for absence. I'm going to ask our Democratic Services Officer, Dan Snowden, if there are any.
Thank you, Chair. We've received apologies from Councillor Gardner and Councillor Prentice is substituting for him, and Councillor Goff and Councillor Kindersley is substituting for him.
Thank you very much. Okay, agenda item 2, which is declarations of interest. So do any committee members have any declarations of interest they wish to make at this stage? We can obviously make them later in the meeting if you subsequently become aware of some. Councillor Corney, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just to declare that I'm a HTC councillor. I also sit on the planning committee, so it's within the area of HTC, and my division borders this application as well, which was a bit tenuous, but
okay, but that doesn't preclude you from taking part.
No, I don't believe so.
Thank you very much. Councillor Sanderson.
Chair, I would need to declare the same as Councillor Corney, except my division doesn't border the site application. Thank you.
Okay, so again, it doesn't preclude you from taking part today. Thank you. Okay, well, if any members do think of any interest they may have as the meeting goes on, please do indicate and I'll call upon you. Okay, item number 3 are minutes of the previous planning committee meeting, which was held on the 22nd of March, which are in our agenda packs. As I wasn't here for that meeting, I'll have to abstain on whether these are a correct record or not. But do any members that were present have any alterations or any issues with the minutes? Can't see any indications, so can we accept those as a correct record?
Agreed.
Thank you, Councillor Brennan. We'll take those as agreed. Okay, with that, members, we move to the main item on the agenda, which is the planning application from NVAR Composting Limited. This is the only application we have for determination today, which is for a dry anaerobic digestion facility, pellet fertilizer facility, healthcare waste energy recovery facility, waste transfer station, vehicle refueling station, biomass storage building, surface water storage lagoons, extension to concrete pad and ancillary development, including car park at the NVAR Composting Limited, St Ives Road, Somersham. So Helen Vass is our planning officer who will be presenting the application to us today. But before I ask her to introduce this report, I just want to take the opportunity to inform everyone here and those watching that the majority of the committee members here today did undertake a site visit, which we did on the 22nd of February. The visit took in various views of the site from the surrounding area and also included a tour of the facility itself. As well as Helen, we're also joined by specialist advisors who'll be able to answer any technical questions that members may have. These are Penny Wilson, who is an Associate Director of Air Quality Consultants, and Mr. Jez Tuttle, who is the Council's Transport Assessment Manager. I'm also very well aware that this application has generated significant public interest, and we have received a numerous number of requests to speak. So as Chair, I'm therefore going to propose, with the committee's agreement, that we suspend the standing orders relating to public speaking. So I therefore propose to allow a total of 48 minutes per section of public speakers, for which those speaking in objection to the application equates to, sorry, I'll start that again. So a total of 48 minutes per section, which equates to 16 minutes for the public bodies who are addressing us today, 3 minutes for each of the objectors, which equates to 48 minutes in total. And that also includes the applicant as well as the local member. I would, however, strongly encourage the applicant and the parishes not to use the entire 48 minutes for obvious reasons. I'll be enforcing the time limit quite rigidly and strongly encourage speakers not to repeat points that have already been made. So committee members, do we have agreement to suspend standing orders for this meeting? Good. We'll take that as agreement then. Well, with that, I think that's all the housekeeping out the way. So I'm going to hand over to our planning officer, Helen Vass, who's going to introduce the report for us today. Helen.
Thank you, Chair. You'll be aware it is a very long report, but we thought that was necessary because of the complexity of the proposals and to ensure that members of the Planning Committee have sufficient information to make an informed decision. As usual, I will assume that members have read the report, so I don't intend to go through it page by page. A couple of corrections. The description of the development is as on the screen. I think the printed copy transposed a couple of words at the start, so that's the correct description. And also a correction to the location of Heath Fruit Farm in figure 2 of the report. As shown on the screen, there should have been an arrow to locate it approximately a kilometre further east. And also it's Colne Heath Farm is incorrectly identified in paragraph 2.1, but it's that we believe won't materially affect the rest of the report. As the Chair said, most members of the Planning Committee visited the site on the 22nd of February, so are familiar with the site and its surroundings. But just a quick recap.
Sorry to interrupt. I think Helen needs to turn the microphone off on her.
Some technical microphone issues, which hopefully Dan is going to sort for us.
Yeah, hopefully. I need screen, don't I? That happen?
As with all these systems, there always is a hiccup somewhere along the
We'll
line.
get
So
my screen to
please do bear with us.
do the PowerPoint. Yeah. We had it, didn't we?
There you go.
That better. Thank you.
There you go. Yeah.
Right.
Okay, we're back on.
Right.
Helen.
Thank you for bearing with that. Just a recap of the site and its immediate surroundings. At the bottom, I hope you can see the cursor. Something that will be referred to, I think, probably by members of the public, is the Wheatsheaf Crossroads there. The Raptor Foundation is there. The former mushroom farm, which has got a new distribution building, is there to the north of the site, and you can just see the corner of the Travellers site. The Envar site has been a waste management site for many, many years, for decades, in fact. Originally started out with traditional mushroom compost, then moved into open windrow, traditional outdoor composting, of which quite extensive areas of that still continue. But it has developed as waste management processes have developed, and about 20 years ago ADAS took on the site and they introduced in-vessel composting, and so that cluster of buildings and tunnels and that one, they were built to do the in-vessel composting. The applicant, the current site owners, took on the site in 2016, and in 2017 applied for planning permission and were granted it for a number of changes to the site. One was to erect this building, which is the reception area for waste transfer. They also got planning permission for biomass boilers, which use wood to create energy, and to install a perimeter bund around the land holding. And finally, of that clutch of applications, it was to increase the annual throughput limit to 200,000 tonnes per year. The accesses were rationalised so that access 1, which is where the proposed development would use, is there. Access 3 is still currently used because it's the main staff car parking area, and would also be used for outgoing processed compost, but the compost is outside this application. Access 4 is for emergency use only, and access 5, members who went on the site visit will remember, is where we got to the office building to get the PPE. If I now turn to the proposed site layout plan and just run you through the items that are actually proposed as part of this application. Starting at the northeast of the site, there would be replacement surface water drainage lagoons to replace the ones that would be built over by other development. The first of the 5 substantial buildings in this one here would be for the waste transfer operation, which is an existing waste throughput. The one here would be an identical building, but would be to store the wood to fuel the biomass boilers. Again, that's an existing waste throughput. The building at the centre here would be the proposed healthcare waste incinerator building with its 26-metre high chimney. The cluster of buildings here, they would be retained old composting buildings and repurposed for the proposed dry AD plant, and the digesters would be replace the old in-vessel tunnels that are currently there. And the final principal element of the development is another large new building, and that would be for the fertilizer pelletizer production. Small elements would be the extension of the concrete hard standing, and then actually it's not on this drawing, but it would be where the car park at the Heathtops office would be a small redevelopment of that car park. This is an isometric view showing in roughly 3D the proposed buildings, and where my cursor is roughly where the Raptor Foundation is, and there would be the new industrial building that we saw on site, which for comparison, its dimensions are approximately 50 metres by 50 metres by 10.7 metres high. The proposed waste transfer building and biomass building would each measure 70 metres by 40 metres by 10 metres high to the ridge. The proposed pelletizer fertilizer building, that would be 70 metres by 40 metres by 11 metres to the ridge. The healthcare waste building would be 53 by 39 metres by 10 metres to the ridge, and the chimney would be 26 metres. The digesters together would be 37 metres by 24 metres and 10 metres high. I think it'd be useful to consider the elements of the proposed development in the context of planning policy. The existing annual throughput that I mentioned was established in 2017 planning permissions, and it's 200,000 tonnes per annum. The actual makeup of the different waste streams within that isn't controlled by the planning permissions, but it is within the environmental permit, which is 135,000 tonnes per annum of green and food waste, which is 68% of the total. 20% waste transfer, easy sums, 10% of the total, and 45,000 tonnes per annum of wood for the biomass boilers, which is 22%. The proposed development would, for the waste transfer and biomass, provide simply a more efficient facility for the same waste stream in the same quantities. So we consider that to be neutral in terms of moving waste up the waste hierarchy. Approximately half of the green and food waste, so around 70,000 tonnes per year, would be diverted from composting to the proposed dry AD plant. Composting has one output, it's a soil improver, whereas the AD process produces a digestate, which is broadly similar to a soil improver, but also biomethane, which is a source of energy and will either be piped to the grid or used as a fuel for road-going vehicles. And we consider that that element would be moving waste up the waste hierarchy. The new waste stream, which I think is what's concerning the vast majority of people, is the healthcare waste, which is proposed to be 12,000 tonnes per annum. It's not proposed that the overall annual tonnage would change. So effectively, 12,000 tonnes of healthcare waste would effectively replace 6% of the existing waste streams. Incineration with energy recovery would be, we consider, at least neutral in the waste hierarchy, and would potentially move it up if it diverts any of that waste from landfill. The application must be considered as a whole, and approximately 35% of the total throughput, i.e. the green waste that's going to dry AD, would be moved up the hierarchy. And in this respect, we consider the proposal as a whole complies with Minerals and Waste Local Plan Policy 3. However, compliance with Policy 3 is also dependent on compliance with Policy 4. And Policy 4 is really the locational strategy for new and extended waste management facilities. And that is for them to be within the major settlements within Cambridgeshire and Peterborough. Quite clearly, the Envar site isn't in a major settlement, nor does it meet the criteria for a waste management facility in a rural location. There are other elements of Policy 4 that are appropriate to consider. First, Policy 4 does give in principle support for new waste management development within the planning permission boundary of existing waste sites. But for the reasons set out in this report, that doesn't apply to the current proposal, as part of it would be on land which does not have planning permission for waste. However, that brings us to another of the subheadings in Policy 4, which is co-location. The whole Envar land holding is about 18 hectares, approximately half of which is the subject of this application. It's one of the very few non-landfill waste management sites in Cambridgeshire that would be large enough to accommodate a range of waste management processes that would benefit from co-location. At its most basic, the mixed waste that comes into the transfer station, green and food waste, can be separated out, and instead of being dispatched off site to another reprocessor, it can be diverted to either the composting or dry AD on site. Similarly, any wood waste that comes in that means be diverted to the biomass boilers. That's all happening at the moment, but for the proposed new development, energy from the healthcare waste incinerator would be used in the dry AD process and the pellet fertilizer plant. Some of the digestate from the AD plant would be used in the fertilizer plant. So we consider that the proposal before you today is a good example of co-location. Policy 4 provides support if the proposal falls within one of the subheadings of the policy. It doesn't require a proposal to meet any further criteria. However, Policy 4 doesn't support co-location if the benefits don't outweigh the harm when assessed against the wider policies of the development plan. So I think it's appropriate now to run through those. The healthcare waste incinerator is, we appreciate, clearly of great concern to a large number of local residents and parish councils, primarily because of the potential for harmful impact on health from emissions, either through direct inhalation or through ingesting food grown or reared on affected land. There's also been raised the impact that would have on the local economy, both for the food rearers and growers. Visitor attractions such as the Raptor Foundation and the local nursery school are the main examples given. It has been made clear in the report that, as well as planning permission, in order to go ahead, the development would need an environmental permit from the Environment Agency. The planning regime deals with land use, location, and matters such as landscape and visual impact and traffic and highways in particular, and those elements are not dealt with by the environmental permit. The environmental permit deals with the sort of day-to-day processes and pollution control. And I'd like to draw attention to two pieces of national planning policy. First, national planning policy for waste at paragraph 7 tells us that when determining waste planning applications, waste planning authorities should concern themselves with implementing the planning strategy in the local plan and not with the control of processes, which are a matter for the pollution control authorities. And also, waste planning authorities should work on the assumption that the relevant pollution control regime will be properly applied and enforced. And National Planning Policy Framework at paragraph 188 has a very similar theme, that the focus of planning policies and decisions should be on whether the proposed development is an acceptable use of land rather than the control of processes or emissions, where these are subject to separate pollution control. And as I've said, it would be subject to an environmental permit, so would be subject to a separate pollution control regime. And again, the advice is planning decisions should assume that those regimes will operate effectively. I think it's relevant to note that statutory consultees have not raised an objection. The Environment Agency has advised that a substantial variation to the existing environmental permit will be needed. The UK Health Security Agency, formerly Public Health England, have said they will provide detailed comments on the potential public health hazards of the operational phase of the development as part of the environmental permitting process. Natural England is satisfied that there would be no significant effect on designated sites. Aware of the very high level of public concern, the Council, as Chair has said, appointed air quality consultants to undertake an independent assessment of the application. And as the Chair said, Penny Wilson of Air Quality Consultants is here to assist members of the committee with matters relating to air quality and health impacts. Taking into account the advice from air quality consultants and the absence of objections from relevant statutory consultees, there's no reason to believe that if planning permission is granted and an environmental permit is issued, the proposed development would have an adverse impact on air quality or human health. There are other reasons why people have objected to the healthcare waste incinerator, one being that it would deter the use of reusable items and discourage recycling. Section 10 of the report goes into a lot of detail on the nature of healthcare waste, so I think everybody's clear what it is, and it falls into two types. Clinical waste is the potentially harmful stuff, such as infectious items and medicines, and its disposal options are limited. Some can only be incinerated. Offensive waste is not inherently harmful, but is just is unpleasant to handle, things such as incontinence pads, and they can lawfully be landfilled or disposed of at a non-specialist incinerator. For those reasons, we don't believe that the proposed healthcare waste incinerator would deter recycling. Another objection is that the proposed incinerator would draw waste from a wide area and thus be contrary to the proximity principle. Section 10 of the report shows that there are limited opportunities for treating clinical waste in the east of England, and it's already sent widely across the country for disposal. Envor have stated in the application that they would source healthcare waste from Cambridgeshire and Peterborough as far as possible, and their market assessment was based on sourcing 25% from Cambridgeshire and Peterborough and 40% from the east of England. Section 10 of the report shows that by looking at the volume of healthcare waste arising in the east of England over the last few years and its destination, it wouldn't be unrealistic for Envor to be able to achieve that. The proximity principle is strictly applicable for mixed municipal waste, but I think most people would agree would be desirable for other sorts of waste. The Waste Regulations 2011 recognises that specialised installations are needed for certain types of waste, and that theme is echoed in Minerals and Waste Local Plan, saying that hazardous waste tend to be generated in smaller quantities and managed at wider scale. For this reason, it's considered not appropriate, if planning permission is granted, to place a restriction on the area from which the healthcare waste may be drawn. We are proposing that if planning permission is granted, the existing catchment area condition would be applicable to the remaining majority, 94% of the waste throughput. There have been objections on the grounds of lack of need, and I just draw attention to National Planning Policy for Waste, paragraph 7, which says when determining waste planning applications, waste planning authorities should only expect applicants to demonstrate the quantitative or market need for new or enhanced waste management facilities where proposals are not consistent with an up-to-date local plan. We consider that the proposal is consistent with an up-to-date local plan, therefore the applicant was not required to demonstrate need. Another issue which we realise is a great concern within the local community is the impact of the proposed development on traffic and highways, and Jess Tuttle, the Council's Transport Assessment Manager, is here to help members with these matters. And it's probably after air quality and health, the greatest number of objections have been received around traffic. And there are three broad strands to that. The Wheatsheaf Crossroads accident record, it's considered by the objectors that the proposed development will worsen that. Secondly, that the traffic generated by the proposed development will increase congestion at already busy points of the road network, in particular in and around St Ives, and that there will be impact from the air quality from emissions from traffic. I'll just, using this slide, which was in the report, the proposal was assessed on the basis of the second column is the previous transport assessment, which was the figures on which the 2017 applications were considered and granted. And at that time, they considered on the basis of 24 HGVs and 66 staff cars per day. In the context of this application, the actual vehicle flows for the year of 2020 were analysed. The staff cars were as predicted, but fewer HGVs were generated per day. And then the fourth column is with the proposed development. The proposed development would give rise to 22 new jobs, hence an uplift in 44 vehicle movements per day for staff cars. It would result in an increase of 6 HGVs above 2020 figures, but would be about 50 fewer than the 2017 applications were considered on. Probably one of the impacts of the proposed substitution of 12,000 tonnes of healthcare waste is that is more likely to be delivered in smaller light vehicles rather than HGVs. So with the development, there would be an uplift in 26 light vehicle movements per day. The advice of the council's transport assessment team is that the proposed small increase in traffic would not have a significant impact on the highway in terms of capacity or safety. And that takes into account that the majority of movements are outside the AM and PM peaks, and there'd be minimal increase in turning movements at the Wheatsheaf crossroads. Minerals and Waste Local Plan Policy 23 requires the use of the council's HCV routes where reasonable and practical. And NVAR have proposed that HGVs would be subject to a traffic management plan, which could be secured by condition if planning permission is granted. And the route that is proposed to and from the site would be to and from St Ives on the B1040, which is a type B road in the council's HGV routing hierarchy. And it would then join the A1123 at St Ives, which in a westerly direction is a type A road. And then the vehicles would alternatively use the A1096 to reach the former A14. And that again is a type A road. However, the A1123 going east past Needingworth and beyond is actually a class B, a type B road, but that's not the proposed route that NVAR have put in their traffic management plan. In terms of air quality, the increase in vehicle movements is below the thresholds for undertaking an air quality assessment within air quality management areas. And given the small increase in numbers would have an insignificant impact on air quality. In summary, there's no objection from the Highway Authority, and I'll just draw to your attention National Planning Policy Framework paragraph 111, which says that development should only be prevented or refused on highway grounds if there would be an unacceptable impact on highway safety or the residual cumulative impacts on the road network would be severe. And the advice we've got from highway colleagues is that those impacts wouldn't be severe. Again, a reason frequently cited by objectors with concerns about the proposed development is the impact on landscape and on visual impact. And in the planning officer's opinion, this is the most significant adverse impact that the proposed development would give rise to. And firstly, looking at landscape character, the site is not in an area with any formal designation for its landscape value, but it is clearly valued by residents and visitors. The landscape character of the host area has been assessed as of having moderate value, and Hunts DC's landscape architect agrees with that. And the development site itself has been assessed as having moderate to low value. And and for that reason would have the capacity to accommodate some change without creating a significant adverse effect on the overall character of the landscape within which the site sits. Turning now to the visual impact of the development itself rather than the broader landscape character. I'll just run through a few elevations of the proposed development. So at the top of this slide, this is if you were standing with your back to Bluntisham Heath Road and looking approximately south-north. So need a mouse map. The Somersham St Ives Road would be, boundary of the site would be there. There are existing buildings. These would be tanks associated with the AD plant, the healthcare incinerator chimney. This would be the digesters, and that would be the end-on view of the pelletizer building. The second image is looking in the other direction, as if you've got your back to the former mushroom plant, mushroom farm, and the new shed immediately to the north of the site. And so again, the St Ives Somersham Road would be running along there, and then that would be the waste transfer building. That would be the biomass building. Behind it, the very slightly taller pelletizer building, the digesters, and the healthcare incinerator chimney. And the other two, the southeast elevation was if you have your back to the St Ives Somersham Road, looking approximately east across the site. So the warehouse on the former mushroom farm would be there. The surface water drainage lagoons would be there. That's a replacement wastewater treatment plant. The end-on view of the waste transfer building. The healthcare incinerator building would be here with its chimney, and behind that the pelletizer building and the existing buildings that would form part of the AD plant. And then finally is an elevation as if you had your back to Bluntisham and you were looking back across the site in approximately westerly direction. You'd have the surface water drainage lagoons on your right, the wastewater treatment plant, and that would be the end-on of the biomass building, healthcare incinerator, waste chimney, and the long side of the pelletizer building, and the end-on of the AD digesters. As we mentioned, most members of the committee visited the site and looked at it from all except viewpoint 11, which was considered sufficiently far away to not add anything to the deliberations. If you could just note viewpoints 2, 3 and 5, they were the ones that afforded the clearest views of the site. And so the applicant's landscape and visual impact assessment produced photo montages, which I will run through. This one, viewpoint 2, was on Heath Road, just west of Barnfield Farms. That's in the Bluntisham direction. And it is in your reports, but they have superimposed the proposed buildings on, which would be visible from that viewpoint. The second one was the footpath at the west end of Somersham, and members who were on the visit will remember we walked through a small orchard to reach that viewpoint. And again, the new buildings would be seen. And the final one I would like to show is viewpoint 5, which was on the road coming out of Pidley. You remember we parked and crossed the road, and that's probably the point at which the proposed buildings would be most visible. Though certainly from this aspect, it was noted that the new warehouse on the adjacent site was quite prominent and was a means of actually identifying the Envar site. That has been built subsequent to the applicant carrying out their landscape and visual impact assessment, which is why it doesn't feature on any of their work. The warehouse, I think I mentioned, would be broadly similar in height to the proposed buildings on the Envar site, but is situated slightly lower down the slope, so would be seen more from the north and the south. The visual impact of a chimney could be increased by a plume, and quite a lot of work has been undertaken by the applicant and assessed by Penny Wilson on the likelihood of a water vapour plume being created. And the modelling shows that a visible plume is highly unlikely to occur and only under very specific and rare conditions. It would be so infrequent that we don't consider it to be a factor in the visual impact assessment. The site already has large buildings and it's on a relatively elevated position. So can be seen from a number of public viewpoints, and some of those buildings already do breach the skyline. The proposed development would make the site more prominent by extending or consolidating the built form, and of course a 26-metre high chimney is clearly going to be prominent from some locations. Landscaping has been proposed. There are constraints on the site, but principally it would be to enhance the existing perimeter bund with further depths of planting and introduce a tree belt between the two proposed buildings and the surface water drainage facilities. It would go some way towards mitigating the visual impact by filtering views of the lower parts of the buildings and structures. Most of the proposed new buildings will be about the same height as the existing, but the chimney would be more than twice the height, so it will be impossible to screen the upper section. And the presence of the chimney may draw attention to the overall changes to the site, which may otherwise have gone, less noticed. I think even with landscaping at full maturity, the proposed development would not be entirely assimilated into its surroundings. The site would remain a fairly prominent feature in the wider rural landscape. In the absence of an objection from the Huntingdonshire District Council Landscape Officer, and on balance, officers consider that the visual impact would not be so great as to be clearly contrary to the relevant policies, but it will have, however, form part of the planning balance. Ecology and wildlife. I've already mentioned that Natural England are satisfied that there will be no significant impact on national or international designated sites, and the council's ecology officer has been satisfied that there'll be no adverse impact on the local county wildlife sites. The site itself is mostly developed, so there is little existing wildlife potential. However, the composting tunnels that would need to be demolished to make way for part of the AD plant, there's a possibility that they contain bats and bat roosts. That matter can be covered by means of a planning condition and would also be subject to licensing from Natural England should bats be found to be present. In terms of biodiversity net gain, it's a policy within the Minerals and Waste Local Plan, and in due course, when the relevant part of the Environment Act is enacted, it will that will be strengthened. But our ecology officer is satisfied that the scheme has the potential to deliver a measurable proportion of biodiversity net gain proportionate to the scale of the development, and the detailed design should be secured by planning condition if planning permission is granted. Noise. Clearly 24-hour operation has the potential to create noise at hours when people would rather not hear it, and the proposed AD plant has been especially identified as having the potential to create noise above acceptable levels because background levels in the rural area are low at night. However, the environmental health officer is satisfied that with design and mitigation, acceptable levels could be achieved, and that could be secured by condition if planning permission is granted. The site is sufficiently large for if a physical barrier is necessary, it would be fairly straightforward to implement that they haven't got a site area constraint in that respect. In terms of the historic environment, concern has been raised about the impact on the Woodhurst Conservation Area, and members' attention was drawn to that at the site visit. Officers consider that owing to the separation distance, the significance of the conservation area wouldn't be affected by the proposed development. Surface water drainage, although it's attracted a fair number of objections, the lead local flood authority has assessed the application and has not raised an objection, and has recommended that a detailed scheme can be secured by condition. And again, extensive surface water drainage lagoons are proposed, and the site, there's certainly enough scope within the site to accommodate sustainable drainage. Water quality, that would primarily be an issue for the environmental permit, and ensuring that any activities that are potentially cause pollution are on impermeable surfaces where any runoff can be caught and treated appropriately. In conclusion, officers consider that there's enough information before the planning committee for members to make an informed decision on whether the proposed development is acceptable in land use planning terms. We consider that the following aspects are positive and would weigh in favour of development being approved. Firstly, the use of waste that cannot be recycled to generate energy. The use of dry anaerobic digestion instead of in-vessel composting for approximately half of the green and food waste, and would be about 35% of the entire throughput. The interrelationship between the existing and proposed waste streams and processes is a good example of co-location within the operational area of an existing and protected in the waste local minerals and waste local plan waste management site, and there would be biodiversity net gain through the long-term management of habitats. The following factors, with mitigation where appropriate, and some of that mitigation would be contained within the environmental permit, we consider to be neutral, and that would be the impact on air quality, on human health, and on the natural environment receptors, the historic environment, odour, noise, surface water drainage for both construction and operational phases, dust during the construction phase, the protected species, particularly during the operational phase, bats, water quality, fire risk, pests and litter. Also part of the planning balance are the negative impacts. There will be a small increase in traffic, but it's such that the highway safety and congestion, the impacts would be very, very small. In officers' view, the visual impact can't be entirely mitigated, and it's the only clear negative aspect of the proposed development that needs to be afforded appropriate weight in the planning balance. It's considered that it would not be so great as to outweigh the positive aspects of the proposed development, with significant weight being placed on the co-location of interrelated waste management processes on an existing and protected waste management site. Members of the planning committee have visited the site and viewed it from representative locations, so will be able to come to their own conclusions about the likely visual impact of the proposed development and what weight it should be afforded in undertaking their own planning balance of the material planning considerations. That's all I have. Thank you for now. Yes, thank you.
Helen, thank you very much. An extremely thorough and detailed introduction, which I think is suitable given the scale of this application and the level of public interest we have. And I think the length of the report we have in front of us does cover all of the points that Helen made, some in more detail than Helen gave to us. Members, we do have a large raft of public speakers, but before I do move to them, I will offer committee members an opportunity to ask Helen or other officers any questions of clarification on the presentation that we've just received, or equally if anything was unclear in the report. We will have another opportunity later down the line during the debate, but if anyone has any burning questions, now will be the time. So I've got councillors Smith, Bradnam and Sanderson.
Thank you, Chairman. Very detailed report, thank you. Can I just ask, basically it mentions the fact of when the application come in, fine, and the environmental statement come in. Has that been updated? Because I'm seeing sort of it come in 20 or 21, and I know I may have missed it, but I'm just wondering if things like that have been updated.
Yeah, yes, Councillor Smith. Yeah, after the first round of consultation, it was identified that further environmental information was needed, and so addenda to the original environmental statement were submitted, and there were subsequent requests for further information, and they were consulted on each time.
Right, so members of the public have seen what's come in, and
it's all been placed on the council's website. Yeah.
So when was the last environmental statement that come in? Bearing in mind we're 2023, and I can't believe I put the times going.
Yes, I think we were, not every issue needed updating, but those that did were, the last information was submitted towards the end of last year.
Thank you.
So it's not everything became out of date. There were certain matters for clarification or additional information that had been requested by consultees.
Right, so some of it's up to date or back end of last year and some sort of going back to when the application first come in.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Bradnam.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sort of slightly wondering whether this should go into debate, but I will ask a couple of things. I would assume that the current approval already has a travel plan associated with it. And I just wondered whether we can confirm that that is the case. And if that isn't the case, I just wanted to check whether the provisions would prevent queuing back to the Wheatsheaf crossroads. Because I know we've said there's only an increase in the number of vehicles by 6 HGVs and a number of light vehicles, but I just wondered, has that been taken into account? Should I say, thank you very much for a very detailed report, Helen. It's extremely comprehensive. And it's only my inability to keep it all in my head, but I'm sure you've covered it.
So I think just one question there about whether the site as it currently sits has a travel plan.
It's a fair question, and it wasn't covered in the report. I'm fairly sure it doesn't, but we are checking that. So there's the 200,000 tonne per annum throughput limit, but the routing we're fairly sure was not restricted by condition.
Well, thank you for reassuring my brain, because I thought it didn't look as if there was one. And so I just wondered, are we in a position, Chair, where we could require one as part of if we wish to?
We're recommending that the proposed HGV routing agreement be secured by condition. We're not recommending a travel plan for employees as such. There are relatively few people, and given the location of the site, I think that is mentioned in I think a fairly short sustainable travel section of the report, that it doesn't in the nature of the site doesn't really lend itself to a conventional travel plan for individuals. Most of the traffic serving the site will of course be deliveries and dispatch of waste rather than individuals. Okay, and the other one, I just wanted to check whether in the condition that we've applied for light control, which is condition 28, whether we're mindful of spillage of light and whether that can indicate that it should be inward to the site and it shouldn't spill outwards. That would be taken into account in the submission that they'd be required to make under the condition, and we'd seek the environmental health officer's advice on that. Okay, thank you. I'll stop there for the time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, councillor. And councillor Sanderson, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you, Helen, for a very detailed report there, and both in writing and orally. My question's on a similar theme to councillor Bradnam's, because I thought you said during the presentation there was an existing traffic management plan, but I think from what you were saying earlier that there doesn't appear to be one. So the idea is to have that. My first question is, would that be written by ourselves or would that be written by the applicants? And if it's only for the HGV, heavy goods vehicles, etc., would there be timing on that so the HGVs wouldn't be going through built up areas during unsociable hours? And my second question is, I just wonder if you could clarify from one of your slides the figures for HGV movements, because there was a figure that said, in fact, it's a 240 are permitted during the current traffic assessment, transport assessment, and that could be +6 or -51. So just wonder if you could clarify that as well. Thank you.
Yes, certainly. Yes, sorry if it wasn't clear. In the existing planning permissions, which were granted in 2017 and cover pretty much all the existing operations except probably part of the historic composting, there is an annual waste throughput limit of 200,000 tonnes a year, and there are operating hours restrictions, which I think are 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. for day-to-day, including vehicle movements, but there is no restriction on the route that HGVs or any other vehicles may take, other than any, obviously, they would have to comply with any weight restrictions that are on the road network anyway. So the condition is the recommended condition is worded that the development be undertaken, I think, in accordance with an HGV management plan that the applicant has submitted, and the nuts and bolts of that are really, as I described, the proposed route that would be taken down the B road to St Ives, and thereafter either west through St Ives to the A141 or south down what I think is the St Ives sort of eastern bypass down to the old A14, and that is proposed to apply to HGVs only. I know there have been representations suggesting it should apply to all traffic, and I think in answer to one of your latter questions, the traffic management plan wouldn't place any extra restriction on the hours through which vehicles would go in settlements. That would be controlled at the I suppose the site end, as it were, not entering or leaving the site between after 10 o'clock or before 5 a.m. So potentially there could be early morning deliveries.
Thank you. And Councillor Connor, please.
Yes, thank you. Excellent report again, Helen. As we've come to expect from you. Really, one comment, really.
Can we ask Councillor Connor to bring his microphone a bit closer?
Oh, sorry.
Just bend it down towards you.
Okay, apologise. Anyway,
We want to hear you, Councillor.
yeah. Perhaps you won't in a little while's time. Thanks. Anyway, I've been reading through this report, and I absolutely think it's inadequate consultation, really. I note that I just think they've done. I think they've done just the bare minimum. I look here and I see they've done 24 letters from people in the surrounding area, but I can't see too much consultation with regarding Bluntisham, Woodhurst, Hemmingford, Holywell. I can go on, Warboys, St Ives. I can see they haven't done that. When we as Helen will know and Emma will know, when Waterbeach, although it was unsuccessful, the application on this council, they went round every parish council, because I was there as an observer on one of those, and they spoke to residents and tried to alleviate their concerns. So I'm a little bit worried that not a full consultation has been done here.
Yeah. So is there a question on the way, Councillor?
Well, that's a comment, and I'd like to I would like Helen to respond to that. She can, please.
Thank you. It is through you, Chair, addressed in section 5 of the report.
Yeah.
In terms of, there are two strands. There's what happens before an application is submitted, and that's really down to the applicant. And the council does have a statement of community involvement, which, given that in 2011 it had got COVID restrictions in place. Sorry, 2021. Sorry, no, I'm in a time warp, aren't I? Wishful thinking. The applicant, this site has had a site liaison group in place for many years, at which the surrounding, I think, 4 parish councils have representatives. So the proposal was introduced there. It was an online meeting because of its timing. I mean, we believe the applicant has complied with the statement of community involvement. It's not in itself. It's not in itself a reason to refuse planning permission. It's largely up to an applicant how far they go with the community engagement.
Yeah, I want to just put a lighter tone. I wasn't proposing to object to put a thing into, to refuse this straight away. There's a lot further away to go here, but I can understand what you're saying. And the second question is, I I can't really see, unless, unlike Councillor Bradman, I can't take it all in, 192 pages in, but I can't see a construction management plan in this. Is that, they may, guys, if I'm wrong, but
Condition on construction hours, isn't there at 11?
Recommended condition 9, construction environmental management plan. And
right?
and that would deal with protecting trees, minimising noise, vibration, dust, lighting, etc. So it would, and also it would be protection of human and wildlife interests.
What, so, and working hours, can I just come back there, working hours, etc.
And construction hours would be covered by condition 11, which would be 7 AM to 6 PM Mondays to Saturdays construction.
So there's no working on a Sunday or any bank holiday then? Do we take that as?
Indeed, yes, except bank or public holidays. So yeah, no construction or demolition shall take place on Sundays or on bank and public holidays.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor, and councillor Corney, please.
Thank you, Chair. Two, got a couple actually, but I'm on the right page for this at the moment. Just on the consultation, I'm just trying to scoot through it again, because we'll read these, and there's a lot to take in, and then trying to go back to find ourselves and the bit we want, and you can't always find it. But just on the consultation, just what determines the area in which we consulted to parish councils. One of my parish councils is Wistow. That's literally a mile away from Warboys. Warboys was consulted, Wistow wasn't. Ramsey, again, as a crow flies. I don't think, there's probably an argument for Chatteris as well. But just to, if you can just clarify that for us, please.
Is that in connection with this proposal? Because we
Yes.
on this one, we're obliged, or it's standard practice for all planning authorities to consult the parish council in which the development sits. We're aware that this site is on the crossroads, so it potentially affects 4, and those 4 are represented on the liaison group. We certainly went to those, and then others who wanted to make representations did so. So the council consulted, as it normally would, the actual host parish council, plus any that might reasonably be expected to have an interest. That obviously doesn't preclude, as was the case here, in others in a more wider sphere wanting to make a contribution to their points. Warboys and Wistow wouldn't have been consulted on this one because of the distance away.
Okay, well, the Warboys were consulted. That's the point I'm making. So I just we're just trying to work out why that, some were, some weren't. I just sort of, and I completely understand about obviously within the patch, the actual division, or the where the actual application sits. But it's just the nature of this. But how things can be further spread further apart. It may well be picked up in the permit from the Environment Agency. I don't know, but it just, you've kind of covered it off, but you haven't. I suppose it's they weren't. I'm going to say Ramsey. I've had an email this morning from the town clerk in Ramsey. Nothing went to them, but as a crow flies, it's not that far. But the second question I've got as well, it was about transport. Sorry, Emma, did you want to come back? Yeah, okay, sorry.
Could I just clarify about parish council consultation? Warboys was beyond the 4 or so that we recognised as having an immediate interest. So Warboys, and I think probably St Ives Tap, but needing, there's quite a broad range of parish councils who wrote in. They weren't consulted, but they made their own contribution. So Wistow weren't consulted in the same way that Warboys and probably Erith and a few other of the Hemmingford, a few of the further away ones weren't consulted, but nevertheless their contributions are included where they're made. That's to do with this application.
Yeah, I think that's my backhanded way of getting around it. I guess you look at this Hemmingford Grey and you think, well, actually Hemmingford Grey is just as far as Ramsey, and that's why it didn't sort of stack up. Second question, sorry for me, was going back to transport, and we're just trying to sort of get my head around it myself again. We're looking at what's predicted against what's already there. We're saying, well, actually, we're they're below in 2020. They looked at, we've done a survey. We're way below what they've got permission for. We seem to be using that number, whereas day one they could actually go to the full capacity, and then it'll be the exit, the extra as well, the extra 40 movements a day. So just to clarify, are we going to be actually using the full amounts? Or are we going to be using the survey results from 2020? But the only reason I ask this, and just from a past from a past job, when we're discussing tonnage, I mean 200,000 tons is a lot. There's a considerable amount of waste there. But some of the stuff we're discussing about, some of the stuff we're talking about, is it's not dense in material. So volume wise, there's a lot to it. So to just I don't know, sort of trying how to get to it, but the numbers we're talking about, when you look at the volume of the material, I'm not sure how it's going to work with using smaller vehicles as well. So it just,
I think
get clarity on that.
So I think I see Jez is about to launch in, who's our transport assessment manager, and I think he's probably going to hopefully explain to us how the numbers in the report were come to. If you could please, Jez.
Through the chair. So the number of 240 is effectively the predicted amount in the 2017 planning application. So that was how many HGVs they assumed were going to be coming. And the planning permission was granted on the basis that the transport assessment team knew that there were going to be 240 movements. The 2020 surveys show that there weren't 240 movements, but we've got to remember that the planning application allows them. So they could turn around now and say, we want 240 movements, and we couldn't stop them. They could do what they like. But it just so happens that at the moment, or in 2020, they weren't running 240 movements. Now, with the development, there's a slight potential increase of 6 vehicles, but it's still below that which they could actually do without a further planning permission. So we've got to be mindful of that in planning terms, because we've got to follow the planning tests and the planning rules. So if they're still below the 240, then we cannot object to that. What we are doing, though, because the 240 wasn't actually restricted by any kind of condition, what we're actually doing this time is we're saying, well, actually, we're going to restrict you to 190. So there is a restriction on that now. So that is the amount of HGVs that they will be allowed to bring into and out of the site.
So for clarity, we're actually reducing the number of vehicles that
we're reducing the number of vehicles that they potentially what they could have to what they will have. It's 50 less.
Okay. Does that answer your question, Councillor?
Yeah.
Hold on. I think there's some questions from is that a daily number? Yes.
It's 190 two-way movements daily.
Yes, it's a daily movement. Yes.
Yeah. No, not at this time. Thank you.
Yeah. No, thank you. I think Jez, you've explained it well, but it's just how it read. It looks as if we would be talking 240, which they could go up to, and then there's a potential of an extra, in the new application. That was so. I just wanted to clarify that we're actually, we are pinning this down, and it won't. Yeah. So okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. So members are still asking questions of clarity of the officers at this stage. Councillor Connor.
Yeah. Just something for Helen. We know past operator performances is not a material planning consideration, and but can you have an opinion on how the fire at the premises in 2018 was dealt with?
I think the answer to that would probably be no. It's officers are here to support the committee, not to give opinions on previous events. So
it was, but as we know with these anaerobic digesters and associated things, they have caught fire before. There's been one in sort of Cleveland way that caught fire somewhere up the north, and I'm just looking at the safety aspect of it all. So if it's not an appropriate question, I'll withdraw it, but I just feel it was worth some comment.
Okay. I don't think the officer needs to respond to that, but I think you've made the point anyway. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Kindersley, please.
Thank you, Chair. I wonder if we could have a legal view on two matters. The first is if we were to refuse this application on, for example, the poor public consultation as perceived by the public, what would our legal position be? Secondly, if we were to refuse this application on the basis of highway traffic, what would our legal position be?
Okay, I see our legal officer making some notes there, so I'm going to hand over to Debbie, who's our legal advice. Debbie, over to you.
Obviously, it's the members' choice or members' decision in the end. So if that is what they choose to pin points on, then we would have to look at that and consider that. Obviously, it's not the members, the officer's view, sorry, that those are significant grounds or significant planning concerns. So I think that at the moment on what's in front of us, there isn't actually sufficient weight in order for that refusal to go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I think that's useful. Members, if there's no further questions of clarity for officers, I will take us on to our public speaking. Sorry, too soon. Councillor Bradnam.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to check. My understanding from Helen's report is that matters of odour are all to do with the permit, the Environment Agency permit. But in the report, Helen makes it very clear that this is odour to do with, emissions to do with pollution. But I just wanted to check, since liaison committees are often involved in issues to do with odour, I just wanted to check what is the body that's responsible for managing matters of odour. And in this case, I'm concerned from the dirty water lagoon, not from the emissions from the chimney or anything else. I'm just concerned about the dirty water lagoon.
Okay. I think the question's been heard. I think we have to have officers looking at the relevant sections of the report for us.
On page 189 of our agenda, 3.3.1, my question is, does it require an odour management plan?
Okay, I think I'll come in on that one if I can, Councillor Bradnam. First of all, you've got odour in the report, section 1124, which is on page 70. 196 on your agenda. I think, as you'll be aware from the sites within your own parish as well, this is a matter that would be under the Environment Agency. The liaison forum would have input from the Environment Agency, and that would be controlled under that element. I'm just going to see if Helen wants to add anything else on that.
The reason I ask is because provision is made very thoroughly elsewhere under the EA permit, but it doesn't currently mention in any great way odour from the dirty water lagoon, and that's something I would like, maybe if we can, I don't know whether we are even permitted to say it's a matter that we would like the Environment Agency to look at in their permitting, or whether, because it's their responsibility, we must rely on them doing their job properly. But I just wonder if it's something that we could raise as a concern.
Yeah, through you, Chair. I've included as Appendix 5 an extract from the existing environmental permit, and that does have a section on odour, and it states that emissions from the activities should be free from odour at levels likely to cause pollution outside the site, as perceived by an authorised officer of the EA. So it is within the remit of the permit. I think in paragraph 1124, and this would apply to noise as well, part of the proposal was to extend the concrete pad up on the northeastern limb. That was not taken into account in the applicant's noise or odour assessment. So whilst there's not an issue with constructing the concrete pad, we don't believe there's enough information to permit what I imagine they will want to use them for, which is the outdoor composting of waste, which could generate odour and or noise. So we would expect a relevant application to come in supported by relevant information before any use of that concrete pad is undertaken. And similarly, it would also then need to be encompassed by the environmental permit, which would treat it in the same way as the very, very extensive area of open windrow composting that's on the site at the moment.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, last call for any questions of clarification on the report. As I said, we will have another opportunity during the debate to ask questions if needs be. Councillor Bradnam.
The other one is that it's rather in the same vein, but I live quite close to a biodigester plant, and the disposal of the digestate from that also produces odour and vehicle movements. But again, would that be covered by the environmental permit? Excuse me, Councillor Kindersley, would you please stop answering for the officers? Thank you.
My view is that yes, but I will let officers
Yes.
confirm that.
Anything relating to the anaerobic digestion plant within the site would fall within the permit, but I think the current proposal is for some of it to be used in the pelletizer building, but I appreciate not all of it will. And on other sites, generally the digestate either goes out in cake form and it's basically sold to farmers as a fertilizer, or it could go out in liquid form and applied on land as farmers do, which is outside planning control.
So any odours generating from that purpose would not be controlled by the permit?
Not if it, I mean, the permit would apply to the installation and its surroundings. It might be something the applicant can shed light on as well as to what they would expect their permit to cover.
Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. Okay, with that, I am going to move us on now to the public speakers. We're going to begin with public bodies, which includes parish and town councils. We'll then move on to hear from the applicants, and then after that, we'll move on to members of the public who wish to speak. As mentioned at the start, we have to be fair in how much time we give each speaker. So the way that has divided itself out is that public bodies will get 12 minutes each to address the committee. The applicants will get a total of 48 minutes, which I'm hoping they aren't going to use. And all the public speakers, of which we have a long list, will get 3 minutes each. And then the local member will also get 48 minutes in total. So we're going to begin with public bodies, and I'm hoping we have, I believe, is joining us online, Philippa Hope, who is speaking to us on behalf of Bluntisham Parish Council.
Hi, I'm here.
Hi there. We can hear you, but we're just waiting to see you. There we go. We can see you fine, Councillor.
Excellent.
So I'm not sure if you caught my preamble there, but yeah, you'll have 12 minutes to address the committee. Then at the end of that, if you could stay on the line in case there are any questions of clarity on your presentation from the committee members.
Okay, I've just got a prepared statement which basically summarises our concerns as a result of the officer's recommendations. So it won't last 12 minutes.
Brilliant. Whenever you're ready, please.
I am Philippa Hope. I'm a parish councillor of Bluntisham, and I speak to you today to confirm our steadfast rejection of this application. Members will have seen the 2 submissions from Bluntisham Parish Council. And the parish council, having read the officer's recommendation report, stand by the objections that we've raised. The recommendations looks at these objections. However, it attempts to draw a veil over the need and, more importantly, traffic and highway considerations. The recommendation removes any restriction that all 12 tonnes of clinical waste for the incinerator come from the east of England. Only 75 tonnes of waste out of the capacity balance of 188,000 tonnes needs to come from the east of England. So this means the majority, some 125,000 tonnes of waste, will originate outside of this area and travel by road to the site. It's likely that all clinical waste will come from outside the area, contrary to the original submission, which used local need, specifically Cambridgeshire and Peterborough, as the key reason for justifying the need to locate their incinerator here. The recommendation states that highway safety congestion, including the air quality from vehicle emissions, cannot be entirely mitigated and would have an adverse impact. There are no sustainable transport links to this location and will eternally be fed. Could wait this harmful impact. Enver currently operate based on processing 200,000 tonnes annually. They're not looking to increase this tonnage, but we challenge the submitted data which was based on 2020 figures. In our second submission, dated March 21, we challenged the data on traffic movements in detail. We've had no response to that, and it isn't covered in the officer's report. There are no planning conditions currently on movements, and this recommendation does propose to change this and allow for 190. The traffic data in the addendum was a desk-based study commissioned by MBAR, and it mentions no method of how these traffic movements will be monitored. With regards to clinical waste, the recommendation states that the waste would be delivered predominantly in light goods vehicles and vans at a rate of 1 to 2 per hour. The applicant's submission estimates 58 movements a day, which in turn equates to over 20,000 annually, all of which now will come from all over the UK. Please remember that 97% of all light goods vehicles, according to the Department of Transport data, are diesel. 76% of them are over 3 years old. Only 0.6% are ULEV compliant. We ask that the highways data be properly scrutinised and all contradictions and baseless claims, such as the potential for fewer accidents, be examined. That all vehicle movements from this site, neighbouring sites and future development as detailed in the current local plan, and any proposed new sites within the proposed new local plan from Huntingdonshire be considered as a whole. We ask members to consider this application against reality rather than theoretical data or modelling. The site itself has expanded exponentially over recent years. Any monitoring, be that by a statutory body or the company themselves, is and has been poor. They're not good neighbours to the people of Bluntisham. The village was shrouded in a pile of smoke caused by a fire at the site, which burned from December 18 to February 19, which was caused by a lack of self-monitoring. In the recommendation, 20 out of the 33 suggested conditions all require ongoing on-site monitoring by the applicants themselves. This, without doubt, indicates that the site is not well suited to co-location expansion without extensive and ongoing mitigation. It has the potential to cause significant harm if any part of any condition is not followed or monitored. We consider this application a poorly disguised attempt to greenwash over expansion at the site. The sustainable element comes at a very high price. The demand creation and the need to keep the site running 365 days a year will result in a greater carbon footprint than it can ever offset. Incineration is not the panacea to clinical waste reduction. We live in Cambridgeshire, the beating heart of world-leading biotech industries. We should be empowering this sector to come up with solutions to reduce this waste rather than blindly accepting it as the status quo. The application seeks to maximise the profile of the site to the detriment of our local environment. It delivers no benefits to Bluntisham. It hides behind claims of sustainability, whereas in reality, it will cause significant harm to our village and the wider county. It gives back nothing to the people it will affect the most. It is, and I'm sure you all know it, fundamentally wrong. The County Council's own climate change and environment strategy mission statement, published in 2022, seeks to reduce the carbon footprint and protect the rural environment. So members, please adhere to these principles, protect our rural environment here in Bluntisham, and vote to reject this greenwashing application. Be bold, do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hope. You probably didn't hear that, but you just got a round of applause from the audience.
Thank you. Can I just make one other comment, Chair, please? Just about
you're still within time,
consultation.
so continue.
Yeah, just about consultation. There has been some comments about it in the first submission that Bluntisham put in, which is dated 1st September, which members will have a copy of. If you look at page 5, it gives you a lot more details about how the consultation was done. And as I think Helen called it, we are on their liaison group. How veiled that information that they gave us actually was. So people may want to have a look at that quickly if they've got time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have received the representation from Bluntisham Parish Council, so we appreciate you taking the time to join us. If you could stay on the line for a second in case there are any questions of clarification for you. And I see we do have one for you, if that's okay, from Councillor Connor.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. I alluded to officers about the fire, to officers in officers' questions. Can you just reiterate to me the times of that fire and how long they were? Because I just missed the severity of that fire, the times.
Yeah. It started in December 2018,
Yeah.
and it was in the period between Christmas and New Year when it started, I believe, if I'm right, but that's just memory. I think it was during, you know, they had people on holiday. The 28th of December was the date. Someone's just given it to me, and it burnt until February. And the wind direction from the prevailing wind is westerly from there. So Cone, Bluntsham, Erith probably, and as well as Needingworth were all covered in it for that period of time.
Right. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Councillor Hope, I don't see any further questions for you, so thank you very much for taking the time to speak to us this morning. And with that, we will move on to our next public speaker, who I believe is joining us physically in the room, Mr. Andrew Notman, who is the chair of Woodhurst Parish Council. Mr. Notman, if you'd like to take a seat. So the microphone is in front of you. There's a button at the bottom of the control pad that switches it on and off. I'm going to ask Dan, is the traffic light working? Okay, so there's a traffic light system on the table in front of you. Green means you're good for time. Yellow means you're nearing the end. Red means finished. So 12 minutes, over to you.
Thank you, Chair, members. My name is Andy Notman. I am the Chair of Woodhurst Parish Council. You'll be aware from the Planning Officer's report and our submission that we object to this application. While our objections are many and shared by other communities and groups present here today, I will concentrate mainly on the direct impact to the village and residents of Woodhurst as follows. The lack of consultation generally, but specifically with the residents of Woodhurst. The impact of traffic through Woodhurst. The outlook from the conservation area in Woodhurst. And the need for such an incinerator. Firstly, Chair, consultation. I note from section 5.8 of the Planning Officer's report that the pre-application engagement by ENVAR was considered as reasonable. As one of the attendees of the liaison meeting in May 2021, when this project was first mentioned to local councils, I would argue that asking attendees to promote their Regeneration Woodhurst website for them is not reasonable. The Regeneration Woodhurst website was not advertised by ENVAR at all, outside of the 24 properties that were written to, unless it was by us as parish councils. An online search of the term Regeneration Woodhurst returns no results other than a press release by ENVAR in March 2022, and in fact our response to the application posted on our website. It would be reasonable to expect it to be promoted in the local press, or perhaps reaching out on social media. Wouldn't that have been reasonable? The survey included on that website was open for 2 weeks, and a total of 9 people responded. Is it considered reasonable that they had reached enough people? What was the point of that survey? Why was it only open for 2 weeks? Is that reasonable? Why did a project calling itself Regeneration Woodhurst not directly contact a single property in the village of Woodhurst, slightly over a mile away? Is this reasonable? Since I've mentioned the online liaison meeting, and I'll stress I've been chairman of Woodhurst Parish Council for 5-6 years now, there have been 2 liaison meetings in that time, and we haven't had one since this project was announced. At no point during that meeting, online admittedly, was a picture of the proposed chimney shown, other than a difficult to read slide showing the overhead view. The word incinerator was not mentioned at that meeting. Minutes of the liaison meeting talk about treating health waste, not burning it. Following the discussion about the project, the question was asked by Somersham Parish Council as to whether the planning application could be delayed until July, as a lot of the parish councils were unable to meet remotely at the time because of the restrictions. Andy Sibley, the MD of ENVAR, responded, and I quote the minutes here, by saying that as this was a pre-planning consultation, the parish council will have their opportunity through the planning process to voice concerns. However, we will try and work with you. As we know, the application was submitted on the 23rd of June, some 6 weeks later. I cannot speak for the other councils, but Woodhurst Parish Council received nothing from ENVAR after the minutes of the liaison meeting before the application was submitted. This does not seem reasonable to me. We did invite ENVAR to attend our parish council meeting in September 2021, but unfortunately, nobody was available from the company to come and work with us. There was a series of open sessions in August 2021 held by MVAR, one of which I did attend. But of course, the application had gone in by then, and so really no new information was made available. And by then, I think it was too little too late. These actions and the lack of transparency seems to fly in the face of the advice of the WPA regarding the suggested audience for pre-application publicity noted in section 5.1 of the Planning Officer's report. In addition, the central government advice from gov.uk for pre-planning application community engagement is that pre-application engagement with the community is encouraged, where it will add value to the process and the outcome. MVAR seems to do the bare minimum of what they need to do and not what they should be doing, or indeed what they were advised or encouraged to do. While I appreciate the pandemic had made it hard to meet face-to-face or hold public meetings, wouldn't it have been reasonable to have made more of an effort to engage with residents pre-application? Less than 2 months after the application was submitted, we were holding face-to-face open sessions. I urge you, therefore, to disregard any claims of reasonable community engagement. Secondly, Chair, I and the residents of Woodhurst have concerns about the traffic that this proposed development would create, both during the construction phase and should the incinerator be permitted to be built when it is operational. For those of you who are not aware of the layout of Woodhurst, it's a Saxon ring village with 2 roads through. One, Church Street, is busier than the other, and sadly it is used as a rat run from the A141 through to the notorious Wheatsheaf Crossroads, adjacent to the proposed site. For some years, we've had a 7.5-ton weight limit in place through the village, and while not completely adhered to, has kept most large vehicles at bay. At this point, I should mention that in this regard, we have had a very good relationship with MVAR and its predecessors in the past, and transgressions of the weight limit by lorries heading to or from the site have been few and far between, and always dealt with swiftly and apologetically. However, the application talks about health waste being transported by LGVs. Obviously, these are not subject to any weight limits, and the planning officer is recommending a condition, number 23, of a limit of 190 HGVs will only drive LGV traffic higher, with a possibility of more of that traffic coming through Woodhurst. The Transport Management Plan adopts accepted HGV routes. There is no such specification for LGV. I think it would be naive to suggest that a commercial van driver is going to take a longer route when they are not prohibited from taking shortcuts through Woodhurst. The parish council has spent a high proportion of its budget in recent years trying to reduce and slow traffic down coming through the village. Indeed, thanks to the county council, we are due to move to a 20-mile-an-hour limit soon. Woodhurst can only just cope with the traffic we currently have. We really don't need any more coming through what was once a small, quiet village. At the very least, I would ask that the traffic management plan contains specific mention of avoiding Woodhurst for all vehicles approaching the site. My next point, Chair, is regarding the eastern end of Woodhurst, which is part of the Woodhurst Conservation Area. This spans just over half the village and has been in place since 1994. Some of the properties at this end of the village have outlooks across the fields towards the proposed site, including the Grade 2 listed Manor Farmhouse. While there are some hedges and trees alongside the Wheatsheaf Road, in winter especially, the outlook is generally quite open. The siting of a 26-metre chimney and the unspecified height emergency flares, which will rise above the trees, spouting a plume of steam and toxins, will be visible from these properties, if not more within the conservation area. I'm aware, members, that spoiling the view is not normally a material planning consideration, but as it is a conservation area, this is in breach of Hunstanton Local Plan Policy 34, which states, a proposal within, affecting the setting of, or affecting views into or out of a conservation area should preserve and wherever possible enhance features that contribute positively to the area's character, appearance and setting, as set out in character statements or other applicable documents. In addition, footpaths from the village to Pidley and to St Ives will no longer look out across open countryside to the east, but will be blighted by an industrial complex in operation from early morning until late at night. Indeed, from the footpath to Pidley, even on hazy days, it is possible to see Ely Cathedral from within the parish. That view has hardly changed for close on 800 years, so it seems ludicrous that we are now suggesting we add a 26-metre chimney to that vista. The planning officer's report references viewpoint 9 from the applicant's LVIA and suggests that as his view is closer to the site than Woodhurst, that Woodhurst will not be impacted. Viewpoint 9 also highlights the water tower at Bluntisham. As a comparison, that water tower is also 26 metres high, like the proposed incinerator chimney, but crucially is twice as far away. It's simple maths to appreciate that the chimney will be more prominent on the skyline. If we can see the water tower, then it stands to reason we can see the chimney and more of it. The plume will make it even more imposing. As is suggested by the environmental statement, second addendum, and the air quality report, the plume will be visible for between 3 metres and 28 metres in the worst case scenario, based on the modelling. I am no air quality expert by any means, but in that report, the worst case discharge conditions were coupled with supposedly very cold temperatures of -3.8 to -5.6. I don't believe that those temperatures are that rare during the winter months, so I find it hard to comprehend that the modelling only predicted 2 hours in 5 years operation when the plume was visible. Therefore, I urge members to reconsider the planning officer's assessment of the outlook from the Woodhurst Conservation Area when making their decision. For my final point today, Chair, we question the need for such an incinerator. Envar stated in their original planning statement that healthcare waste would be sourced from the wider Cambridgeshire and Peterborough area. This has since been amended to be the East of England and includes waste transfer stations within the East of England, as specified in Condition 7 of the Planning Officer's recommendation to approve, meaning that waste from outside the area, as long as it makes its journey through an East of England waste transfer site, can be counted as locally sourced. How far and wide does this catchment area have to be for the need to be satisfied? The condition that the planning officer suggests is that not less than 40% be sourced from the East of England region. How does the possibility that 60% of the healthcare waste is potentially coming from outside the extended East of England area provide any evidence that there is need for an incinerator? According to the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Minerals and Waste Local Plan, section 3.5 says, areas that historically and presently have a net import of waste, such as the plan area, should see such net imports significantly reduced. How is that going to be achieved if this application can bring in up to 60% of its waste from outside the area? I am sure other speakers today will also question the need for this incinerator and will do so more scientifically and informed than I can do. But for me and for Woodhurst Parish Council, even the simple figures I've mentioned suggest there is no requirement for another incinerator in the East of England, let alone in the rural setting that Envar propose. Finally, Chair, I'd like to thank yourself and the members of the committee for allowing me to speak on behalf of our small village today. Like most parish councillors in the villages around the Envar site, we are just trying to do the best for the place we live. In Woodhurst, we usually consider planning applications for an extension or the renovation of an old building. We are not planning experts, and it's quite possible we don't always make decisions based wholly on material planning considerations. In each case, however, we consider whether it will make our village better or worse, whether it will adversely affect the residents we represent, whether it will cause upset, pain or anxiety. These are the things that matter to us. We consider the benefits to our community as well as hopefully the planning laws. In this case, I can see no benefits for any of the communities represented here. I can see nobody that actively supports this application. I can see no need for it. It's not needed. It's not wanted. It's not good for this area. And I urge you to ignore the recommendation of the planning officer and reject this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councillor. I think you've represented your community very ably this morning, so thank you for taking the time to come and speak to us. Members, do we have any questions of clarity from the Parish Councillor's presentation to us? No, so it just leaves me to say thank you very much for taking the time again. And we'll move on to our next representative of the Parish Council, which is Pidley Parish Council, and I believe we have David Hopkins, who's coming forward now. Councillor Hopkins, if you could take a seat, please. The microphone switches on and off using the big speak button at the bottom of the mic, which you've just done there. So as with the other previous speakers, 12 minutes to address the committee, at the end of which there may be some questions for you. So if you could stay in the seat, that would be appreciated.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee, for letting us speak on behalf of Pidley Parish Council. I'm chairman of the parish council and have lived there for 65 years. Our parish have had mixed feelings about the Envar site. Over the past few years, we've worked quite well, and they've always, until the last 2 years, upstanded or honoured a routing agreement. They wouldn't send their vehicles, HGVs, for our village. But over the last 2 years, they have doubled every year. And that is one of their biggest problems with this development, is the amount of HGVs that are coming through our village. We're on the main route coming from Ramsey. I know places like Ramsey have HGV problem as well. But on a daily occurrence, we have HGVs coming through our village that have to mount the curb because they meet and they're going too fast. We've had several people being hit by not necessarily MVAR lorries, but by HGV lorries. We are at the present time trying to get an HGV lorry that banned through our village. And that is why one of our biggest concerns is the traffic coming through our village. On your conclusion page, where you talk about HGV and access on 21, it says no heavy commercial vehicles associated with development shall be permitted to leave the site at sector entrance 1, which is the one opposite the Raptor Centre or near the Raptor Centre that's been shown on your plan. All HGVs shall turn right into the entrance. In other words, they shouldn't be coming from Pidley, from Somersham End, and should leave going left. So if that plan is adhered to, we shouldn't be getting HGVs from the site. And we strongly urge you to make sure that is on the planning permission and a routing agreement, so we don't get construction traffic or HGVs coming out of that site, as it says on this document. On your traffic routing agreement, you say they're going down towards St Ives and not through Pidley. If that's the case, a lot of their problems will be taken away. But however, we as a parish still feel the same as all the other parishes, that is there a need for it on this site? Most of the committee visited the site recently and you looked around it, and would you really say it's a tidy clinical site that I know when you're burning waste, but there's loads of rubbish on the site that you can see from the road. If it was a lot better screened, it would take some of that away. But looking at it, you think, well, is this a site or an operator that we really should be giving the green light to burn clinical waste, which is very toxic? I haven't got anything else to say. As I said, longer they stick to the routing agreement for HGVs, it will satisfy most of their fears. But we still don't reckon it is the right site for a waste recycling centre, but we know it has to happen somewhere. Right,
Okay.
Any questions?
Thank you, Councillor. Just coming on to that, but
Yeah.
So members, if we do have any questions for the parish councillor about anything he's presented to us this morning, now is the opportunity. No, I think that's extremely clear. So it just leaves me to say thank you very much again for taking the time. And with that, we will move. Actually, before we do, could I ask Jean Fairburn and Jennifer Colville to switch their camera off, if possible, please? We will come on to you a bit later, but it's slightly distracting on the screen here. If you could switch the camera off, that would be great. Thank you very much. Off. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. Okay, we then move on to our last speaker in the public bodies section, who is Councillor Julie Kerr. She is the St Ives Town and Huntingdonshire District Councillor for the area. Councillor Kerr, I'm sure you're familiar with the process, but as with the other speakers, 12 minutes. There's a traffic light system to give you an indication of time, and please, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. The original planning application presented to St Ives Town Council in August 21 exposed the inadequate detail and lack of information needed to consider the proposal. The officer's report in this application confirms that was the case. The incinerator was initially described as relatively small. In truth, if built, it will become one of the largest clinical waste incinerators in the country, similar in capacity to Nostroff in Leeds of 17,000 tonnes per year. However, due to its design and nature, it would need to run consistently, requiring 12,000 tonnes per annum. Nostroff processed 10,280 tonnes of medical waste in 21. The St Ives Town Council continues to uphold that there is no need for one on this scale. We ask the county councillors to consider where the medical waste is going to come from and why the need for such a big one in our region. Within the recommendations in section 23 of the report under condition 6, it states
No more than 200,000 tonnes of waste shall be accepted at the MVAR site in any 12-month period, and no more than 12,000 tonnes of medical waste. But in condition 7, it requires that not less than 40% of waste by weight must come from the region, but there's an exclusion for healthcare waste. This will enable all clinical waste to come from anywhere. Why is there an exclusion on medical waste? I heard what the officer said earlier, but I would argue that that suggests there is not a need or enough medical waste produced in our region. Consider the distance all those additional lorries and vans would have to travel to maintain the ongoing running requirement of this facility. The county's waste strategy encourages self-sufficiency in waste management. Therefore, we should be avoiding exporting and, in this instance, importing waste. I ask the councillors to consider this dilemma, and if the proposal goes ahead, to include the medical waste in the 40% requirement under Section 3. With reference to healthcare waste and the NHS Green Plan paper from the 6th of October 22 mentioned in this application, there is a drive to reduce medical waste. So how confident are the councillors that this plant will run on medical waste and not have to revert to gas to keep it constantly running? Condition 14 provides that no vehicle enters or leaves the site between 10 p.m. and 5 a.m. All lorries are routed through St Ives. This will mean noisy lorries and traffic at 4:30 in the morning travelling through built-up residential areas in St Ives. The Town Council believe that's unacceptable for our residents and ask the councillors to re-evaluate those hours. On traffic and traffic movement, on the initial application, MVAR told us that there would be relatively the same traffic movements. And I asked them at the time, that doesn't make sense. Where are the medical movements? Because you're still processing the same amount of green waste. They never got back to me, and I'll be honest with you, these traffic movements we've talked about today still don't make a lot of sense to me. Those vans, are you including the lightweight vans? And if that is the case, you'll need a lot of vans to carry lightweight medical waste. Honestly, I still don't understand these traffic movements. It concerns me that MVAR has relied on Cambridgeshire County Council officer reports to provide the necessary information and evidence to fulfil this application. If approved, are MVAR capable of running a first of its kind and one of the largest medical waste incinerators in the UK? Additionally, it's our opinion there is not enough evidence provided to establish the need for one in our region. Therefore, the St Ives Town Council asks that you decline this application. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Councillor Kerr. I think that was very, very clear. Members, do you have any questions for the Town and District Councillor? Councillor Smith.
Thank you. It's not exactly a question to you. I think it's to the officers, but it's because you've raised it. Are the vans included in any of these travel plans? I thought we were talking that just the lorries were included.
Yeah, through
Yeah,
the chair.
so I don't know if
The
anyone wants to
traffic
answer.
management plan is, as written at the moment, relates to HGVs.
That's what I thought, right. Thank you.
But in terms of the numbers that would be generated by the, but just for clarification, the proposed throughput of waste wouldn't change, but the point that's been made, and I think that has been made in the report, is that effectively 12,000 tonnes a year would be something different. The bulk of it would be what they're doing at the moment, but that 12,000 tonnes of healthcare waste, it is acknowledged that's more likely to travel in smaller vehicles than the larger ones. Hence, the figures that have been looked at in the transport statement are that there would be an additional 58 light vehicle movements. So that would be effectively 26 deliveries a day of light vehicles.
Okay, thank you. I think that's answered the question. Do we have any questions for Councillor Kerr, please? No, so thank you very much, councillor. Members, those are all of the public bodies that are going to address us today. We are next going to hear from the applicants, but we have been going for around 45 minutes, so I'm going to break us for 10 minutes now. It is 11:40, almost 11:45 on my clock, so we're going to start again at 5:02. So 11:55, we'll be coming back in and going straight over to the applicants from Envar. Thank you. Okay, members, it is 11:56, a minute later than advertised, so I'm going to restart the meeting. I think okay, we have to leave Monica to do what she's doing at the moment. I do need to restart. So we are continuing with the public speaking element on the ENVAR planning application. We have just heard from our public bodies, and we're now going to hear from the applicants, ENVAR Composting Limited. Councillor Smith, I appreciate Councillor Connor's not here, but he knew what time we're restarting. I can't wait for him, I'm afraid. So I'm going to invite the applicants to come forward. I think there are 3 of you, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, Chair, yes.
I mean, there are 2 chairs, but if you do want to pull a 3rd one up, I'm open to that. Okay, thank you. Worth noting, Councillor Connor's now back in the room.
Sorry.
Take your time, Councillor. Understood. So we're just about to hear from the applicants, ENVAR Composting Limited. As I mentioned at the start, in the interest of fairness, I have to allow the same amount of time for each section of public speakers, which means you as the applicant are afforded 48 minutes should you need it. My professional advice would be not to use that time in its entirety. But please, you know, as you are a key important player in this, it'll be interesting to hear your full views on the application. And if you could stay seated at the end, I'm sure there'll be some questions for yourselves. So please, whenever you are ready.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. My name's Christian Smith. I'm the planning consultant on behalf of ENVAR. Alongside me to my right is James Cooper. He's head of compliance at ENVAR. And to my left is Amanda Owen, Dr. Amanda Owen, who is an air quality specialist who has been supporting the application. They basically attend with me to try and help with any technical or operational type questions that members might have, if not already covered by questions in the planning officer already. You'll note there's a thorough planning committee report in front of you today, which has assessed all of the relevant planning related issues. I don't want to take all of the 48 minutes up or waste anybody's time by going over those again. So I'd just like to reaffirm, I suppose, a few key points in this regard. So the application site itself is located in a waste management area in the Cambridgeshire Minerals and Waste Local Plan, which is adopted, where developments such as the proposal before you is acceptable in principle. The proposal demonstrates clear co-location and sustainable waste management benefits in compliance with local and national planning policies. A couple of key points in this respect is the recycling of a number of waste streams, including green and food waste. One of that processes is through the proposed dry anaerobic digestion process, which will produce nutrient-rich fertilizers, including a pellet fertilizer, which has a significantly reduced carbon footprint. Production of biogas, which can be exported to the national grid via a high pressure gas main, which is located near the main site entrance. That biogas has the potential to run the company's vehicles in a sustainable way. We have solar panels on all of the main buildings, which can be used on site, and any excess exported to the national grid. And we also have sharing of power and heat across the site through the operations. Whilst the local concerns are understandable, there has been a considerable focus throughout this process on the small scale healthcare and clinical waste energy recovery plant. That particular part of the proposal makes up a very small part of the whole scheme. So a couple of key points in this regard. The nature of sanitary healthcare and clinical waste means that most of the waste cannot be recycled because of the harmful properties which we've heard about. They have to be disposed of either at a landfill site or via high temperature treatment, preferably by high temperature treatment, where the heat and power can be recovered and used by adjacent processes, which is the proposal in this case. Across the country, these facilities are typically located in urban areas or next to hospitals, which to my mind must indicate that they pose minimal risk to the environment and public health. The UK's Health Security Agency in their consultation response also agree with that particular point. The air quality and health impacts of this proposal have been subject to robust scrutiny. The conclusions of all specialists are that no adverse effects will arise. Across the board, the environmental impacts of this proposal have been assessed and analysed in detail over nearly a 2-year period. And all of the statutory technical consultees in this matter raise no objection. We've heard about the applicant's requirement to obtain an environmental permit. The Environment Agency who was consulted on this application have confirmed they have no major permitting concerns in respect of the applicant obtaining a permit. Substantial variation to the existing permit is going to be required. MVAR will be required to demonstrate compliance with all of the latest emission and particulate criteria, including climate change and global warming. The permit will also require MVAR to review the energy efficiency of the plant every 4 years. So I would just like to sum up by saying that the planning decisions are made in the planning balance. I believe in this case, the significant benefits of the proposal clearly outweigh any negative impacts that might be brought about. The proposed imposition of a schedule of planning conditions, which we've heard about, together with the strict controls that will be imposed by the environmental permit, will ensure that any negative impacts are controlled and minimised. So thank you for your time, and we'd be happy to try and answer any questions you may have.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Well, members, this is the opportunity to ask questions of clarification of the applicant about anything in the papers or what's just been said there. So I'll take Councillor Connor and then Bradnam. Thank you.
Yeah, the computer's gone wrong, so I've had to put it on my mobile phone. So, okay, thank you. So
we could go to Councillor Bradnam first if you need a minute.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Sorry, Councillor.
No problem. Councillor Bradnam and then Councillor Connor later.
Thank you, Councillor Bradnam.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for your presentation. I just wanted to check. We heard from Pidley Parish Council that in previous years, lorries hadn't gone through Pidley, and I don't know if the same could have been said for Woodhurst, but I just wanted to know, has the ownership of the site changed in recent years, and or has your attitude to the travel plan changed if it was already in place during your ownership of the site?
Hello, yes. The ownership changed in 2016, and myself and my colleagues in Envar, we work with Pidley Parish Council, and they report if there's been, we have a voluntary agreement with them not to send our vehicles through the village. And if for some reason we're going to a farm that's just the other side, we let them know and they let us know of any transgressions, and then we take the appropriate action. And we work together and have done ever since I've worked for Envar.
So, if I may, Chair, so presumably that relationship is managed either directly through the parish council or through the liaison group, and you're having regular meetings, are you, with the liaison group?
I liaise directly with the head of the Pidley HCV group. They've got a group set up specially for HGV movements. They send me videos and of other people as well to see, and we discuss it by email.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Connor, are you
ready? Yes, thank you. It's right. first of all, I've got several questions and you can answer them when you feel, the flood risk assessment doesn't appear to have been properly uploaded, so people were unable to review this and accept it for a start, to my mind. So what is expected, the yearly pollution inventory for the site, and how many types of emissions chemicals are listed on it? Are these questions that I sort of picked out, is sort of safety questions? Is this something you could answer, or?
I'll certainly try, sir.
Okay, let's do that one first.
I'm not sure about the flood risk assessment. I assume all documentation with regard to the application was uploaded to the council's website. So what I can tell you is that the flood risk assessment was initially submitted. That would have been back in 2021, and then as part of 2 Regulation 25 requests, which responded to the Environment Agency's comments and the Local Lead Flood Authority's comments. That assessment work was updated, and more detailed assessment work presented to show surface water runoff, and that the lagoons themselves, the surface water lagoons, the clean and the dirty water lagoon, is capable of containing that water, such that there are no pollution events.
Okay, so yeah, so I'll just right. So how do the proposed monitoring solutions compare to similar incinerator installations and the maximum number of possible pollutants emissions that are being monitored and reported?
So is this question in relation to how the clinical waste incinerator relates to the other parts of the processes?
Yep, that's right. Yep.
Okay, so the Environment Agency permit will require the applicant to, is it Syria, James?
For the site in regards to control of so the site is required to be designed in line with what's called CIRIA, which is CIRIA, which is a risk assessment done by an appropriate civil geotechnical engineer to design the site so as it can reasonably contain a extended storm and flooding event. And
so what, as part of that permit, what the applicant will be required to do is demonstrate total containment in the event of a spillage or any particular event. So that particular assessment work required by the permit is very strict, and total containment and pollution prevention is all built into that permit application.
Okay. Right. I've got a few more questions, so I'm happy to let anybody. I'm happy to let anybody else carry on.
Well, you've got the floor, Councillor, so carry on.
Okay, that's fine. So it seems to me that looks around 21 pollutants which will be emitted. Look at page 6 on the air quality assessment. Will all these be subject to best practices, continuous emission monitoring and reporting? So this is if this gets built, will this get monitored and be reported on?
So the air quality assessment was produced on the basis of the legal requirements that the Environment Agency will have for the installation when we're talking specifically about the healthcare waste energy facility here. And indeed for any other of the emission points at the site, but specifically in relation to the 21 pollutants you're referring to.
Right.
Those are applicable to any thermal treatment process, incineration, clinical waste incineration, and the limits that are specified are what we have based our modelling on. So the modelling has assumed that the site will discharge at its maximum permitted rate at all times, which it is very, very unlikely to do. So those pollutants are specified. They're specified by the Environment Agency through the permit, but fundamentally they've come down from Europe
and the Industrial Emissions Directive. And those, the majority of those will include continuous monitoring. There are a number which won't be continuously monitored, but they will have requirements for monitoring. Those will be required to usually quarterly for things like dioxins and furans, which are very, very difficult to monitor on a continuous basis. So quarterly for the first year, usually dropping to 6 monthly subsequently. But they are regularly assessed, and all of that data gets passed to the Environment Agency. The monitoring that's done, both the continuous monitoring and the extractive, as we would call it, monitoring, the one that's done less regularly, it's not on a continuous basis, are done to set standards. So the continuous monitors and the teams coming in to undertake the monitoring have to work to what we call the MCERT standard. That's an Environment Agency specified standard. MCERT simply stands for monitoring certification, and that is applicable both to certain continuous monitors. So MVAR will only be able to install certain monitors which are capable of undertaking the monitoring to the relevant standard, and indeed they'll only be able to employ certain monitoring teams to come in and both check and calibrate those monitors and to undertake the extractive sampling to do the extra monitoring which can't be monitored on a continuous basis.
So these will be given to anybody who wants to have a look at, like parish councils. They will be fully informed of anything.
The data goes to the Environment Agency, and the Environment Agency can put them on the public register.
Okay, so thank you for that. So, will there be any CCTV and optical systems, especially in relation to the stack? So we've heard about there probably won't be any visible plume, but possibly. So any visible plume or non-conforming event can be investigated. So are we having CCTV to look at anything that may occur?
Before you answer, I've had a request, Councillor Connor, to switch your mic off actually when NVAR are answering. Otherwise people online can't see them. That's fine. Sorry, back over to you.
No problem. Our entire site currently is covered by over 30 CCTV cameras, and I don't see any reason why that would change and not be extended as part of the course.
I'll carry on. I'll plough on then. Is wind direction, speed being monitored at the site? Are there any specific actions needs when conditions are blowing towards a significant receptor like St Ives, or indeed any other parish councils or anywhere else? I'm saying St Ives because that's the town. Could the wind data be made publicly available? So if it's on a westerly thing, so can you give some indication of whether that would be, you'd be happy to do that to allay people's fears?
Is this in relation to the whole site, or is this in relation to...
It is to the whole site, really, yeah. But basically, primarily for the incinerator, yeah. And
okay, we have a weather station on site, and we record weather data as many other airfields and companies do.
Okay.
It's freely available on the internet and also from us if needs be.
Right, thank you. I suppose that's nearly it for me, I suppose. But just one, if I may, Chair, before we go, if there was ever an emergency that impacted on the health of residents when it was fully in operation, how long would it take to extinguish it or do whatever, or switch it off, or so there is no further pollution?
I think you might be speculating an answer on that one, but
no. It might. I think it's a relevant question, Chairman.
So I think the question is more around your emergency procedures if there is an issue.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. So, what's the emergency procedures for that, and how long will it take to extinguish it, so no pollutants can come in the atmosphere?
So, as part of our application with the Environment Agency,
sorry.
So as part of our application with the Environment Agency, and as part of that substantial variation which we've talked about, we have to submit a number of documents. That is incredibly detailed, and part of that is an emergency or an accident plan. within that, that will be reviewed by the Environment Agency. We will give them all of the detailed design and all of the information they need to say, that's okay, that's acceptable. And we will work with them to get that where it needs to be, and to get the systems where they need to be acceptable under legislation.
Okay.
Thank you. Members.
That's okay. Questions need to be asked. So, sorry, Emma's asking to come in. So, Ms. Fitch, please.
So just to clarify, I've just been onto the website and I can get into all of the documents that you suggested you couldn't get into. So happy to speak to you afterwards if you still think there was a problem.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fitch. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Councillors Smith, Prentice, Corney, and then Councillor Ray. So, Mandy, please.
Thank you. First of all, I don't know if I should declare an interest, as I'm a member of the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Fire Authority, and it has been mentioned about the fire. So just for, as it's been mentioned, I will.
Noted, but I don't think it precludes you from taking part.
Right. Basically, you've obviously heard the comments from members of the public, parish councils, etc., about issues relating to their villages, about harm this application could cause. You did mention it at the end of your speech, but I missed it. Sorry, trouble hearing. Can you tell me the benefit to the local residents who are saying they're going to get harm? Or
so you're referring to my comment in relation to the planning balance and
oops.
So as I was summing up, obviously planning decisions are made in the planning balance. So planning decisions are made in the public interest. So there is always a balance of positives and negatives. So what I was suggesting is that the significant benefits of this proposal in terms of climate change, global warming, moving waste up the hierarchy, dealing with waste in a sustainable way, generating renewable energy, are all matters which we all should be concerned with. So whilst I talk about that, not necessarily specifically to local people, but it is a wider problem that we all should be focusing on and dealing with our waste as sustainably as we can.
Thank you. And apologies if I don't know if anybody else is going to raise it, but the issue of the consultation has been raised as well. And one parish council chairman did say that nationally, you're encouraged to consult. That doesn't seem to be sort of coming through. Can you tell me what consultation actually took place?
Yeah, sure. So I was having deal with applications that are contentious up and down the country. I was fully aware that before we undertook this process, which is subject to the EIA regulations, which obviously encourages and supports community consultation. So it was certainly a focus of mine, having been and seen criticisms of other applicants in such proposals that are contentious, and one never really knows to what extent a local community. Now, where is that local community start and stop? So what we did. So
if we can let them finish, please. Thank you.
So what we did initially, we engaged with the council's pre-application service. This is all part of the consultation period as a whole, not just the sort of local community consultation, but that forms part of it. So we engaged with the pre-application service to obtain advice from the planning officers. We submitted a scoping opinion report, which also carried out a consultation period. The company set up a website. We engaged with the local planning officers directly to talk about what level of community consultation we should carry out. And through discussions and trying to draw boundaries, we came up with what we felt was a reasonable locality within which to do leaflet drop, which then signal people to look at the company's website, which was then set up. Now, as I say, somebody mentioned that normally applicants, they're normally dealing with applications for building extensions, which people might not be so interested in. facilities such as this obviously create a degree of interest. How wide that interest is and what extent that interest is right from the, right from the outset, is a very difficult thing to predict. So people, you can, there'll be people beyond this community in this particular room that might also say, well, I didn't know about it either. But where does the applicant stop? He has to come up with what he feels is a reasonable degree of publicity within the locality. And I think it'd be fair to say that the local community, beyond our early consultation, which is being criticised, have been fully informed of this now and will have had their say in regard to the determination of this application.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Prentice, please.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Smith just basically asked my question, but I'll ask it and follow it through. Consultation is a word we've heard from nearly everybody here today. Are you happy that you undertook the widest meaningful consultation and dialogue with enough interested parties? And can you demonstrate where you have listened, where you've actually done something to reflect those views?
I suppose going back to your first part of your question relates to Councillor Smith's question. Am I happy? I'm not. In hindsight, would the consultation period have been better to be slightly wider or wider? Perhaps it would. I don't have hindsight. So as I said, what we did, and we gave some meaningful thought to this. So I'd like members of the public to realise that what we didn't do flippantly was just draw a radius and think that was acceptable. We had discussions with planning officers about the extent of this. So that's hopefully answered your first point. Well, of course, as part of now, the EIA regulations are all relate to an iterative process. So as part of the scoping opinion, as part of the council's pre-application feedback, as part of all of the comments received on this application, and there have been, wherever possible, iterations to the proposal to deal with, for example, lorry routing, trying to address any mitigation with regard to noise, odour, all of the comments, not just statutory technical people's comments. All comments are taken into account seriously by the applicant, and wherever possible, look to address, to minimise the impacts by the scheme. And that is a formal requirement of the EIA regulations in any event, that iterative process. So the answer to that is yes, that has happened.
Thank you for that. Just a supplementary from your very first response. Do you now, with hindsight, regret the process that you undertook? And if you're going to do it again, would you take into account the views of a much wider audience than what you actually did?
Like I said, hindsight's a wonderful thing. I think I think it would be fair to say that the themes, topics, concerns of the immediate local people also are reflective of the wider audience, if you want to put it like that. So I don't believe that the if you like, the extent of public consultation and then a wider extent of comments has brought anything new to the table. So no, in that regard.
Thank you, Chair. Just one final question. I'll ask it a second time. Do you regret the process that you've undertaken?
I think the applicant has answered as best as they can, so I think that's probably the best we're going to get on this stage, and it is a relatively speculative question, I think, as well, so I don't think that's going to affect any planning decisions we make today, but I appreciate you answering it either way. Councillor Corney is up next. Councillor.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'd just like to sort of know a little bit more about the volume of the clinical waste. And obviously, an incinerator in the first place is obviously a contentious item. And we actually add another layer once we start talking clinical waste. Obviously, as we've heard, I'm just looking through. I'm on a website at the moment, looking at all the different incinerators available for clinical waste around the UK, and there's very few that get anywhere near the volume we're looking at. So, just sort of question why. How important is that element to your your business to start with? Just trying to clarify whether there's actually that need. You're saying there is a need. I think we've heard lots of people ask about that need, sort of saying there's claiming there isn't a need. Just looking at the numbers, there's very few that get anywhere near 12,000 tonnes for a high temperature incinerator. I mean, obviously there's various different ways. There's dedicated health, 18 other different sites, residual waste incinerators. It's quite a minefield, isn't it? There's different techniques out there, but specifically for high temperature, nobody's getting anywhere near these. Very few places are getting near 12,000 tonnes. So you could just give us a little bit of information on that. That'd be helpful.
I mean, again, this won't be a material planning consideration, the need. We're here to make a decision on whether this application is suitable or not. But if you want to answer, you can, please do feel free.
Thank you both. I'll do my best. So I'm aware of more recently a proposal slightly bigger, actually 16,000 tonnes of a similar waste streams, clinical waste, high temperature treatment plant in Stoke-on-Trent, 16,000 tonnes. I think the need argument, although at first we were not really pushed too hard to demonstrate the need. We did, however, engage with some particular specialist consultants to do some work through the need assessment. And I think that is fairly clear in the committee report that the officer has set out, that all options in relation to dealing with this waste stream have been considered locally and regionally. If anybody wants to read material around the NHS and how they transport material, that is transported all around the country, never mind just more on a regional basis. So I think it is fair to say that there is a need for dealing with this waste stream. And as I suggested in my beginning, that the principle of look, when you're looking for sites within Cambridgeshire and minerals, Cambridgeshire and Peterborough area, Cambridgeshire itself and Peterborough as both minerals and waste authority have a duty to provide sites and as to where applicants should look for such facilities to be located. So in this particular case, the locations in principle is acceptable. We feel like there is a need, and that report, the committee report, has dealt with that. So whether there are comparable sites around the country in terms of size, I've not done much research on that, to be honest. But as I say, I do know there was a similar sort of facility granted in Stoke-on-Trent last year, and that was right in the middle of Stoke-on-Trent urban area. So I've tried my best to answer your question.
No, thank you very much. That's appreciated. Next, we have Councillor Ray, please.
If I can just extend Councillor Corney's question a little bit. I've been trying to find out how much it costs to dispose of medical waste, and it's difficult to find out. But I managed to find an RCN report, a Freedom of Information request from NHS facilities, which put the costs at between £150 and £1,000 per tonne as the cost of getting medical waste removed. This, if you multiply by 12,000, comes out at 1.2 million to 12 million pounds potential income. Can you put that in the context of the turnover of your site? How much What I'm asking is a ballpark figure for how much the income from the medical waste will contribute to the turnover of the site if this planning application goes ahead.
Yeah, again, I'm not, yeah, tricky one that. It's profits aren't something we consider, but if you wish to answer, you can, but you're not obliged to.
Oh, there we go. If I'm honest, it's the revenue coming in. It's not something I personally deal with. It's not something that I'm exceptionally knowledgeable about. But in the context of investment, to build the facility as a whole, not just because we seem to be focusing on just the healthcare plan. To build this facility as a whole is a significant infrastructure investment from us. And I think that should be taken into account in relation to your question.
Okay, thank you for that. I have next questions from,
I've got
did you want to follow up?
follow up.
Okay.
Yeah. Really unrelated. What's the nature of the incinerator that you're going to build or intending to build? Is it a rotary kiln or a plasma? What's the nature of it?
That will come down to detailed design, where our technology provider will provide all of the specifics to require to comply with the environmental requirements. With the high temperature incinerators, there's a number of options that you can choose. They're usually dual stage, but we will look at the technology and select the most appropriate along with the Environment Agency to ensure it meets the regulations.
Okay, and can you confirm that the output from that incinerator will be purely heat to assist the anaerobic digester and the PFPF plant, the pellet plant?
Yes, the heat will be recovered and transported as high quality heat around the site to power the other processes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have two more councillors wanting to ask you questions. First being Councillor Kindersley and then Councillor Sanderson.
Thank you. I would like to ask you a question. First, I would like to go back to the public engagement. And I know that from a development perspective, developers find public engagement really tiresome, generally speaking. But the reality is that you have sat behind you a lot of people who are A, very cross, B, feel that they haven't been adequately consulted, and C, and this is where I'm going with this, are not terribly trusting of what they are being told, if it's by yourselves, if it's by the Waste Planning Authority, if it's by the Environment Agency, and so on. And that's a really regrettable state of affairs to have arrived at. I think we would all agree. The concern that I have is that, for example, in the report in front of us, the residents group asked via their solicitor for the model files that were used, and here I'm quoting, that lie behind the input modeling data. And ENVAR said, we will not supply those files unless at the formal request of the Waste Planning Authority. Now, where I'm not clear is that the Waste Planning Authority, us, did in fact see those files because they were sent to our outside consultant, and therefore the outside consultant came back and said they don't give us any additional information. But what this episode I'm quoting serves to do is to continue.
Sorry, Councillor, I'm being asked if officers can come in at this stage.
Okay.
I think it'd be helpful. Emma.
Just to clarify that the Waste Planning Authority didn't need those files, didn't have those files. So just to get that, please.
But we are told that AQC has advised the model files would supply no additional information. Presumably they wouldn't have said that if they hadn't seen them. Or are you saying that you did see them?
Can I just clarify? No, I haven't seen the files. But the information within them is all the information that would have gone into those files is already presented within the reports we've been provided.
Thank you. That's very helpful because I think it underlines the point that I'm making, which is that the people behind you are not trusting of this situation. And there is a perfect example of perhaps why they aren't trusting of the situation. So my question for you.
Can I just clarify one thing is when it gets to the permit, the Environment Agency will require those files and there will be.
And that is made very clear in the report. So yes, I appreciate that. So my question is, currently there seems to be a kind of ad hoc public engagement policy, and there doesn't appear to be any formal way of dealing with, for example, the liaison group. So my question is, would you be agreeable to, for example, a quarterly liaison group involving the parish and district and town councillors who wish to be involved, plus our officers if appropriate? Now, I don't think that we're able to do that as a condition. We do it as a side letter, don't we? But in any case, it would be really helpful, and I think would give a certain amount of confidence to the people sitting behind you if you were able to give us an assurance or commitment in that direction this morning.
Gentlemen.
Regards liaison committee and having an open dialogue, yes, more than happy.
Good. Thank you very much. Councillor Sanderson, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just curious to know, the hours of construction are to be between 7 in the morning and 6 p.m, 6 in the evening, but yet the vehicle movements for collections, deliveries, etc. to the site when it's operational are between 5 a.m. and 10 p.m. Why is there that big discrepancy? I think we heard from Councillor Kerr from St Ives, their concerns about heavy goods vehicles creating that noise, those unsociable hours. Could you not have those hours the same as the construction between 7 in the morning and 6 at night?
Those are our current hours that currently exist and have existed since our previous planning permission without incident. So,
sorry, there's quite a bit of chatter behind me. Unfortunately, I can't hear both sides, but I think I got your gist of your answer. Sorry, you were saying that was the hours of construction are conditioned under the planning.
yes, sorry, I'm talking about the operational hours you mentioned.
Right, sorry, yeah, I didn't quite get the last bit of your answer. You're saying that's laid down in
our current planning permission.
Yeah.
The operational hours are the same as is in the conditions that are drafted there.
Right, yeah, I'm aware of that, but that seems to be a cause of concern for residents, particularly if you're living in St Ives. Is there no way you could look at that again?
I didn't actually hear that residents had a concern about the hours of the movement of traffic beyond 7 till 6. Is that being?
No, I'm referring to the hours of operation, which I think is a point Councillor Kerr from St Ives made. There could be deliveries, traffic movements to and from the site once it's operational between 5 a.m. and 10 p.m, in which case they would presumably be driving through built up areas earlier than that or later than that.
Well, I think that was the point that James was making, that this is how the existing planning permission is controlled. So there are no changes to how that works at the moment. I'm not aware of any concerns that have been raised over the years in relation to those particular hours. If there are those particular concerns, we've mentioned the liaison group. We'd be happy to try and work with the local community to try and address any of those concerns.
Okay, thank you. But I think that was the concern of St Ives Town Council, which we heard earlier. Yeah.
Perhaps officers can clarify the justification for those timings in our report.
Yeah, so just to clarify, this planning permission that we're looking at now will operate, if it is permitted, alongside the existing permission. So all the existing operations at that site will operate between those hours. So if you were, or anyone was minded to reduce those hours in any way, you would end up with a difficulty with the monitoring element as to which lorries were related to which permission. So I think you just need to be mindful of that. When we come back to the site liaison meeting, we have had a condition in the past on a previous application that I've looked up. So if you want us to go into that when we move to debate, happy to do that, and we can refer separately, which would involve a scheme coming in.
Councillor Kinners, is this on the same point?
It is. Thank you, Chair, for allowing me to come back. What Councillor Sanderson, it seems to me, is saying is there a way of making the start time of the works not 5 o'clock in the morning, but 7 o'clock in the morning, if I've understood correctly? And what I'm hearing is, but hang on, we already have planning consent to start at 5. But that seems to be in conflict with the proposal over vehicle numbers, which is suggested changes. So have I misunderstood, or are we treating oranges like oranges and apples?
So if we come back to the traffic, and I think what was trying to be said earlier is that they have planning permission to allow up to that 240 figure. So what we're saying is that wasn't previously controlled other than through the tonnages. What's being proposed by this planning application is that we do control that. So effectively, the permission that already exists. So this won't supersede that in any way. And that's the point that I'm trying to make. We need to be careful about. But this one is coming with more control, shall we say, than the previous one has had.
Okay, thank you. I think that's helped clarify. I have Councillor Bradnam. It's a question for the applicants.
Thank you, Chair. At present, and this last iteration of questions sort of illustrates the point, the implication is that there will only be, and indeed our highways officers have said, there's only a relatively minimal potential increase in actual numbers accessing the site. And the condition that we're putting on for 190 actually is less than that was permitted previously. So I just wanted to check if there were any problem with, for example, lorries wanting to arrive with you at 5 o'clock in the morning and ending up queuing outside your entrance to get in because they can't go in before 5, and that backing up towards the Wheatsheaf crossroads. What provision do you have in mind to make sure that doesn't happen? So that's one question. If I may, I'll do it one at a time.
I think we're going to wait for an answer on that one, if that's okay.
That isn't something that has currently happened yet. And obviously our vehicle movements are very, very similar at the moment. However, if that became a problem or was perceived as to potentially become a problem, that is something we'd be more than happy to discuss and have a local agreement with during liaison meetings to find a solution for that.
Thank you. Right, one of the things I just wanted to check is, have you previously, I'm thinking about noise now, and the noise that's most likely to be objectionable is the noise of shredding wood waste. And I don't know if that does actually happen at the site. I noticed that you're on page 113, it's described as that is one of the operations that is only allowed to happen outside buildings between 7 and 10. You don't allow that as early as 5, because obviously that has a potential to be really quite disruptive. So I just wanted to check, have you had any objections from neighbours about the noise of that operation at all? No, there are people with their hands up. behind
Yeah,
you,
I
not
think this
their
is a
questions will be
question for the
taken,
applicant.
but
So
this
I'm
is for
just
the
going to take,
applicant.
I'm just going to take an answer from them. Okay.
Right.
As you
In particular relation to shredding of wood waste, no. In general, people have previously raised noise issues which have been responded to, like we respond to the HGVs, like we respond to anybody who would like to talk to us.
So can I ask what noises they have objected to?
Over the history of the site, and I've been there just over 2 years, there's been a small amount of complaints over that time regarding a knocking noise, for example, which was a certain part of our machinery which was knocking down the road and was heard down the road. The local resident called us, we rectified the situation, we made our apologies, and we put things in place to make sure it didn't happen again.
Or did you say that was machinery on site or machinery as it was going off site?
No, the part of our machinery that is on site was defective, like things they break. It was identified, it was rectified. We put in a check-in procedures to ensure it didn't happen again, and reported that back to the local resident. And that's what we try and do with everything.
And I'd just like to say I'm very pleased to hear that if this planning permission gets approval, you are very happy to undertake a liaison meeting more regularly. And I think initially, certainly during construction, quarterly is useful. It gives you a real scheduled opportunity for residents to raise their concerns with you. It gives you a format, it gives you minuted records of what people are concerned about. And it also means they can be published on parish council websites so the residents can see the things that have been raised and the things that you're addressing. And if I may say so, it gives you a wonderful opportunity to show and demonstrate that you do care about what parish councils and residents are raising as concerns.
Thank
That's
you.
if you get your approval.
Thank you, councillor. Gentleman and lady, we don't have any more questions from councillors as far as I can see. So just leaves me to say thank you very much for taking the time to answer questions that we had for you, and we'll invite you to return to the floor. Thank you very much. Members, it is 10 to 1. We're about to move into the public speakers or speakers of the members of the public. If all of them do speak, it will run us to around 45 minutes. So and I imagine it will go on longer with switches of seats, etc. So what I'm proposing on doing is we carry on going till 1:30, at which point we'll break for lunch for half an hour. Then if we haven't completed the list of public speakers, we'll come back and finish them off then. So I'm going to move into the public speaking element now. The first public speaker we have is Lorna Watkins, who's a resident of Somersham. Do you have Miss Watkins? Yep. Resident. So yeah, I think you've seen how the system works. So you've got the mic in front of you. So, did I say president? Okay, right. Okay, resident with a capital R of Somersham. So as mentioned, 3 minutes. There is a traffic light system in front of you. Green is good. Yellow's start winding up. Red is time up. Your mic is on. Yes, the little red light on the mic indicates whether it's on or off.
Okay, so let's just get one thing straight, shall we? This is not the county's need. This is NVAR's need, okay? And the two should not be confused, which is, I think, what has happened here. Okay, so I just wanted to get that point across. The traffic element of this application, still something doesn't quite add up with these deliveries. Right at the beginning, I believe, and I can't, I stand to be corrected, that MVAR said there would be one van delivery, and I say van, it can be small lorries as well, every half an hour. Let's say for 12 hours a day, that's 24 in, 24 out, if it was one, but there's one every half an hour, they said, in their original environmental statement. So that makes 48 vans per day. And when I say vans, these can be heavy commercial vehicles like trucks. I mean, they're small lorries, really. So I'm not sure this traffic info all adds up, and everyone is behind me, I think, is still confused. Yeah? Okay. So this application has been presented to us as some kind of green dream machine, like it's somehow eco-friendly. Well, I'm telling you, the ends do not just justify the means, okay? Due to the amount of carbon that's going to be released into the air. 12,000 tonnes of medical waste torched is equivalent of about 12,000 tonnes of carbon dioxide released into our air. And it's called skyfill, apparently. Found that out yesterday. So in 2019, the council declared a climate emergency. In 2021, it pledged to, and I quote, take bold action towards net zero carbon, stating people deserve clean air and access to local seasonal food. In 2022, the council called for urgent action to reduce carbon. Well, this urgency should start right here, right now, today. Yeah, the small amount of energy produced by this incinerator comes at a high climate cost due to the carbon. And as we know, carbon causes global warming. So this fanfare of net zero pledges that the council have been bombarding us with for the last few years will have zero credibility if this application goes ahead. And no one's going to listen to a word the council says because they won't believe you anymore. The council needs to stand up for what it stood for and reject this plan on carbon alone, and shouldn't be scared or feel like they're going to have to cave into this because they can't afford to fight it. In 2020, MVAR stated they wanted to cart waste into our county from across the eastern region, as far away as Luton and Southend-on-Sea. By 2022, they were saying healthcare waste is being sourced from the wider Cambridgeshire and Peterborough area.
Just sum up, please. That'd be great.
This is very vague. It fudges the facts. Perhaps geography just isn't their strong point. I've never heard of Southend being described in context of Peterborough. So also, visual impact has not been given enough
we have gone
weight.
over time, so I'm going to have to cut you off, I'm afraid. Apologies
Okay.
for that.
Thank you for listening to us, councillors.
Before you leave, members of the committee, do we have any questions of clarity from Ms. Watkins on any of her presentation? No, apologies. No, but thank you very much for taking the time to come. Okay, our next public speaker is Mr. John Marsh, who's representing the people opposing Woodhurst Incinerator, which I'm assuming has the acronym POWI.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, very clearly.
Right, I'll get cracking then. My name is John Marsh. I'm here to represent the worried people of St Ives, all the local residents. I'm also here to talk about the concerns of the lawyers that we've contracted as well. They're very concerned that any kind of approval will be based upon inaccurate and incomplete information and data. For example, the health impact assessment is inaccurate. NVAR used data that is 5 years out of date. The monitoring station that they refer to is an open and remote area. We've talked about this today. The NVAR site is not in an open and remote area. There's farms, businesses, traffic. There's a kids' nursery down the road. They also talk about the ingestion of dioxins through the consumption of locally grown fruit and vegetables as small. There are loads of people in this area that consume locally grown fruit and vegetables. We've got some farmers behind us here today. There's Cuckoo Bridge Farm Shop, Heath Farm, Colne Farm. The risk isn't small, it's absolutely massive. The emission of wastewater from the air quality assessment, a councillor over there talked about this earlier on. The dirty water storage lagoons are a key feature of this proposal. They're not included in the assessment. Shropshire Council 2019 said the storage of water and its discharge into off-site streams must be assessed. It is not being assessed. Odour, NVAR say that no odour information was available on the odour emissions from the existing discharges. Everybody that lives around here, we all know the problems that we've had with the odour problems with NVAR. There are no conditions to limit the existing operations. Therefore, the current odour issues must be taken into consideration. They're not being taken into consideration. Calculation of nitrogen dioxide background levels. Again, the data that NVAR uses is out of date. They talk about a different location. It's not representative of this local area. They do admit that their figures are notably lower than those recorded by the diffusion tubes in St Ives, but are representative of a rural background with no significant contributions from industrial processes or heavily trafficked roadways. I've talked about the farms, I've talked about the agricultural processes that are going on in the area, I've talked about the local traffic. This data is unrepresentative. We've seen from the maps, they say that they will avoid residential areas. The route goes straight through St Ives. They talk about using other routes in unforeseen issues. What is an unforeseen issue? Where are the other routes? I mean, we need some sort of clarification on this. It will hit the morning commute. the cyclists, the traffic, our kids that are walking to schools. I've also got a question for the council as well. I mean, how will the council manage the conditions they've set here? You know, what kind of penalties are there for non-compliance? How will this be independently reported, not just by Envar themselves? You know, we've already seen that there is not a huge amount of trust in the local community about this. This is going to be a massive financial burden, and we're going to lose out as a community. And not only that, but we're going to end up paying for it. Now, I'm not going to talk about the statistics anymore because people have spoken about that time and time again. You know, the guy from Envar said, we feel there is a need. We need statistics on this. All the statistics show that in Cambridgeshire, we do not need more medical waste incineration. We already have enough capacity as it is. And as somebody said earlier, we're going to have to drag it out from the rest of the country. An approval will be based upon, as our lawyers say, faulty information, data that is inaccurate, incomplete, out of date, and unrepresentative of this local area. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that, almost to the second, so I appreciate that. I believe that we do have a question from Councillor Connor for yourself.
Yeah, thank you. So in your humble opinion, how do you think this application, if it goes through, will affect the Raptor Foundation, which is very, very close, the Travellers site, and also the nursery, and they're in close proximity to the application site? So in your opinion.
Do you know what? Be some clarity on the presentation, but if you do wish to give an opinion,
I think that question is almost rhetorical in itself. I mean, what do you think? And do you know what? If somebody does want an official answer on that, then you can email it through and I'll talk to my lawyer about it and then I'll get an answer back to you. But I mean, seriously, like these people are going to speak to us all today. How do you think they feel? Honestly, how do you think? I don't think I actually need to answer that.
No, I think you've answered it sufficiently.
You.
Thank you very much. Quite aptly, we are now going to hear from the Raptor Foundation. Ms. Elizabeth Blows, is she with us? Good morning. Afternoon. So, as with the other speakers, 3 minutes to address the committee, and then if you could stay seated in case there are questions for yourself at the end.
How do I feel? Gutted. I feel lost, not informed about this. You know, the Raptor Foundation is a charity. It also houses endangered species. You know, we're an educational conservation place. We're not just all about birds. We educate people. You know, we put a lot of money into this centre. We've built an environment for nature. You know, all I can see is the good that we've done at the Raptor Foundation is not going to be upheld by the bad that's going to be done by Envar. The amount of traffic that's going to go down that road. You know, the incinerator itself, we've just put up a accommodation. We've got a caravan park. Who's going to come stay at the Raptor Foundation looking at a chimney? You know, I've got this all written down and I just can't read it because I'm so upset about this. You know, you here make the decision as to whether the Raptor Foundation continues. You know, we rely on public coming into our doors. Without the public, we can't fulfill our aims. You know, we're governed by the zoo licensing. We have to continue doing education and conservation. On our site, we have found so many different species of animals since we've put up the trees, the woodland walk area. That's without birds. You know, we're in education. As I say, we're education. What was Envar going to do? Bring in more lorries, more congestion, the air. You know, when I told my vet that there was an incinerator going across the road from where we are, and it's going to have a 26-metre stack, his words were, "Oh my God, Liz, that's not good for the birds. The toxins and that are coming out of that chimney." And you can't tell me they're not going to come out the chimney. You can't here tell any of us that it's not going to affect us, because it will. All right. My birds are my pride and joy. I don't want to see them go. You know, you've got to say no to this. You've got to, I mean, for all of us, the local community, The local business are going to lose out. Do you want that? Knowing that your decision has made that happen. What am I going to do with my animals at the Raptor Foundation? And that's all I'm going to say, because I'm getting too upset about it all.
Okay. You wouldn't mind staying seated? I see we do have a question for you, if that's okay, from one of the councillors, Councillor
No,
Smith.
it's just basically, I can see you're upset. You had a sort of a list there prepared. I didn't know if it was appropriate if an officer read it out or not,
I mean, was it?
or unless you've made all your points. Right.
Okay, but thank you for the suggestion. Councillor, sorry, Miss Blows. Miss Blows, apologies. Miss Blows, there was one more question from another councillor. Sorry to keep dragging you up and down. So it's from Councillor Bradnam.
Thank you, Chair. Ms Blows, thank you for your heartfelt words. I absolutely understand. I have visited the Raptor Foundation some years ago, and I'm sure it's developed a lot since I was there. But what I just wanted to check with you is, are you aware that this, if it received permission, this site would be built, this new element, the new elements of it would have to comply with the best available techniques requirements, which are EU-wide legislation. Excuse me, members, sorry, members of the public. These are very strict. They're extremely strict, and they relate to the emissions from any incineration stack, plus any emissions from buildings related to waste disposal and waste waste disposal.
Is there a question?
So my concern is, are you aware that it would be in compliance with those regulations?
But can we trust them? You know, the wind blows in different ways. You know, it doesn't matter if it goes to St Ives. You know, can we literally trust them? Yeah, you know, I've got birds to think of. You've got, some of you have got children to think of. How's the nursery going to fare? You know, it's the loss of the local businesses that rely on public selling their produce, visiting the Raptor Foundation. You know, they've got money to spend. I don't.
Thank you for that. I absolutely understand where you're coming from. But just wanted to say that in my understanding, the Environment Agency would have to take all of what you say into account if and when they're asked to issue.
But that's only if it's reported to them.
No, they have to.
Oh,
they have to.
I think we're getting a bit off track.
Yeah,
here,
okay,
but,
okay, probably we are. But
okay. Members, did anyone else have any final questions before we let Ms Blows go? No. Okay. Thank you very much again. I won't drag you back to the table. Thank you. Next, we're joined by our next speaker, who's joining us virtually, I hope, Dr. Alan James from CPRE, Cambridgeshire and Peterborough. Mr. James, are you with us? He is.
I hope you can hear me.
We can.
I've just turned my camera
and hear
on.
you fine.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if you heard my introduction to the previous speakers, but you've got 3 minutes to address the planning committee, at the end of which there may be some questions. So if you could stay on the line, that would be appreciated. So please, whenever you're ready.
Sure. Okay. Well, I did not travel today because I wanted to minimize my carbon footprint. And climate change is the most serious issue facing us all. And I'll come back to that later. This proposal will create a major industrial site in what is a relatively rural landscape. In fact, an almost totally rural landscape. Even the existing site appears pretty rural when you go past it, the nature of the buildings. It will be visible for miles around. It will not be hidden as claimed by trees and shrubs. These take a long time to grow. And of course, applicants, landscape agents always forget that in this country we have winter. And during winter, screening trees have no leaves. It's a convenient thing to forget. So CPRE's position on the landscape, as advised by our landscape experts, Michel Bolger Associates, is that this proposal will have a major impact when viewed from some directions. Unfortunately, we have not been able to afford to bring Michel Boulder Associates to provide us with a full report. We are restricted in our funding, but you will remember them from the Waterbeach proposal some years ago, some of you. So we believe that this site will have an unnecessary impact on the landscape with its bulk of buildings and its 24/7 lighting and its chimney. And of course, you're being asked today to approve a 26-metre chimney, but that may not be the actual height of the chimney, because it says in the council report that if the Environment Agency require a higher chimney, that will have to be permitted, but it will go through a supplementary planning proposal. So actually, you don't know what you're approving today, or what the eventual outcome will be and its effect on the landscape. The carbon footprint, that's already been mentioned, and we're very aware that the county council is an exemplar in producing low carbon energy. It's car park solar panels, and it's community heat pump proposals. The carbon emissions from this site will completely outweigh, okay, the savings in carbon emissions that are being made by the county council spending millions on those low environment energy projects. And I think that's a great shame. I would question why the applicant is burning wood waste on the site.
Mr. James, if you could sum up, please. We are out of time.
Sure, wood waste can be recycled, and I would question that. So on landscape, we object. On on climate emissions, we object.
Okay. Appreciate you can't hear that. You just got a round of applause. So.
Oh, thank you.
So members of the committee, do we have any questions of clarity for Dr. James of CPRE? No, I think that was all very clear, Doctor. So thank you very much for taking the time to speak to us this morning. And we will move on to our next public speaker, who is also joining us online.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Do we have a Lulu Agate online from Cambridge Friends of the Earth?
Yes, I'm here. Hello. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can't see you as of yet.
Would you like to see me? I can do that.
Please, if possible. It's not essential, but does help.
How do I do that? View.
If it's too much hassle,
no, I'm
we've
here.
got you.
Here I am. Here I am. Here I am.
Good.
I'd like to say initially, this is a statement that I haven't written on my own, and the person who would have been delivering it couldn't be here. And the second thing is, I apologise if my cat interrupts me. I'm going to have my timer on so I can stick to the point. So we have many concerns about this application, including the adverse impacts on wildlife and local residents, the Environment Agency's wholly inadequate and not fit for purpose monitoring regime, which we presume the incinerator will be subject to, and of course carbon emissions. However, our main concerns are particulate emissions from the incinerator, and I'll start with that. A UK report entitled The Health Effects of Waste Incinerators by the British Society for Ecological Medicine, conducted in 2005 and updated in 2008, states, since the publication of this report, important new data has been published strengthening the evidence that fine particulate pollution plays an important role in both cardiovascular and cerebrovascular mortality, and demonstrating that the danger is greater than previously realised. More data has also been realised on the dangers to health of ultrafine particulates and about the risks of other pollutants released from incinerators. With each publication, the hazards of incineration are becoming more obvious and more difficult to ignore. The conclusions of this report alone should be enough to turn down the application. After all, diesel cars are being legislated off the roads due to their particulate emissions, and yet here a potentially huge source of particulate pollution is being proposed. Secondly, we're very concerned about heavy metals. Regardless of the sorting and separation employed on the waste stream, sources of heavy metals will inevitably be added to the incinerator. For example, cadmium from nickel-cadmium batteries, lead from the solder in electrical goods, and mercury from batteries. The small size of many of these sources makes their removal from the incinerator's feed virtually impossible, and the ease with which they become attached to fine particulates from the incinerator makes their emission and deposition in the environment or inhalation a virtually foregone conclusion. Adding to this, the somewhat patchy recycling schemes for electrical waste in the county makes it all the more likely that such material will end up in the waste stream. Thirdly, dioxins. A typical waste stream consists of a huge range of materials, each of which has an optimal temperature at which it should be burnt to preclude the formation of hazardous compounds as a result of their incomplete combustion. How can the correct individual temperature be achieved for each particular element of the waste simultaneously? Bottom and fly ash amount to at least 25% by volume of original waste. A percentage of this is now highly toxic after burning and requires transportation to a specialist toxic landfill site, which partially at least gives lie to the argument that incineration is a replacement for landfill. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those comments. Members of the committee, do we have any clarity questions for Ms. Agate? No, I think that was all very clear. So again, thank you very much for taking the time to be with us today. And we will move on to our next two public speakers, who I believe we saw a bit earlier, Ms. Fairburn and Ms. Colville. If you're online. Ms. Agate, if you could turn your camera off now, please, that'll be helpful.
Off.
No, not you, the previous speaker. There we go. Okay, we can
We
see
are-
and hear you fine.
We're two different speakers.
Okay, so it's 3 minutes each or 6 minutes between you, whichever you prefer.
Do you want to go first? You go first. Oh, okay. Okay, hello. I'm Jennifer Colville, not Colville, Colville. I've lived in this area for 52 years in Bluntisham, Colne, Somersham and St Ives. So I know the area pretty well. I would just make one comment that the other day I was coming back from Needingworth, and as I turned out of the roundabout to come to St Ives, this was during the daytime, not rush hour, I was queued from there to the roundabout by Morrison's in normal day traffic. There were no hazards, it was just traffic, you know how many there was. So already it is chaos down there, the traffic. I live in St Ives, I've never had a leaflet about this ever, and no anyone I know, I've asked them. And to be honest, Cambridgeshire County Council is not in St Ives or any of those villages and really has no idea. They're 20 miles away, you know. So, but actually I'm going to tell you a little story, which is factual and from my life, and was just a few years ago. A few years ago, I was in India doing a charity bike ride. And on the first day, I was in Shimla, 7,238 feet above sea level. As we were standing on a terrace, looking down into the valley, there was a lady next to me who was English on the bike ride, and there was an Indian gentleman next to me the other side. And the lady looking down said, "Look at the steam coming up from the jungle." Went quiet. The gentleman then said, who was local, "That is not steam, it's pollution and dioxin coming from the incinerator. That is what is killing the people and the wildlife." And as we know, later on, we had the problem with dioxin killing people in India. So don't tell me that this incinerator will not be killing the people. In fact, I would say that if this happens, and I've lived in St Ives since 1972, we will be moving away. We will not stay here to be killed by it. I'll just show you a picture. You mentioned plume. That's a plume from a similar incinerator to this one. Don't tell me it's not polluting the air for miles and miles around, because I'm not stupid and I don't believe a word anybody's saying. They're only out for the money. That's it.
Thank you, that's very clear. So I presume we'll be moving on to Ms. Fairburn, if you'd like to take your 3 minutes now.
Good afternoon, which it is now.
This is really an answer to Councillor Ray and Councillor Corney about the excessive size of this incinerator. In Country Style, in the Country Style magazine, which I read end to end, it says that the NHS have awarded a waste management contract for 6 acute hospitals in Kent, 150 smaller units and various clinics, etc., etc. There are 2 million people in Kent and 16,815 in the St Ives. And even if you add the villages, you will not get to 20,000. So that's 2 million waste collections, if you like, that Country Style, part of Edinburgh, are picking up. So that's what will be coming into the 24/7 operation. Now, they have also got an arrangement with Frankie, who are a builders merchant in the north. They operate in Derbyshire, Yorkshire, Lancashire, and they say that getting a partnership with Envar will give them both opportunities to recycle aggregates and hazardous waste services. So that is where the extra size of the incinerator is going to be. It's going to be a for profit where we gain nothing but dioxin. That's all. And of course, we are aware of their historic, awful safety record, which I assume I can't go into.
Okay. Thank you very much to both of you for both your comments. They're both appreciated. I'm going to ask if any members of the committee have questions for either of our public speakers we've just heard. I don't see any, so it just leaves me to say thank you very much to both of you for holding on the line so long. I appreciate it's been a long day, so thank you very much for both of your time this afternoon.
Welcome.
Remember, 26 metres is nearly 100 feet as well.
Thank you. If you wouldn't mind switching the camera off now as well, please, that'll be appreciated. Our next public speaker, I'm hoping, is joining us in the room, Mr. Matthew Deacon. Do we have a Mr. Deacon? Yes, we do. So I won't go through the rigmarole, but 3 minutes and there's a traffic light system in front of you whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning is what I'd written, optimistically, but good afternoon. I want to express serious concern that real life road safety impacts of this application have not been adequately assessed by the applicant nor the Highways Authority. Briefly, and for context, I'm former Cambridgeshire County Council Road Safety Officer of 7 years. I set up the current Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Road Safety Partnership in 2007, and I coordinated its programme for 5 years. So I know a thing or two about road safety on Cambridgeshire's rural roads. I now work for a major NGO where I specialise in disaster risk reduction, and this is looking pretty disastrous to me. The officer's conclusion states that any adverse impacts on highway capacity or safety would be very small. Well, how small is small? Small isn't empirical evidence. Does it mean one more road user killed or two? How about a family? How many more vehicle movements would have been needed for this to have been considered a moderate adverse impact or a large adverse impact? The report doesn't offer any verifiable scales to measure its conclusions against. It's little more than a reckon, in truth. It doesn't show it's working. I think the committee is owed the actual evidence behind the assertions that are being made. In my view, these conclusions have been made without considering all the relevant aspects of road safety. This is insufficient for an authority that has rightly and publicly committed itself to an evidence-based approach to road casualty reduction, and unacceptable to local road users who have witnessed so many collisions on the B1040 already. I know I have. Local road users have said no, and they deserve better than to be exposed to the risk of life and limb. In fact, they have a right to better, and councillors will doubtless be aware that the Road Traffic Act 1988 places a statutory duty on the council to take measures in the exercise of all their powers for controlling the movement of traffic on roads to prevent accidents. There are multiple risk factors which have not been considered individually or in combination with each other, as they should be within the safe system model of road safety, including the nature of these additional movements, which will number tens of thousands every year. Because behind each of these additional vehicle movements is a human driver making a work-related journey, often involving long hours of driving, early morning or late night commutes, shift patterns, which lead to driver fatigue. And fatigued drivers have slower reaction times, reduced vigilance, and impaired decision-making abilities. This significantly increases the likelihood of them being involved in a collision. These are all facts. Approving this application will roll the dice for thousands of people using those roads every day who have already said no. They don't want anyone gambling with their family's safety. I urge the committee to stand up for local road users, reject this application, and stand and fight any appeal that might follow. Please don't let us down. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deacon. Members, do you have any questions of clarification for Mr. Deacon? No, I see none. So it just leaves me to say thank you very much. Yeah, I think we've got time for one, maybe two more speakers before the break. So next I'm going to call on Kim Moosey. Kim Moosey, here we go. Appreciate I'm probably saying the surname wrong, but okay. So yeah, as with the others, 3 minutes.
Tell me when to go.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay.
Feel free to start.
So I'm Kim. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Everything I'm here to say is supported by our lawyers at Richard Buxton, who are specialists in environmental planning and public law. The residents of the town and surrounding villages have all contributed to paying for the lawyers, as we are taking this matter very seriously, which is why we employed expert legal advice. We still feel that we have many unanswered questions regarding ENVA's application, in which our lawyers are still questioning a lot of the correspondence. If the planning team get the recommendations and conditions met, then I ask how ENVA will be monitored. The residents are already concerned with the fact it provides nothing of significance to the locals and will harm our health, businesses, and put pressure on the road's infrastructure, which is already at breaking point, particularly around St Ives leading up to the site. If this is approved, how will it all be managed? What are the provisions put in place to make sure our air, food, water, and roads will be safe? How will all the departments liaise and conduct such management and monitoring of ENVA? Would all the use of resources come eventually down to the tax and ratepayer? Is this worth such a cost for an application that is so strongly opposed by thousands of residents with no clear benefit to the community? If ENVA are given approval, what's to say they won't expand, build more, and burn more waste? Where does it actually stop? Why on earth would an application be considered that will cause such devastating effects on residents, businesses, produce, a children's nursery, raptor centre, and traveller community all on its doorstep? In this country and the US, there are huge legal battles with incinerators already up and running but are not complying with health and safety rules. Would we really consider approving an incinerator knowing it's so difficult for them to manage safely, even with the best intentions? Why should we suffer such consequences for the sake of one company? Dr. Claire Holman submitted a report on air quality for our lawyers, and it was not summarised accurately, so we ask that this is looked into further and fairly. We feel that documents provided by ENVA that have been heavily scrutinised by our lawyers have been misjudged hugely and have not been taken on a case-by-case basis, and government policy has only been followed. The climate is in trouble already, so do we want to be the ones saying yes when legal experts in environmental and planning law have found so many inaccuracies with the data and documents provided by ENVA? If we allow this, how much more will ENVA apply for? Once we set the precedent, who's to say there won't be more incinerator applications up near us in other rural outskirts or towns? If you say yes, what's to say one won't be on your doorstep soon, or your family and friends' homes? You might not actually live here, so it might not matter to you, but I'm sure it would if one was built close to you, either in your town or countryside. Please consider and answer the questions fully that our lawyers have requested. Your legacy as councillors today is to use the science and refuse this application as it's harmful to human health. Particulates are the key to air quality, and incineration fails and pollutes. Waste management is not dependent on incineration, as other areas of the country are actually proving. This is a matter of trust. If you cannot do the right thing and refuse this application, why should we residents trust you to do the right thing as our councillors in all other matters? Do not be part of the problem. Please be part of the solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Moosey, for that, and within time, so appreciate it. Councillors, do we have any questions for our public speaker? No,
Well,
I think
our lawyers have asked if there are any questions. I spoke to them yesterday. They want them all put in writing as well. So just, you know, in case there are any questions. Obviously, we still have a lot.
sure. I think that's been
Okay.
noted.
Yeah,
So thank you very much. Okay. Well, someone else. Okay, I think we'll have one more public speaker, then we'll take a break for lunch. And that public speaker is Mr. Robert Bousfield. Bousfield, so the mic is already on, so no need to press any buttons. So as with the other speakers, 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hello, I am the owner of Heath Fruit Farm in Bluntisham. We are situated 1,400 metres downwind of the Envar site, and our concerns are based on the pollutants which will be emitted from the proposed incinerator. Our concerns were not helped by Envar's admission in paragraph 3.3 of their health impact assessment, where they state that people who consume fruit and vegetables grown in the vicinity may be exposed to marginally higher levels of dioxins. They then go on to say this: the likelihood of individuals obtaining almost all of their fruit and vegetable consumption from gardens and allotments in the area is likely to be low. This statement provides no reassurance for us when we consider that we, as a young family, often find our 5 a day provided by the fruits and vegetables from Heath Fruit Farm. We should also state that roughly 50 tonnes of fresh fruit are sold by Heath Fruit Farm every year into local communities. Many of these people would be within sight of the proposed chimney. So, just downwind of Envar, there are families and communities living off the land. We must also consider Envar's own admission that during periods of rainfall, 3 times the pollutants will be deposited. As somebody who works outside all day in all weathers, I find this very worrying. What about weather inversions where pollutants will also sit at ground level, common in the autumn when we are picking the fruits? We are concerned for our long-term health because we believe our way of life as farmers makes us vulnerable on multiple fronts. Furthermore, we worry that the sight of a 26-metre high chimney will put off many of our local farm shop customers, which will have an adverse effect on our livelihood and therefore the survival of the orchard itself, never mind the air quality assessment regarding the county wildlife site. In addition, if the local planning policy means that we are not allowed one rural workers' dwelling house on our farm due to the perceived impact on the beauty of the countryside, how can an ugly 26-metre high chimney be allowed, which will gradually pollute our soil for generations to come? The life of dioxins in the soil can be up to 80 years. This is not sustainable development. It will harm local businesses. In conclusion, I ask the councillors to put local residents' health first and not to jeopardise local food production. Global supply chains are under severe pressure, and we should surely cherish the fresh fruit and free-range eggs being produced along Heath Road. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bousfield. That's very clear. I'm going to ask members of the committee if they have any questions for yourself. I don't see any. So again, it just leaves me to say thank you very much for taking the time.
Thank you.
Okay, it is, as mentioned, it's now 1:30. I'm going to break us till 2 o'clock. And the first speaker when we come back will be Philip Spate. So if Mr. Spate could be prepared to speak at 2 o'clock, that would be great. Thank you. We're now in recess. Hi, members. It is 2 o'clock. We are just waiting for one more committee member who should know better, in my opinion. But okay, I see Councillor Sanderson sauntering in. So I am going to begin at 2 minutes past 2. When we left off, we were still in the public speaking element. We were still in the public speaking element of proceedings, and we'd heard from about 2/3 of our public speakers. We have 5 more plus the local member to address us. And I see we have our next public speaker already at the table, ready to address us, Mr. Philip Spates. Mr. Spates, welcome. Thank you very much for your patience. I will reiterate, just for the sake of the meeting, it's 3 minutes to give us your comments, at the end of which there may be some questions. So if you could stay seated, that would be appreciated. So please, sir, over to you when you're ready.
I would like to take this opportunity in thanking councillors for giving me the chance to speak today. I do not intend to discuss the technical issues surrounding this application, as this has been covered in submissions by parish councils of Woodhurst, Pidley, Somersham, Bluntisham and the Town Council of St Ives. But I have lived with my family for the past 30 years on the B1040, just half a mile away from the Envar composting factory. And I just want to present to you as to what it is like to live there. As regards to the environment, when the wind blows from the north, there is a putrid smell. I can only liken it to putting your head over a cesspit. Of a night, the light from the security lights lights the horizon with light pollution. Now, Envar's website states that they are open from 6 AM to 6 PM. But last month, my wife and I sat watching our television at 11 o'clock at night when we were disturbed by a loud sound. This sound. I repeat that I live on the B1040, a country road, and where the volume of traffic has increased tenfold. There have been 13 people killed within a mile of my property, and I personally attended a horrific crash outside of our house. I tried to find the pulse of 2 young people who were crushed in their car. They were engaged to get married, but they were dead. 5 people have been killed within 100 yards of Envar's main gate. These 40-ton, 44-foot articulated lorries thunder past our house as early as 4:30 in the morning, doing 55 to 60 miles an hour. We hear the noise and feel the vibration. The width of one of these Envar lorries is 2.66 meters. The road width is only 3 meters each side, which means that when these lorries pass each other at a closing speed of up to 120 miles an hour, they have to move apart and their wheels break the edge of the tarmac and they leave very deep ruts in the verge, which can be extremely dangerous for cyclists. In fact, one such lorry overturned on its side last summer opposite the St Ives Rugby Club, which is a very popular venue for young children. I submit to you that this proposed planning application will further blight the landscape, disproportionately affect this rural setting in regard to environmental noise pollution, light pollution, and atmospheric conditions. Furthermore, I can guarantee that more lives will be lost on this road, and I strongly object to any further development. If this planning application is approved, it could badly affect the value of our properties, So is Envar or the government going to compensate us or compulsory purchase our properties? I can assure you.
If you could
that
draw your
Envar's-
conclusions, please.
Okay,
We are-
well, I can assure you that what they're talking is rubbish. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Mr. Spates. You took the words out of my mouth. Do we have any questions for the public speaker? No, I think that was very clear. So thank you again for taking the time to address us this afternoon. And we'll move on with that to our next public speaker, I believe is also with us in person, Charlotte Holiday. Miss Holiday, here she is. So in terms of process, same as everyone else, 3 minutes to address us. It's a traffic light system to indicate time. And then if you could stay seated at the end in case there are any questions.
Is that on now? Yep.
Yes.
So it says, hello, I'm Charlotte from Bridge Farm. I live here with my husband and our 2 sons, aged 3 and 1, and I'll due a 3rd child in September. I'm 7th generation in farming, so our children are 8. Our family farm is situated 383.2 metres and our bungalow is 658.7 metres from the Envar site. Measurements are off the Magic DEFRA government website. On our farm, we grow fruit and veg and provide ourselves with our 5 a day. The heritage of Bluntisham and Cone has always been fruit farms for many of years, one of which was my great-grandparents. I feel it would be a great shame for our children to have this opportunity taken away from them if this goes ahead. On the maps printed in front of you and the paragraphs surrounding them, they are not accurate and the incorrect with locations and properties and measurements. I would like to question why the documents for this whole application started with a not so circle of a 1 mile radius for the leaflets, which my dad didn't receive on Cottage Farm, marked clearly on their map. But why in new documents are they only talking about a 500-metre radius? This just cuts off my property, which in the photos provided, you can see the light pollution across the fields to my front garden and my back garden. So you can imagine the eyesore of the visual impact of the incinerator would do, not to mention the light pollution from it being lit up as well, towering over our family farm and our home. There are a number of glaring inaccuracies within the documents, which is giving me a genuine concern on the reliability and honesty regarding their application. This application is for 365 days a year, from 5 a.m. till 10 p.m. Same as their current hours. They already work outside their permitted hours, as we have been woken up by them constantly by the same sound as what you just heard from that gentleman. I've rung through to the Environment Agency and no end of times at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning because of this, because of the diggers being used outside the buildings, scraping their buckets along the concrete pads with their moving buzzers on. And for that, I do not trust them to keep inside their planning application they are asking for. That's me.
Thank you, Ms. Holiday. Members of the committee, do we have any questions for the public speaker? No, I think that's all very clear. So thank you very much for your time this afternoon. Okay, we're now on to Mr. Simon Bluff, who I believe is with us. Yes, Mr. Bluff. Good afternoon. So yeah, I won't go through the process again. I'm sure you've heard it enough times now. So, but the microphone switches on and off as you've just demonstrated. So please, 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Lovely. Thank you very much. I feel like the invisible man, and I'm going to read through this, and I think you'll know why. This application should be thrown out. I'll start with a total disregard of where my business and farm are situated. We are a 28,000 free-range bird unit ranging on 40 acres with a turnover of 1.4 million and profits exceeding 300,000. We on average produce 23,000 eggs a day, with 10% being sold at farm gate through egg vending machines to the local community. The rest go to a packer on the Cambridgeshire-Bedfordshire border and distributed to supermarkets in the said 2 counties. We lie some 289 metres from Envar site, on the prevailing wind, receiving the majority of furans and dioxins the healthcare waste energy facility would produce, which will happen with any incinerator of this nature. A soil analysis has been undertaken for the farm to monitor levels if the proposed application goes ahead. And as up to 30 grams of soil is ingested by free-range laying hens a day, any dioxins would be stored in the hens' fatty tissues and passed to the eggs. This is not only a health risk, but my packers, bird brothers, see that it poses a significant threat to their company's reputation and would no longer require my eggs. The chief executive of the British egg industry, Mark Williams, wrote to me stating, "We strongly believe that the risk level of dioxin contamination that the proposed medical waste incinerator will cause is unacceptable, not only for our farmer, but UK consumers. The local community who buy my eggs at the gate have also viewed their concern if the proposal is approved. After 17 years of hard work building a successful business, long before NVAR arrived, who will pay compensation for 90% of my business, which I will surely lose with this approval. Moreover, we are a 5th generation small farm, and without hens, I can say without a shadow of doubt, we'll be out of business. How is it fair to entertain a company outside the county to drive an existing company out? The proposal shows that fair has nothing to do with it and has angered the local community, many here today. This seems a way to make money with a total disregard for local people and businesses, as NVAR has shown with fire litter over the years on our farmland and villages. The noise assessment did not even include my farm. And to my final point, I have a young family on the farm. This is our home. We rarely go anywhere because of the chickens. To know the farm and local area has become worse off and potentially dangerous is a very somber thought and totally unnecessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bluff. That was very clear. I do see we have a question for you. So if you wouldn't mind staying seated. Yeah. Councillor Bradnam.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. I didn't catch what the name of your farm is.
It's Coneheath Farm, and I have a map here explaining exactly where I am.
Okay. Sure. Right.
NVAR, me.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, do you have any further questions for our public speaker? No, I don't see so. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And we'll move on. We're next hearing from Julie Sant. Good afternoon. So the mic's already on.
Yes, ready.
Yeah, so you've just switched it off. So if you put it back on, and then 3 minutes to address the committee.
According to the data waste interrogator, the incinerator, is it on? Sorry. At Addenbrooke's Hospital collects medical waste from not only Cambridgeshire and Peterborough, but also outside of the area, from London and the East and West Midlands. It was even able to cater for PPE from the pandemic year, a once in a 200-year event, and it does not run to capacity. If NVAR collects waste only from the wider Cambridgeshire and Peterborough area, it will need to collect 33 tonnes of light medical waste daily, which adds up to the 12,000 tonnes a year from nearby. The applicant's figures in the tables on transport and traffic are incorrect and do not add up. Also, with permission for 190 movements a day, that would mean a vehicle entering and a vehicle exiting the site approximately every 3 to 4 minutes throughout its 17-hour operation period. Is this really acceptable near the crossroads and on already overburdened roads? We need clarification from the council on transport and where the waste will come from and where the need is, and do not accept that the need has been demonstrated adequately by any parties. And can a need be proven to burn medical waste for a dryad facility? Wood chip or straw, for example, used in power stations could be used and can reach high temperatures. NVAR has stated that it cannot achieve this part of its business without medical waste, but this is simply not true. What can be asserted without evidence can also be dismissed without evidence. And what about the businesses nearby who have addressed this meeting today? They will most certainly lose their livelihoods, as they will have demonstrated. NVAR mentioned in its health assessment that any people spending time outside would be affected by the dioxin emissions for the time that the HERF is there. That's for 35 years, by the way. So what price do we pay for biogas and fertilizers that could be derived another cleaner way? If, as the applicant claims, incineration poses no risk, why does Wales have a moratorium and Scotland is in the process? Why do MPs, including Jeremy Corbyn and Ian Duncan-Smith, speak out against this outdated practice? Isn't it just a case that this is about contracts and that burning waste is far more lucrative than landfill, which is now taxed? Where are the benefits and economic opportunities for residents from this? In section 21.2 of the council's report, it states, provided the benefits not outweighed by harm, these factors should be given significant weight. Well, here today, we will have demonstrated the harm that would occur to businesses, residents, the environment and nature conservation. May I remind the councillors that their council has declared a climate emergency. Emergencies require decision-making that sets the bar even higher in terms of potential harm. They should be focusing on decreasing the root cause of the problem, the creation of waste. The council pledges and bases its policies on the health and welfare of its residents and the environment. It promotes recycling champions and has its own targets for net zero. How can the council achieve local and COP27 goals by allowing an incinerator that puts 1,000 tonnes of carbon into the air for every tonne burnt? The applicant has not provided a whole life carbon assessment. The incinerator at the Heath may be in operation until the 2050s, when the effect of global warming will become significant, with increased temperatures and more extreme and chaotic weather. The calculation procedure for the incinerator exhaust makes no assessments as to the effect of these changes, providing assessments for 1 year, 2020. So again, how does council policy comply with this and any future outcomes?
If you could summarise, please, we are out of time.
Referring to section 13.44 of the report, I need to draw your attention to the proposed 26-metre chimney, where there were surveys done, on behalf by G.J. MacDonald, a registered architect, and Dr. Richard Waters, who is a thermodynamic physicist. Both of them were formerly environmental design consultants.
Are we nearing the end, Ms. Sands?
In their visual impact assessment, sorry?
We're nearing the end. We are out of time.
Okay, I'll wrap this paragraph up, sorry. In their visual impact assessment, they have shown that the chimney stack, based on chimney sizing formulae from the EPA, which uses good engineering practice stack height formulae, would need to be at least 65 metres high. So I'll skip the next bit and just say, imagine a 65-metre high chimney, which is more realistic because the 26 metres is just a make-believe figure, like most of the information in these assessments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just stay seated in case there are any questions for you on your comments. Members, do we have any for the speaker? No, I think that's all very clear and you fit quite a lot in, so well done. Members, oh no, sorry, one more public speaker. I didn't turn the page over. Mr. Brian Green. Do we have Mr. Green? Here he is. So, Mr. Green, same as everyone else, 3 minutes, and then there may be some questions for you at the end. So please, whenever you're ready to start.
Good. 103 and 900. These are just two of the numbers that are deeply concerning about MBAR's proposal. 103 babies and toddlers 900 metres away at Silks Farm Nursery from proposed medical waste incinerator. I'm a parent of a 2-year-old girl, one of those 103 children who attend that nursery. Every day, she excitedly packs up a bag to go and play with her friends. She spends her entire day outside in the garden, playing with her friends, breathing the air. Outside, making a mess in the mud kitchen, breathing the air. Having fun in the forest school, exploring nature. Outside, breathing the air. The health impacts of a medical waste incinerator are well documented. Respiratory problems, an increased risk of cancer, neurological problems, immune system problems, all even more worrying in the young, the vulnerable, and the still developing. Can we really condemn these 103 vulnerable lives? The fact that a day nursery is located only 900 metres away from a medical waste incinerator should give us all pause for thought. Furthermore, what is 103 today? Will be 200, 300, 500. It grows every single year. We cannot expose our children and the wider community to the harmful effects of incineration. We demand that our elected officials take action to protect us. As parents, caregivers, and concerned citizens, we have a responsibility to speak out and demand change. How would you honestly feel if it was your children, your grandchildren at that nursery or living nearby? So I urge you all to make a decision which puts the community first, not a single company who's seeking to increase their profits, and ensures a brighter, safer future for us all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Green. That was very, very helpful. I'm going to ask members if we have any questions for Mr. Green. No, I don't see any, so it just leaves me to say thank you very much. That brings us to the end of our members of the public who are going to address the committee. So, but before we move on to the local member, Councillor Criswell, I just want to say thank you very much to everyone that has taken part, both in person and online. I appreciate it's quite an emotive subject, and members of the committee do benefit from local knowledge. So everyone's input today has been noted and greatly appreciated. So I just want to make that point before we do move on. And I see Councillor Criswell is very keen to do that. So here he is. So Councillor Criswell is the local member. So Councillor, as with the other speakers, we have to apportion the same amount of speaking time to each section of public speakers, which will mean you will be allowed up to 48 minutes should you require. I'll leave it up to your discretion as an experienced councillor whether you feel you need that or not, but I will leave it up to you to make that decision. So please, Councillor, whenever you're ready to address us.
Thank you, Chairman. It was suggested I take 5 minutes, so you'll be relieved to know that I won't be using 48. I too would like to thank members of the public, Chairman, that have come here today and spoken. And after their impassioned pleas, I feel anything I have to say will seem rather inadequate. Chairman, I'm in receipt of a petition collected by the people opposing Woodhurst incinerator, 4,237 signatures of local people, all of whom object to this planning application.
The online ones too.
The online ones are included, yes, that's right. So, Chairman, I'm objecting to this application following the unprecedented level of concern expressed by the local population, and in particular, those I'm elected to represent. As is on record, I have the support of neighbouring county councillors Kevin Reynolds and Ryan Fuller, and our MP Shailesh Vara, whose attendance is required in the House of Commons today and cannot be here. A huge number of concerns have been raised, Chairman, and I don't propose to repeat them all. I'll just pick on a few if I may. And I feel compelled to talk about consultation, or in a rather less formal sense, engagement. And I'm sorry to say MVAR's engagement hasn't been bad, it's been abysmal. Helen very kindly was generous in saying actually it might have been difficult during COVID, but in May 21, Chairman, we were all up for election. And I'm pretty sure we all got a leaflet through every door during that period. I represent 4,000 households, and MVAR put a leaflet through 24. I'll just leave it at that, Chairman, if I may. So I'll just home in on a few issues, Chairman, if I may, that have already been covered, but I feel just need further consideration. And that's the need for the incinerator. I would question the various assumptions made within the report. NHS sustainability plans referred to mention that better segregation of clinical waste would reduce the need for incineration by up to 35%. That is indeed good news. But I could find no mention of the overarching NHS Green Plan, which has ambitions for reusable PPE, including masks and gowns, switching from disposable to reusable equipment, plus removing plastic containers from the medical supply chain. This would indicate a major reduction in incinerated waste over the next 5 to 10 years. Under this scenario, clinical waste could be imported from far and wide, as it is the proposal only expects 40% to be sourced from the east of England. This is not a sustainable solution, nor is it a welcome one. The other issue I wish to mention is the principle of incineration to deal with our waste. My motion to Council in December 21 acknowledged the concern of local residents over this application, but importantly, it also promoted the more preferable sustainable options for prevention, reuse and recycling. We had the opportunity to unite in our disapproval of incinerators. Unfortunately, the administration members refused to support the motion, but we've had applications in Waterbeach, Wisbeach and now here, What is our message and where is our leadership, Chairman? The National Planning Policy for Waste and the DEFRA Energy from Waste guidelines are nearly 10 years old. Nationally, there's a growing questioning about the use of incineration, and we've seen recent applications refused. There is a real danger that by the time this facility is built, policy will have changed, the world will have moved on, and we will be lumbered. And harmful emissions, Chairman. Constituents I'm proud to represent are worried about the health implications, and we've heard that today. Of particular concern are the residents, the children's nursery, the Raptor Foundation, and the egg producer, all within half a mile of the site. Various health evaluations in the report say the risks are insignificant. That seems unduly dismissive and of course depends on how close, how vulnerable, and how worried you are. Where there is uncertainty, there is anxiety, and there is a huge amount of anxiety locally at the moment, Chairman. Can we rule out harmful emissions from permitted incinerators? Public Health England doesn't think so. As a council, we can easily defer to the role played by the Environment Agency, who will be required to issue a permit to a prescribed standard. But I think members owe it to our residents to do all we can to eradicate those harmful emissions altogether to protect our population and environment. And businesses, of course, as we've just heard. Committee members, please be under no illusion, this is clearly linked to the material planning matter of land use and the incremental development of this site over many years. Expansion has been enabled by the assertion that it is already an allocated waste site. However, it is now unrecognisable from the small-scale facility that was first approved. This allowance of inevitable growth, matched by increasing public concern, has led us to where we are now, with the use of land for even more controversial addition, and also resulting, as we've heard, in a big impact on the visual impact of the landscape. Can we as members guarantee the proposed incinerator and the use of the land for that incinerator will not produce harmful emissions? If the answer is no, then why on earth will we grant permission for the site to be used for that facility? Chairman, I urge members to refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Members of the committee, do we have any questions or clarity for the local member? No, I don't see any. So again, thank you very much, Councillor. Your input is appreciated. Well, with that, members, we've come to the end of all of our public speakers now. So we will now be moving into the debate part of proceedings. This is where members debate the salient material planning considerations that have been raised and also have the opportunity to ask officers any further questions of clarity to help them come to a view on this. At the end of proceedings, we will hopefully come to a view one way or the other as to whether we approve or refuse this application. So members, I will hand over to you then. Firstly, I'll ask, does anyone want to ask any further questions of officers before giving a view? Remember, we do have the technical support with us as well in terms of air quality and transport. So Councillor Bradnam, please.
Thank you, Chair. I mentioned it earlier on, and I just want to be, I would seek guidance from Helen Vass whether we can actually strengthen condition 28 to require that that any light, sources of light for the site actually are directed inwards into the site and are shielded from the outside so that it causes less, I mean, even existing ones, so that the light is not shed to the outside, which I know some of the residents had been concerned about. And indeed, the images that we've got are talking about light at night.
I think Emma Fitch is going to come back on that.
Yeah, so I'll answer it twofold, if I may. First of all, the lighting that's already on the site would not be covered by this permission. So that's the first thing to take into account. So anything that has been shown or passed in front of you today, you should be aware that you wouldn't be controlling that existing lighting. In terms of the lighting proposed condition 28, had a quick look at it. It does actually refer to light spill outside the site needs to be minimised or will be minimised, and that's something the environmental health officer at Huntingdonshire will be our lead advisor on. And the reason is to protect the amenities of the occupiers of nearby premises. So I'm not sure how much further we could actually do it, unless you've got a suggestion you want us to consider.
Thank you. I wondered whether we could put in a request that the site owners consider shielding the outside of their light sources. In other words, you can do this. You can put a shield around the back of a lamp, if you like, which means that the light isn't shed outwards. And I just wondered whether we could ask for that to be done with the existing lights, because people are concerned about that. It wouldn't affect the operation on site, but it would actually make it slightly less intrusive at night to nearby residents.
Okay, so again, I'll probably come back with 2 different points on that. First of all, when it comes to the existing lights, I'll go back to the fact that unless the applicant is prepared to do something out of their goodwill, it's not something that we could control because they already have those permitted. But what I'm about to propose may help. I'm going to suggest maybe that an informative is added that makes reference to when they're looking at the condition for 28, it does say demonstrating through the provision of appropriate lighting contour plans and technical specifications, which would include that, we can make reference to some guidance to suggest that when they're submitting such a scheme, that they should include where they are able to shield that light and precisely what will be done to keep the light within the facility. I think it's also worth noting, there was a comment, I think, from one of the speakers that the chimney would be lit up. And I just wanted to clarify, as you'll remember from the Waterbeach proposal, which was an 80-metre high chimney that didn't need a red light on it. And I just wanted to clarify there is no red light or lighting proposed for the chimney.
Thank you for that. So we have a suggestion for an informative. I mean, if there are, these do come out of the debate, I will take the informatives, any conditions we may request to add, I'll take those rather than as we go along, but before we take the vote, so everyone is clear as to what, if anything, we are proposing to add. Councillor Bradnam, did you have a second question?
Thank you. Sorry, the other one I also asked about earlier on was whether we could direct the EA, or not direct the EA, but let the EA be aware that we might be concerned about odour from the dirty water lagoons, because currently all of the EA permit conditions relate to pollution, and I'm not suggesting that those necessarily cause pollution, but if obviously that would be monitored in terms of actually outflow into local streams. What I'm concerned about is the odour from the dirty water lagoon, and whether we could seek that they took that into account in their consideration of emissions, because the EA tend to think in terms of emissions from a plume, like from the chimney, or emissions to water through an outflow, but they don't tend to think of odour from water, which actually locally I'm aware that that can be a problem. So I just wondered if we could ask them to look at that.
I don't know if officers have a comment on that.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm happy to take an action away, and I think we can record it in the minutes. So I can refer to the minutes and the recording to say the concerns that were raised. When we come around to considering whether we want a site liaison type condition to be added as well, there will be reference to the submission of an environmental permit. So I can also ask whether there is engagement that would allow the Environment Agency to be part of that group, and would allow the locals the opportunity to raise similar concerns.
To clarify, the EA, as you know, Ms. Fitch, control pollution. So, and they always think of that in terms of emissions of water to streams, or what are they called, volatile emissions to air, but they don't tend to think in terms of the odour from water. It's combined, it goes across two phases, to use the technical term, water and air. And so if we can just remind them to be mindful of that when they're producing their permitting conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Emma, for that. Next speaker, Councillor Kindersley.
Thank you, Chair. Sort of indirectly connected with what Councillor Bradman's just been raising. At 6.4, the Environment Agency has given us the benefit of their views and say that an application would need to be submitted for a substantial variation to the existing environmental permit. It then goes on to say the operator would need to submit, amongst other things, a revised odour management plan and a fire prevention plan, and a noise management plan may also be required. So it doesn't make it clear, but I'm assuming that those plans are part of the Environment Agency's permitting, rather than conditions that we are going to come up with. So what I would like to ask is that instead of saying a noise management plan may also be required, that it is in fact required, because we heard from at least two of the speakers, public speakers, very clear evidence that there was noise disturbance coming from the site, and we indeed heard a recording of a lorry, ironically silent reversal alarm, which was very much not silent. Also, one of the members of the public mentioned that she had contacted the Environment Agency a number of times. The implication was without anything happening. But obviously, the body that looks after this sort of stuff is in fact Huntingdonshire District Council Environmental Health. And I am surprised in retrospect that there isn't any reference from the two consultation responses from HDC in relation to noise complaints from the site. So I think it'd be helpful if that at some point could be looked into, even if it is only asking for Huntingdonshire District Council to sharpen up, as it were, on the way they communicate with residents close to the site, because clearly they're calling the wrong people at the moment, and it's up to hopefully us to get them to call the right people so that action can be taken. You'll also note that an appropriate dust suppression measure should be incorporated, and I suspect that is in fact something that we require rather than as part of the Environment Agency permit.
Yep, so a few questions there. I think Emma's going to take them on.
I hope I'm not going to miss anything now. So when we're looking, as you'll see from the report, we have to be careful not to duplicate. But there are instances where we do duplicate. And the reason for that duplication is because what we are controlling will be slightly different. So in the recommended conditions, conditions 16 to 18 will cover the silencing and the noise related and the mitigation required levels, noise levels that have been set by the EHO. When it comes to the permit, they may feel that they don't need to do that. That will be their decision. So whilst I will make reference to what you've said, I think it's important to know that we have actually controlled that as a waste planning authority, for the reason that we don't see it as duplication, because we are covering the amenity and slightly different elements. So that's the important thing there. Any bits I've missed? Dust suppression.
We have with only in the
construction, yeah, in the construction phase we have the dust, and nothing's been highlighted from any consultees suggest we would need to mitigate that any further. So unless you were expecting a condition on dust to be in there, I'm thinking construction definitely, but what process were you expecting the dust to come if they're inside buildings, I guess?
Yeah, that's an interesting point, because the windrows, obviously, presumably, especially during the summer and when it hasn't been raining very often, presumably, particularly on the pathways between them. And when we were on site, we saw diggers, moving stuff around and turning it and everything. I mean, I'm surprised that dust isn't an issue, but okay, it's not an issue. Can I move on to a complete? Okay, well, okay, so I would suggest that we need a dust suppression plan within the consent if it's possible. Can I move on to a complete?
Let's hear from Emma first on that, and then we can move on to another point.
Yeah, if I may, I'm just trying to pull up the existing planning permission on the site so I can see exactly what it says around dust, because I don't think we're saying there isn't dust on the site and there isn't mitigation measures that the applicant puts in. What I'm trying to see is whether we've got a condition for it, or indeed what's being proposed outside of the construction is going to be something that needs dust. So if you can just give Helen and I a moment just to have a look at that.
Did you want to raise your next point, Councillor, whilst that's been?
Yeah, so I think the point that Helen was making as well is the open window that we saw when we were out on site is outside the planning permission boundary of this permission. And that's why I was looking at the extant planning permission that's in place.
Okay. Well, I think that at the very least we should be able to add an informative for Envar, please, to address that, because judging by the reaction from residents, there is obviously concern, a problem there. Can I go on to dioxins, please?
Please, yep.
So I accept that this is not the business of the committee, in that it is the business of the Environment Agency. But I would like to understand, perhaps, opening brackets, the issue of dioxins and pollution and what we know about it, because I think that both the three businesses, the fruit farm, the chicken farm, and the nursery, make compelling arguments about the potential for dioxin poisoning, let's put it, as shorthand. And so given that we have an expert here, could we hear a bit about that, please?
Sure. So a health risk assessment's been carried out, and what that does is that looks at emissions from the plume, assuming that they're emitted at the absolute maximum limit every hour of the day, every day of the year, and then it considers all the pathways to people living there, and the assessment is based on a worst case receptor of a farmer resident. So somebody who's eating all their eggs come from the land, all the fruit and veg comes from the land, any meat would also come from the land, beef, chicken, etc. So the assessment's been carried out. That shows you the contribution to people's daily intake of dioxins. And that falls, it's a very small proportion of the recognised tolerable daily intake. The report also contains measurements from High Muffles in North Yorkshire, because these, as mentioned earlier, it's hard to measure dioxins, so monitoring sites are few and far between, but it is a fairly remote site. And the contribution at that site, dioxins there are in the region of 6, I've got the units wrong, femtograms, I think. We're in the very, very 10 to the 0.0000012 grams. The contribution from this proposal would be less than 10% of that. In that very worst case position that somebody was living there and not buying anything from a supermarket.
Okay.
Sorry,
Thank you.
do we understand that to mean that, I'm sorry, I don't mean to paraphrase, but am I right in understanding that what you have just said is when the EA look at the risk, they take the case as if they look at the most vulnerable site, the most vulnerable resident, and they, let's assume this person is eating 100% of their food and drink from this, grown on farms and eating poultry and eggs from this area. And then they look at how much dioxin that individual person might ingest. And I didn't understand what you said at the end. I'm sorry. You were saying, I didn't understand what the connection was with High Muffles in Yorkshire. So can you just refer it back to this site? You said at another site, this was deemed to be extremely low, but I couldn't see how that site related to this one. But you were saying that this site was even less than that. So can you just go through that again? 'Cause I
Sorry.
just did not understand what you said.
I got
Thank-
sidetracked and I wobbled a bit. So measurements at High Muffles are, it's a monitoring site in North Yorkshire because there aren't very many monitoring sites measuring this.
So,
No,
it's not an unreasonable comparison to make. I just want, is it an incinerator next to
No,
countryside?
so
or
this
what?
is what would be considered an almost pristine site, for example.
But is it an area of countryside?
Yes.
Which has an incinerator somewhere
No,
near it?
no.
It's
So
just-
what I want to do is compare.
Oh, I see. You're saying this is what somebody.
This is
would-
what
okay,
you,
right. I'm
well, you would get in the region of 6 at this location in North Yorkshire. That's been measured there. What we're looking at, the impact from the incinerator would be in the region of 10% of that. So it's just putting dioxins into context that even in what's viewed as a relatively clean environment, there are more dioxins there, significantly more than the small contribution that would come here. And it's also important to bear in mind that people's uptake of dioxins relates to everything around them and everything they do every day. Scented candles, fires, barbecues, cooking, eating burnt toast are all contain dioxins. And what we're looking at is an incredibly small proportion compared to what people get from their daily lives already.
So the site you're referring, the monitoring site you're referring to in Yorkshire is cited as a very clean site that doesn't have any pollution around it at all.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
And I think we've clarified that dioxin bit now. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yes, I think unless anyone has any specific questions on dioxins, we will move on to Councillor Kindersley.
Thank you, Chair. The issue that I wanted, there are 2 questions here, and they relate to highway safety. So we're told in the report there are 2 issues that can't be entirely mitigated. The first is visual impact, and the second is highway safety and congestion, including the impact on air quality from vehicle emissions. Now, I know the reason that that bit is in there is because very early on in the report, the potential traffic emissions have not, we've assumed, have not been included within the modelling and assessment. So I think that's probably a dotting an I, crossing T kind of thing. In the report, there is mention of traffic lights being installed at the Wheatsheaf Junction, and it would be helpful to know if that's still going to happen, and if so, then when. And secondly, the air quality from vehicle emissions, it would be helpful to have some kind of indication of the at what level that would be in terms of the whole road usage. In other words, is it going to be 100% of the vehicle emissions on that road? Obviously not. Or is it going to be 1% of the vehicle emissions on that road? Does that make sense?
I think so. I imagine the first question, Jez, will probably ask you that regarding the any safety improvements to Wheatsheaf Junction, not necessarily related to this application today, but generally in the pipeline for highways to do improvements to that junction. Can you help with that? Jez?
Apologies, I was just reading. I've got a programme for the Wheatsheaf Junction in front of me, which I was given around about a month ago, I think. So at the moment, we're in the detailed design stage, which runs from December 2022 to July 23. The procurement phase will be August, November 2023. Approval of target costs, and then we construct from 2024, and then the junction improvement should be open around about September 2024.
So in answer to the question, there are already planned improvements regardless of this application going ahead or not, and they'll be completed currently September 24.
Yeah, we have a detailed design going forward at the moment
Okay.
for the traffic signal junction. This is being funded by the council, and it's as a result of the concerns of the existing safety issues, which we know are there at that junction.
Okay, understood. And the second part of Councillor Kindersley's question, I'm not sure who's best placed to answer that actually. regarding vehicle emissions? Any?
So the I don't know what the baseline flows are on that road, but roughly speaking, the percentage increase will be equivalent to percentage increase in traffic. In terms of air quality impacts, the change in traffic, ignoring the stamp permission, so purely with this proposal compared to the current situation, would be so small that we wouldn't be required to assess it under our guidance. So the air quality impacts that would be very, very small.
Does that answer your question? Thank you. Okay, I'm going to move on to another speaker now. Councillor Corney, please.
Almost forgotten what it was now. It just seems a long while ago. And there's probably going to be a growing, because I'm going to bring this back to traffic. Excuse me. And just for absolute clarity, you know, Jez, I know we've said about we're going to be restricting the traffic, the lorry movements to that 190, the new number. Can we just clarify for everybody just at what weight that 190 number comes in? So, you know, what's the cutoff? I'm pretty sure from the report it'll be the 3.5 tons, but then are we, you know, if that's the case, is there any measurements or any restrictions on the vehicles below that?
Sorry, through the chair, the current sort of classification of an HGV is over 7.5 tons generally. Now, most of the vehicles that would be within the 190. The other vans or light vehicles would all be less than 7.5 tons.
We've actually defined it as lower.
I think
sorry. Okay, so they appear to have lowered the threshold actually to 3.5 tons. So actually some of the vehicles that are smaller would actually be included in that routing agreement.
So for my clarity then, anything over 3.5 tons is classed as HGV?
So that's in the numbers. Yeah, sorry, in the actual numbers, we've specified that the definition would be 3.5 tons. I'm not sure whether that's actually in the routing agreement for consistency.
Okay, well, I think we can tweak the routing agreement quite happily to go with our definition of an HGV, so that's not a problem. So we can define that in the routing agreement as over a certain tonnage.
Okay, if I may, yeah, yes, Chair. So that's okay. So which is kind of what we've got the 3.5 ton mark in here, which is where I've got that number from anyway. But then it's just so effectively we're not going to be looking at anything below that, any vehicles, so that there'll be no restrictions and there'll be no quantum there for us to be looking at air pollution from those vehicles either. Then am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, but looking in the context of what's allowed at the moment, so the unrestricted use that they've got, it would be very difficult for us to start restricting anything else. So we've got to be very reasonable at what we can restrict, given the current planning permissions and the planning history of the site. And it's not felt that we can reasonably restrict absolutely everything, but the HGVs which cause the most damage to roads and air quality and environmental disbenefits.
Does that clarify? Yeah.
It clarifies what I've asked. Yeah, I don't have to like the answer, do I? That will come out of the debate, no doubt.
Fair enough.
Yeah, thank you.
And we have a question from Councillor Tom Sanderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just coming back to the Wheatsheaf Crossroads point, are the traffic lights, is that a condition of this application? I'm aware that there are plans, so it's not a condition, but we're sort of banking on the fact that there's going to be some work here soon. I guess that's part of the response. My second question is, I think the reason why we haven't seen those traffic movements at the early hours that they're going to be allowed to move or are allowed to move now, 5 a.m, is because we haven't got to that point in the development yet. That's why the HGVs haven't been circulating at that time. So I'm not sure that we have anything to measure that against. My view is, I know I'm aware it's the current permission, but they haven't been doing that, have they? Because there hasn't been a need for them.
at this point at that time on site. So I don't think we can really make any comparisons. And I think the applicants here could possibly win some friends if they changed those hours and made them a bit more sociable.
I think, as I understood from what officers were saying earlier, the timings of proposed vehicle movements will carry on, or are proposed to carry on from the current permission. And I think the reason there haven't been any so far is, and that's what the numbers are based on, is because they, so it's not used, is what I understand.
That's my point, Chair. Perhaps we can ask. Yeah.
Perhaps it might be worth asking the applicants then, as they are in the room. I don't know if that's something you'd be willing to answer for us. Yeah, if you want to come back to the table, that might clarify some matters for some members.
James, just let me know if I go off piece, but no, the current picture is green waste is moved to site from 5 o'clock onwards. So that is what is going on now, and that is what is proposed to continue to happen.
Will surely be intensified there, won't it, under your proposal here today? Okay. Yeah, thank you, Anna. Thank you. Could you answer? Thanks.
Vehicle movements from the proposed facility will generally be spread across the whole day, from 5 o'clock till 10 o'clock at night. So there isn't a lot of the early movements will miss peak flows. So generally speaking, there's not an influx of vehicles turning up at the gates at any particular time, and vehicles are spread across the whole day from 5 o'clock, as they do now, just to be clear on that, across the whole working day. So it's a continuation of what's happening now and what's permitted.
You're saying there'll be no disruption to residents then during unsociable hours as a result of this?
That's what the assessment work demonstrates, yes, and all the technical consultees agree with that.
Just wondering, I think it was asked earlier how that could be monitored. I guess the proof will be when it actually happens, if it does happen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think you've answered. Thank you for coming back to the table as well. That's appreciated. Members, do you have any further questions of clarity? Or are members in a position to start making? Sorry, I'm being muttered to. 1 second. I think officers would like to come in.
Yeah, sorry, just mindful that we didn't answer your first part of the question. So the committed scheme is already in the council's financial plan, exactly what they're doing. It's not required as a result of this. So therefore it's not a planning condition because it's not required as a result of this development. So I think that's what Jez would have said.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, do you have any final questions of clarity? If not, we can move into the debates part of the section where we start debating salient planning points. No? Or do any members wish to make any points in the debate in relation to any material planning considerations? Councillor Connor.
Yeah, I'm going to put this off. Everybody's been talking about, let's put some conditions on this. I'm looking at it from a different angle here. I asked a question to a speaker earlier about the application. Is anybody really happy with it? And I'm glad I did, because I got an emphatic answer that the Raptor Centre is extremely worried. She thinks she's going to lose her business. We heard from the father of the small infant who attends the play school along with over 100 more children. Now, can we really ignore this? We also heard from the farmer who has thousands of chickens that lay eggs, obviously, on the outside. The packer has intimated to him that he will not accept or cancel his contract should this be built. Can we really ignore this either? I'm going to go on here. The fruit farm has stated it will affect his business greatly. Again, can we ignore it? And lastly, before I shut up, I'm not really happy about how they went about the consultation, really. I think it was absolutely poor state of affairs. Not once did they attend a parish council meeting, a town council meeting. So I think the consultation is most definitely flawed. And I think that is a reason, if we were to reject this application, I think that we could do it along those grounds. But I'm happy to listen to anybody else. Thank you.
So I'm actually going to ask some legal advice on this. Is it possible for us to refuse an application on a perceived lack of public consultation?
That wouldn't be a material planning consideration. Obviously, we've considered the consultation as part of the application that was made. It was deemed acceptable by the planning officers, and actually it wouldn't be something that would fall under a material planning consideration. So we would struggle with that as an objection on its own.
I'm just going to think what my reply is going to be to that. I just need to think about that really carefully. But may I come back, Chairman, on that?
Please, yeah, go ahead. Okay, well, we've heard some legal advice on potentially refusing an application on public consultation grounds. Members, anyone else wish to make any different points in the debates? Councillor Smith and then Courtney.
Basically, there were also other issues raised about unnecessary impact on the landscape, unanswered questions, which maybe they could be answered and, you know, help a lot of people. So there were other things that was brought out of the speakers by the speakers as well. It wasn't just the lack of the consultation. There were other things, and we're talking about statistics to show the need for sort of NVAR. There is also the fact of the impact on other businesses that are already there. It's the impact on them as well.
If I may carry on from there, Chairman. I see
Councillor Smith, you finished?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
okay.
yeah, she just
Councillor
indicated
Connor,
we could always use, if one was minded to, is health and well-being. Now that is a material consideration in my view.
Absolutely, health and well-being is a material planning consideration. Members, does anyone wish to make any points then around that, seeing as it has been raised? Does anyone have any concerns they wish to raise at this point and link it to a material planning consideration? Councillor Kindersley.
Thanks. Well, I'd like Councillor Connor, who's an experienced member of this planning committee and chaired it indeed for a number of years, to give us the actual grounds for which we should refuse this application in terms of health and well-being. Because, I mean, I questioned the whole issue of dioxins, and we have heard that the dioxins, which is one of the major worries of residents, are considerably less than apparently North Yorkshire. And I take the point made by residents that that's comparing apples and pears. But the bottom line is that we have to, if we refuse this, go in front of an inspector and justify our decision. So let's hear it, Councillor Connor.
Happy if it's got any bearing on this at all, and anybody's got any doubts about this, I'm happy to elaborate on this a bit. I shall have to think about it very carefully, so I shall need some time to do so. But if anybody's minded to support this, if anybody just like to give me a bit of a hand on it, I'm happy to carry on with it. But if it's got no legs on it at all, and everybody thinks what I've said is nonsense, there's nothing much I can say. But I'm just interested. I'll just let anybody else, if that's possible, to carry on. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Smith, we've heard from you. Councillor Corney, please.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't going to comment on the health and well-being, but I think, as it's been mentioned, I mean, we were asked to give reasons to support that should we go down that route. I think the fact that, you know, people are their livelihoods are at stake. And that's certainly going to have an impact on their well-being. I think so. I think there might be an argument there, but I think, you know, the debate needs to be had first to sort of see where we go. But my comment why I asked to speak in the first place was just to come back to the transport. You know, and you know, we've all attended hospitals, and you know, we've seen the vans that, you know, sort of collect and and distribute stuff. And I know in the overall tonnage, what we're talking about, this is there's a smaller percentage of what they're going to incinerate on site, but the impact of having 15, 20, 25 vans that they're not going to be counted because they come underneath that bracket, as opposed to one HGV. But, I think that there's a shortfall there. I think it's just something that's something that we need to be mindful of. I think it's just something, it's okay to say, okay, well, they're not going to, doesn't have the weight, doesn't have the the damage on the roads, but it has damage on the traffic, the accumulation of all these different vehicles coming in. If we're not going to count them, we're up against it before we start. But I'll leave it there and see where the debate goes.
Okay, so some concerns raised about transport then. Councillor Bradnam, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just observe, we've engaged an independent air quality assessor on this. Shall I say, I absolutely understand residents' concerns that they might be affected by the emissions from this, but there is a conclusion at 11.38 where it says many objections to the proposed development include concerns about the impact on human health from the consumption of foodstuffs. And it says there is an assessment, the environmental visage human health risk assessment addressed these and concluded that emissions from the proposed healthcare ERF would result in no significant health risk to the local population. Now, I am not an expert in this, but this is a body that is an expert. And I think we would be putting ourselves as a planning authority quite at risk if we felt we knew better than the qualified people who've come up with this conclusion. So I think we just need to be very careful that we're not assuming we know better than the experts.
I don't think there's a question there, but I appreciate the point you're making there, Councillor. I see officers may want to come back.
Chair, I may clarify the report that Councillor Bradnam has referred to in that paragraph. The environmental visage human health risk assessment that was submitted by the applicant, but the council but if you just let me finish, please. The reason we employed air quality consultants to review that document, so it was peer reviewed by somebody with the relevant expertise.
Well, thank you for that clarity. I think that does help. Do any members wish to make any further points in the debate? We've heard about air quality, transport.
So this is moving on from
health. We don't, if you want to make a point on health, Councillor. Okay, let's move on then. Let's move on to another point.
Okay, so parts of this scheme, I think, improve the handling of compostable waste on the site, and in the jargon, move this up the waste hierarchy. So that's a good thing. The anaerobic digester, and particularly the conversion of the digestate into fertilizer pellets, are welcome innovations in terms of climate change and replacing fertilizers, which are extremely energy dense in producing them. But the core question for me is the addition of the medical waste incinerator as a source to heat the anaerobic digester and control the pellet making plant. It's not immediately obvious to me that shipping in medical waste in small vans from the whole of the south of England is an obvious solution to providing a relatively small amount of energy to this site, particularly where the site includes in the planning application provision for 25,000 tonnes of wood pellets. Now, medical waste has about the same calorific value. It's a little bit more calorific value than wood. So 12,000 tonnes of medical waste would be replaced by slightly more wood There are already wood fuel burners on the site without the need for very tall chimneys or the sort of industrial emissions that people are so concerned about. And I'm not, as a scientist, I actually believe that there is not a great medical risk here. But nevertheless, I accept that there's a very perceived medical risk. And as Simon Bluff said, if people perceive there's a medical risk, then it endangers local businesses. So that's my piece on that. Now, the development of the incinerator is in conflict with the first part of the Policy Directive 4, and that's stated very clearly in section 920. And that's because it's a rural location, and the presumption would be, in planning terms, that a development like this would go ahead on a more urban site. It's balanced in the argument put forward by officers by the co-location of the incinerator and the other parts of the plant. But to my way, my instinct on this is that is an opportunist co-location, and that a much better solution, if you want co-location, you want efficiency, you want lack of movement, you burn the wood pellets on the site to provide the power for your anaerobic digestion and your pellet factory. So to me, to use that argument of co-location as a counter to part 1 of the Planning Policy Directive 4 is unreasonable. So I think medical waste is best dealt with on the site where it's produced. Addenbrooke's has an outstanding planning permission for a new incinerator with a energy from waste provision to heat the hospital and the new developments on that site, 2 further hospitals. I think that's the way to incinerate that part of medical waste that needs to be incinerated, not to ship it in to a rural location, which is essentially a composting site, not a medical incinerator. So that's my reasoning for being inclined to reject this proposal.
Okay, so we've had a view from one of the committee members. Councillor Kinnesley, I had you down to speak again. Is that still the case?
Yes, if you want me to,
please.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Ray obviously is extremely sensible as always. I am very conflicted about this, and I will tell members of the public why. They have come forward and spoken very frankly and with a lot of emotion about okay. And they have put the case as to why they are frightened of this. And we keep going on about the poor consultation done by NVAR, and it is very sad that had it been considerably better, then a lot of people wouldn't be so frightened. And I think that, well, you know, nothing can be done about it now. Unfortunately, and they're not going to like this, as a planning committee, we are only entitled to make decisions based on material planning considerations. And so whilst I'm slightly knocked by NVAR's poor consultation, sorry, I'm really cross about effectively the Environment Agency handing us a bomb that's been lit. Because all of the things, and I think that without exception, that residents are concerned about are not dealt with by us. They're dealt with by the Environment Agency and the permitting regime. So, you know, I can be as sympathetic as I like to those businesses and about their concerns about dioxins, and I can be as sympathetic as, you know, about all of the concerns about odor and, all the rest of it, nothing to do with us. And that is really regrettable, because as far as our residents are concerned, it is to do with us. That's one side of a really complicated argument. The other side of the complicated argument is, if we refuse this without delivering to the public proper material planning considerations, they end up paying for it again, because the applicant will obviously almost immediately appeal. It will go to an inspector who will look at the arguments made. The inspector will say, Cambridgeshire County Council, could you please tell me what material planning considerations your lawyers are banking on to back up your refusal? We will go, whatever they are, and our officers have made very clear that really the only two negatives from a material planning consideration perspective are visual impact, which they then go on to say would not be so significant as to clearly justify recommending refusal on landscape and visual impact grounds. And the second one is highway safety and congestion, including impact on air quality from vehicle emissions, which we have heard are so small that they're not measurable. So the inspector is going to say, you're having a laugh. I grant permission. I may delete some of the conditions that you've asked for example, the quarterly liaison group meetings, or amendments to the lighting regime, or whatever. But I'm certainly going to find costs against you. And it isn't actually Cambridgeshire County Council that pays the costs. It is Cambridgeshire County Council taxpayers who pay those costs.
Can we let him finish, please?
So I really would ask members of the committee to reflect on this decision. Currently, I think I am voting in favour of the application.
Me too.
And well, okay, Chair, if I'm going to be barracked by members of the public, I'll stop talking, but it's not terribly helpful.
No, understood. And if I appreciate it's an emotive subject, but if people could try to stop disrupting as much as possible, it will help proceedings move a bit smoother. But I appreciate, Councillor Kindersley, your views, very helpful. And we're going to hear now from Councillor Connor.
Yeah, okay.
So apologies, sorry, I'm jumping the list. It's Councillor Prentice.
Sorry,
next,
no.
And then Councillor Connor. We will come to you.
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to make a point around the medical use of the facility, but Councillor Ray did it so much better than I possibly could have done. I've got loads of notes, not even close to what Councillor Ray said, and I fully support everything that she said. In the time that's gone on and following Councillor Kindersley, I don't think we should be frightened to go to the inspector. I think we would have the whole thing looked at from the inadequate consultation, which I accept at this point is not a material planning consideration. However, if this goes to inspectorate, they will look at everything that has been put in front of them with the latest information, which we don't have in some areas. And I also believe that as a council, we have to listen to what these people have said, and I believe we should be supporting them, and I believe we should get it looked at, and we shouldn't be frightened to take it forward.
So for my clarity, then you are minded at the moment to vote to refuse the application for the same reasons that Councillor Ray said earlier. Okay. Councillor Connor.
Now, how can I follow that? Okay, well, we'll try. Councillor Ray made some excellent points, and congratulations for doing so. She made reference to policy 4, which I think this would fall into for a refusal. She made some good points that it doesn't need to be coming from 200, 300 miles away or 20 miles away. That has an adverse effect. So I'm minded to agree with Councillor Ray with her points, but I would just like to speak and take some advice from the solicitor, saying if we used policy 4, which Councillor Ray has said would that be a material planning consideration, why we could turn that down? Because if it would, I could add health and well-being to that, which I could probably, as Councillor Kingston said, add to that if need be. And I know lack of consultation is not a material planning consideration, but it would certainly add to making a good report for the inspector to look at, because nothing really adds up here today for me. Thanks.
Okay, I think that's a good idea, which is probably worth getting a view from. I'll ask officers first, and then if needs be, we'll ask for a legal opinion on whether the issues raised by Councillor Ray and others is a legitimate one to refuse an application on. So officers, I'm going to hand to you first if you'd like to comment.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I think you've raised Minerals and Waste Local Plan Policy 4, which is, I acknowledge, is actually quite complex. Reference has been made to the healthcare incinerator, but I would remind members of the committee that we've got a planning application as a whole, so we'd need to look at the whole package. One of the clauses of policy 4 that's been referred to in the report is the rural areas one. In fact, none of anything that goes on the MVAR site, either now or proposed, would fit that, because it's not on a farm holding. So that one is not relevant anyway. But I think, as we do make clear in the report, a proposal needs to only fall within one of the subheadings. It doesn't need to meet the requirements of more than one. So I think you need to consider, I think the only one we were suggesting that it would fit under is co-location, and bearing in mind that it's the package of what you're being asked to consider. You can't just split it out. Whether you agree with what we've put to you that it does represent co-location. I think it firmly, that's the only category I think we could consider it under, but whether you agree or disagree that it constitutes co-location, that's something you will take your own view on.
Okay, and then Debbie from legal. I don't know if you have any additional views for them.
Sorry, Chair, not at the moment. I'm currently looking through the section on policy 4, if that's okay, just to
Okay.
familiarise myself.
Okay, well, you've heard members' concerns around that policy. If we could have a legal view on that, that would be useful, I think, before we do make any decisions today. I do have some other speakers, so I will come to them now. Councillor Sanderson, please.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, Councillor Connor preempted my question, and I thought Councillor Ray spoke very eloquently and with some authority on it. So I'd certainly be interested to hear the legal advice on whether this would be grounds to decline the application, potential grounds. I do agree with Councillor Kindersley, however, that it is crucial that we get this right. If we go to an inspector, we will be asked to justify this. And I know residents said they'd be happy to pay the cost of the appeal, but if you lose the case, you actually get the planning application anyway, and then you pay costs. And potentially, as Councillor Kindersley says, some of the conditions could be withdrawn. The inspector could decide that they're not relevant. So potentially there could be something worse. So if this were the decision of the committee today, it wouldn't necessarily be the end of the road. So we do have to be very cautious about it, but I'll be interested to hear the feedback before making a decision. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Whilst that legal advice is forthcoming, do any members wish to make any other points outside of co-location? Councillor Bradnam.
Thank you, Chair. It's difficult. Many of the decisions we take on planning committee are difficult, and we feel the tugs of emotion just as well as the members of the public do, and the residents in the area. And we understand how passionately people feel about this. You know, the parents, the people who live next door to the road, the Raptor Foundation, you know, people who've invested money in their businesses, and their families over the generations have invested money in their businesses over the years. But what what we as a committee need to be aware of is that we're just like you. We are individuals who happen to be trained in how to do planning, but actually we're no more experienced than you in some ways. And so we have to take the advice of the statutory consultees who advise us in terms of what are safe decisions. And I note, looking back at pages up to and including page 27, we have no objections to this planning application on material planning issues from Huntingdonshire District Council, that's both the landscape and the environmental health officers, the Environment Agency, I'll come on to that in a minute, Natural England, the UK Health Security Agency, who are responsible for our health as residents, Cambridge City Airport, Cambridgeshire County Council, who are concerned about transport. We are the lead local flood authority, public health, ecology, carbon and energy management, and heritage. None of those statutory consultees have come up with any reasonable grounds for objection on this application. And they are our experts. I absolutely understand the concerns and the worries that people have, but we have to rely on the fact, and as Emma Fitch has told us, that the Environment Agency are the body that is responsible for making sure that these health matters are dealt with according to the permitting issues. And that is why Councillor Kindersley and I have been asking for liaison meetings, because I have two quite difficult sites right next to where I live. We have regular liaison meetings with them. We engage with the Environment Agency. They are also monitoring the sites, and they make sure that they work within the terms of their permits. Now, whether or not you trust that or not is not for me to consider here. I have to consider what the Environment Agency are required to do. And I think, and we've been told, and it says in the papers, we must not seek to bind the hands of the other authority which is responsible for pollution control. That is the Environment Agency. We are responsible for planning and land use. They are responsible for making sure that the emissions to water, air, ground are safe. And so I just think if we were to refuse this application on the grounds of our fears, I think the planning inspectorate would have a field day, and you might well get this application anyway without any of the controls that we've asked for today. That's...
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Bradham, I think that was helpful and a very measured response. So thank you very much for that. Members, or actually, I don't know, Debbie, if we're ready with a legal view on co-location.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Policy 4.
So having looked at policy 4 within the Minerals and Waste Local Plan, and obviously having had a look at the report that's been provided as well, I think what we need to be careful of as members is not to be focusing on the incinerator in itself. We're looking at the whole of the application and the whole of the site. We've already heard that there is a current planning permission on site. It's already in use, and this is the other part of it. So rather than focus on the incinerator, if we look at the site as a whole, it is offering a very comprehensive package of facilities that are all co-located together. So whilst I get the point that's been made in relation to the incinerator itself, as a whole, the package that is being offered and the interaction between those areas, I think actually it is a good co-location. The planning officers are also in support of that, and so actually I think that where we're looking at any kind of objection, I think we need to be sure that we are looking at everything and not just concentrating on the incinerator in itself.
So is the legal advice then that it would be difficult for us as a committee to refuse it on?
I think as it's on its own right, I think that would be a very, very difficult ground in order to push through.
Okay. Understood. Well, we've had a legal view on that, members. I don't know if that changes any member's opinion that has raised that as a concern. But as I leave members to make their own views on that, because obviously that is something that is up to members, how much weight to give. But do members have any other concerns with the application that they feel may warrant a refusal and wish to raise at this stage? We have heard about co-location. We've heard about the consultation, but clearly, again, the legal advice is that we can't use that as a reason for refusal.
Thank you. Briefly, there is the benefit.
Councillor Smith, please. Thank you.
Sorry, I should have waited to be spoken. It's also the benefit has to outweigh the harm. We've heard the harm, and it's the benefit locally that I'm sort of, a bit more concerned about. So as much as we have to, the legal advice, which I fully take on board, it is a whole package. We can't separate it when we're making the decision. So it's a whole package, which I do not agree with.
So,
Councillor Connor.
yeah, so Councillor Smith, what you're saying is basically harm outweighs benefit.
I think so, yes.
Just to clarify things.
Yes, that's what basically.
Yeah, so I think we need to be clear on this. So what is the harm that you've identified that would outweigh the benefit of approving this?
For me personally, it's what residents have come up with. It's the fact that there's not up-to-date information. Maybe if there was, then then residents their fears could be allayed, but there isn't that up-to-date information. So I have to go with what's in front of me, and that is where I'm going.
I will take officer's advice, but I don't think potential inaccurate information is a reason for refusal in planning terms.
Okay.
I will ask officers to clarify.
Can I just double check? Are you saying insufficient information, or are you saying not up to date information? I'm not quite sure.
Not up to date. Helen mentioned the officer mentioned in the beginning about the benefit has to outweigh the harm. I believe that's what was said, and I don't think it's been sort of highlighted.
We have sufficient information to draw a conclusion. Anything else wouldn't alter that conclusion.
And in terms of the information being up to date, I think you have to appreciate when you're looking at a planning application of this scale, it was submitted quite some time ago, but there has been updates and there have been checks and it has been verified. It's actually gone through a number of different rounds. So the reason why we're nearly 2 years later before bringing in front of you is to ensure that we've got all of the relevant information. So I think I'm not going against the points that you're making about it needing to outweigh, but I think we need to be clear about exactly what harm it is that you're putting into that planning balance so that that can be considered.
Indeed. So I think what we're saying is we need to be very specific about what we think is harmful with the application, and it has to be a legitimate planning consideration, is what we're saying.
Okay, basically for me, the impacts on other businesses, any small, minute risk to people's health, for example.
Okay, I think we come to the end of that one. Members, do we?
Just from my experience of planning, impact on other business is not a material planning issue. And we've been reassured by the air quality specialist that there is no harm to health.
So I will come to Councillor Prentice next, please.
Thank you, Chair. It's just a final point, really. Excuse me, harm. Surely we must take into account uncertainty around business prospects, house prices, road safety, potential future development of the site. These must be demonstrations of harm for 4,260 odd people. We must take that into account at some point in our deliberations.
Chair, forgive me.
Councillor Bradley.
Cost valuation of houses is not part of the material planning considerations that we take into account.
Respect.
When did you last do your planning training?
I'm not letting you question my training, but with respect, I think worry about your house and your business gives you well-being and concerns about your mental health. And please do not ever lecture me about planning. I've been doing it too long to take it from you.
Well, members, if we could keep it civil, I'd prefer that. So members, the reason I've heard that people may be inclined to refuse was around policy 4 and co-location. we've had quite clear legal advice that that is unlikely to be a legitimate reason. I don't know, I haven't heard any others mentioned yet. I mean, members, I would like us to be very clear if we are wanting to refuse this, we have to be very clear on what exactly it is we're going to refuse it on, because that is what it will be tested on at an appeal. So I think if any members are interested or thinking at this stage to refuse, I would like them to clarify very clearly which material planning considerations they are going to cite as the reason for refusal. Councillor Connor, did I see you indicating?
Thinking out loud, really.
Okay. Well, members, does anyone want to make any further points? Councillor Kindersley.
Thank you, Chair. If members are going to vote against this, then I would like to know on what grounds. Because I think, apart from anything else, it's only fair on A, our officers who then have to go and defend it at appeal or judicial review, or possibly both, and B, the people should know on what grounds it was refused or not.
I think it's probably a fair question. So, I mean, if there are any members who are still considering a refusal on this, I think it would be very prudent to let us know what those reasons would be, because that is what we will then have to submit to, as the official reason. So, I mean, if there are any members that are still considering refusal, it will be useful at this stage to know of any of the legitimate planning reasons for that. Thank you. I mean, in the absence of any speakers, Councillor Ray actually is going to come in.
I think there's a very clear statement about policy 4 that this development is a material change from the existing use. It includes an incinerator. And it is in a rural site with no relationship to existing healthcare facilities. It's clearly that part of the development that is having the most impact on both traffic in terms of the change from bringing in the same amount of material on a larger number of vehicles, small vans, which, as we've discussed, is not controlled by traffic control policies. It also has the biggest impact on the landscape impact of the development. And so my objection would include both traffic and both landscape, in terms of it's the chimney that focuses the eye as an industrial development. There is already a very large shed there, which has been put in since the photographs were taken that you've seen, and is actually slightly larger than the sheds. So the real thing that draws the eye and benchmarks this as an industrial site is that chimney. And that chimney is there because of the incinerator. So my objections would be on the basis of, I do not share the officer's importance of the co-location, the impact on landscape, and the impact on traffic.
Thank you for that. Councillor Connor.
I'm going to move this forward now. I think we've probably done this to death, really. If Councillor Ray would like to recommend refusal in an infinite way, I'm happy to second that. So,
Okay.
so I'm going to make a proposal now.
Well,
Okay, if you'd like to make a proposal, councillor Connor.
I'm making a proposal to go against officers' opinion to refuse this with co-location, the chimney, landscape, and what have you with that. So that I'm very clear on I'm sure, and I've had quite a lot of training in planning. I'm sure that we could defend that with the inspector if it need come. Thank you.
So just for clarity, so you're making a proposal that the application be refused on the grounds of co-location being contrary to policy 4 and landscaping issues.
What Councillor Ray has eloquently put as well. So if she'd like to come in with that to.
So it would be counter to part 1 of policy 4.
Or, that's it.
Which is not, in my opinion, or in my opinion, balanced by the second part of the policy of co-location.
So the chimney as well, of course, which is obviously.
I imagine that falls under landscaping.
Yeah, absolutely, but yeah.
Emma, you had a question.
Can we just clarify precisely what text you're referring to as part 1, please, in policy 4, councillor Ray?
Thank you, Councillor Bradman. I'll just look that up now. Thank you.
So we're just looking up some documents. We need to be very clear on what exactly it is we will put down as a reason for refusal should we go that way.
But under this paragraph at the top of page 162, it says,
Should we hear from officers actually? I think
yeah,
it's probably better if we do that.
that
Emma.
to me actually supports this application. It doesn't do what others, or that part doesn't comply with what other people seem to think policy 4 says.
Well, let's hear from officers.
So when you're coming back and you're looking at a proposal that includes building for existing waste uses at that site, as an example, I think what is being suggested is it's not co-location. This is why we have to look at the whole proposal and not just the incinerator. So where you're saying it's not co-location, you're saying that the buildings to facilitate the existing waste uses wouldn't be co-location. This is where the legal steer was earlier.
Sorry, can you talk me through that again? I didn't grasp that.
I think it's quite important that we get this right if we're going to use it in a reason for refusal. So hopefully, Councillor Ray was talking about the first part of policy 4, and that is the part which the underlying strategy is to guide waste management proposals to the major settlements. Is that the part? Yeah, okay. Then that says, unless otherwise supported by policy provision under one of the subheadings in the second half. So if you don't meet the first part being in the towns, you're eligible to be looked at under one of the categories in the second half. And as officers, we ruled out the rural locations one because it's not a farm holding, so that's a non-starter anyway. We also ruled out development within the existing planning permissions because some of it would be outside the boundary of existing permissions. So the one we focused on, in our view, we felt it was a good example of co-location. Obviously, members could take a different view, and there is the clause in policy 4 which says, which Councillor Smith referred to, proposals for co-location will not be supported if the benefits do not outweigh the harm. So in my view, you could either take a view that it's not co-location, or you could take a view it's co-location, but you don't give it as much weight, and that the harms outweigh whatever co-location weight you're affording it, if that makes sense.
Councillor Brennan.
Yeah, Helen Wass is exactly right. My reading of this, and I'm on page 162, and it talks about the terms under which development can be accepted. And let's just read it. It says, waste management facilities co-location. Opportunities to co-locate waste management facilities together or with complementary activities, as explained within the supporting text for this policy, will in principle be supported, particularly where relating to employment sites, industrial estates, mineral extraction and processing sites, integrated waste management development that has specific links to the existing waste management operations already taking place on a site. Now, in my view, that links it to what's already going on there. It then goes on to say, proposals for co-location will not be supported if the benefits do not outweigh the harm when assessed, yes, wait a minute, when assessed against the wider policies of the development plan. And I remind myself that this site is identified for waste management in the local minerals and waste management plan. So my observation is, I don't think this precludes it. I think this enables it.
Okay, appreciate that view. I do have some other speakers. Obviously, we do have Councillor Connor's proposal in front of us, which hasn't yet been seconded, but I will hear from the other speakers first of all, Councillors Corney and then Sanderson.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, if we're going to be looking for something to outweigh the harm, if the harm could outweigh the benefit, and I think Councillor Ray basically put it in a far better way than I was trying to earlier on when we was talking about transport and the move and the logistics of waste and to and from the site. As Councillor Ray said initially, we've got a product on site that actually will deliver what is needed to generate the heat. So if we're not going to use that, that's going to go away from the site. So we talk about harm. Surely there's going to be more weight added to that as well, because actually we're not just thinking about materials being delivered into the site to be incinerated. Now because we're actually bringing something extra into the site, there's a product that's being made on the site that now no longer is needed on the site that will have to be removed elsewhere. So surely there's an extra harm there, isn't there? I would have thought. But whilst it's, I know there's an argument to say that there's, the movements of vehicles are coming in, they're going to be leaving, but they're now going to be leaving with the same weight on, which, there's more harm from a loaded vehicle than there is an empty vehicle. Just want to add some weight to this.
Okay, I can understand that. Councillor Sanderson used to make a point.
Chair, thank you. I was going to suggest that if there was a seconder for Councillor Connor's proposal, then that we find one and vote. I think members have sort of given their views on this quite clearly, but obviously you'll probably want to hear from others before we do that.
So what I've heard so far is Councillor Connor's put a proposal forward to refuse the application based on, well, Councillor Connor, why don't you tell us? Councillor Ray?
Councillor Ray she's got my thoughts, and that'll save me speaking again. I'm happy with what I've said earlier, quarter of an hour earlier. We seem to be going round in circles. If Councillor Ray's happy just to outline it, that's good enough for me. Thanks.
The proposal taken as a whole introduces an incinerator onto the site. And just from the statements that the local residents have made, it is that incinerator that is overwhelmingly causing them distress and anxiety. It has the biggest impact on the visual impact of the site, putting up a chimney. The harm that is being done may not be attributable in scientific terms. It's attributable in terms of mental health, anxiety, loss of businesses. It doesn't really matter to Simon whether his eggs do or do not contain femtograms of dioxins if his supplier has stopped buying his eggs because of the public perception of that being damaging. So the harm is to the mental health and the feeling of settledness that people in the community have, and the effect on the local businesses and on local people's lives. And I don't think putting a waste management facilities exist in Cambridge and are working and are pouring down fumes on hundreds of people in North Cambridge. And there's no, if the anxiety is there because it is a change.
Of course, it's going to alter the landscape of altogether, isn't it? Because we've got a 26-metre chimney as proposed. It could be, if the Environment Agency said, if we let this go, it could be a 50-metre one. No one ever knows. No one knows. So again, I endorse Councillor Ray's comments, and I feel that I still want to propose refusal of this application. Councillor Ray, no doubt, will second it on those very reasons that we have put together.
Okay, I'll hear from Councillor Kindersley and then we'll go back to the proposal.
Thank you, Chairman. So we've had legal advice that the clause 4, whatever it's called, isn't going to fly. We've had planning officers tell us that visual impact is not going to fly. And we've just had the vice chair of the committee give a series of very heartfelt reasons, but none of them actually of any relevance to planning. And she ended by talking about chimneys in Cambridge. Okay, so that seems to me completely illogical to say, oh, it's fine to have chimneys in the middle of a city and there's no problem at all, but we should be refusing this one because there may be a very, very insignificantly tiny chance of dioxins in the eggs. We're being completely and totally illogical. And, you know, we're making fools of ourselves if we think any of this is going to last for more than 4 seconds in front of a planning inspector, assuming it gets there and we haven't been judicially reviewed by people who frankly just will not believe their ears. So, Chair, I would urge members, if they really do think that they have a good reason to refuse this application, to come up with it, because I haven't heard one yet. Sorry.
So what I've heard members give as legitimate reasons for planning refusal are 1, impact on the landscape, and 2, contrary to policy 4. We've had legal advice on what the thoughts are on policy 4 and how that would stand up. Landscape is a legitimate planning concern, but obviously if someone would like to make a proposal and justify what the material planning reasons are for refusing that, this is the opportunity to do so.
Well, we just have done, Chairman. Well, Councillor Ray and I have gone to great lengths to say how we think it could be refused on. Health and wellbeing, as we say, landscaping will go on, and we'll soon have to have another tea break in a minute. Co-location, That's the point. I'm just happy. I'm happy. If I've got a seconder, I'm happy to put it to vote. If it fails, that's the way it goes, isn't it? That's democracy at its best. But I'm happy to take the vote if I've got a seconder. And Councillor Ray, will you second it?
Can I clarify? So co-location, the argument that Councillor Bradnam was making, that if you can co-locate something with another thing, then it's always okay. Surely there is a judgment to be made as to whether the co-location is, it's not a binary.
Let's hear from the officers on this point, 'cause I think it's where we're getting tied up.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely right. And you will find within that document that it does say just because something is co-located next to something else doesn't mean it is automatically approved. But this is why we have to keep going back to the sentence that Councillor Smith referred to, because it needs to be really clear. I don't think you can say that it's not co-location because it has all the other elements that are co-located. Take it as a development as a whole. But what you have to come back to and be really clear on is what is the harm that outweighs the benefits. And I think if you can do that, we can then start to look at what policies may be able to do that and whether they can be defended. But I think it goes back to the fact that ultimately you need to have something that is defendable. So ultimately, whatever that decision is, it needs to be defendable.
So if you were to co-locate a nuclear disposal site on the same site, that would be okay?
Now, I've already just said that there is clear statement within the document that just because you co-locate something next to each other doesn't mean that it is necessarily seen as something that can be approved, and there'll be a separate policy on that. But what you have to do is to look at the proposal as a whole. Literally everything I've heard today has been so fixated on the clinical element, and I understand why. I understand that's where the concerns are, but you have to look at it as a whole package. You have to demonstrate. If you go to the conclusion section of the officer report, it's really clear what has been given a positive weight, what has been given a neutral weight, so it's been given no weight at all, and what has been given a negative weight. What you ultimately need to do as councillors is to do that exact same balancing exercise and be really clear that on any decision you are making, precisely what you've made that decision on. Ultimately, the decision will be the decision. That's not a problem. But what we need to be able to demonstrate is due process. And what Councillor Kindersley has rightly said is whether this is an appeal, whether this is a judicial review, all I'm interested in is due process and material planning reasons. So as long as we can make reference to relevant policies, relevant text, precisely what we're basing it on, then I will be happy. And that's what we're here to support you with.
So the harm is the change in the type of waste management activity that is being put on the site.
So what you have to remember is, if I get Helen to get me the relevant paragraph for precisely what already goes through that site and what the changes are, predominantly everything that's being done on that site already is what's being proposed here. So you are talking 12,000 tonnes out of that existing 200,000. You have to bear all of that in mind when you're making the reason for the refusal.
If I may, I think that's my point. What Emma just said there is that we're looking to hang our hat on, relying on that 12,000 tonnes to generate the heat when there's a product on site. But we're talking about co-location on something that doesn't necessarily need to co-locate. Surely, I mean, we're talking about harm. We're looking for harm, but but where is the benefit from from moving clinical waste around the country? Yes, it has to be dealt with, but I know we're being asked to look for the harm, and so I'll turn it around. Where's the benefit?
Okay, so yeah, just to to go into that, because I think people have raised a lot about climate change quite rightly today, and this has been assessed by the climate change manager and the team specifically on that. What we've done as officers as well is we haven't just taken what the applicant said. So you'll have large sections within that report on waste data interrogator, and what you will start to see is the waste that a lot of our NHS trusts already handle is already going to places like Kent. So when you're looking at the climate change, I don't deny that there will be movements and different movements at that site. But what you also have to remember is we've already tried to put that piece together. And I think one of the members of the public did actually say the officers have probably done it in more detail than maybe the applicant did, is to look at that need. You've already got Addenbrooke's. That site was opened by the Queen on the 28th of May, 1962. So it's been a long-standing development. It has already had permission on that site for a new facility. It's been implemented in so much as it started, but it's never been put forward as being built. If it is built, it would be a replacement. It was always done as a replacement facility. So we have a statement from Addenbrooke's that says they have no further capacity. They would not be accepting any further waste. So when you have to look at all of these elements, which you do have to do, and this is a great debate because it's proving how deeply everyone is looking into this, you have to look at the whole bigger picture as well and say, yes, there would be more waste coming in. And what we're doing here is each time it's being assessed on a worst case scenario. So one of the things that officers said is, do you need 12,000 tonnes of waste to allow that facility to operate? What came back was actually you can operate that facility, and there's likely the technology would allow that facility to operate at 1 tonne an hour rather than the 2 tonnes. So there's potential, there might only be 6,000. But when you're dealing with a planning application, you're dealing with the environmental impacts of it, you always have to take a worst case scenario in the same way as you do with the traffic. So it's not the applicant stating there are going to be lorries at this amount from 5 o'clock in the morning, but what has to be done by the applicant is to take the facility that they're doing and take a worst case scenario. And what we've done here as officers is then try and get the controls that haven't been done historically with that site. So, but it's not that it's not needed. What we're saying is that, not that I should be speaking to the audience, but what you'll find is that there is waste already travelling all the way to Kent, etc. And for a company to actually invest in a facility like this, they must have already done their research. I'm not saying that we can go into any of that because we don't have that detail, but it's not a planning matter. We come back to the fact of, is this the right location? Is there a site in Cambridgeshire that can demonstrate co-location any better? Probably only one other site I can think of that has the ability for co-location to be demonstrated better is Waterbeach, which is why we know just because something goes next to something else and its co-location doesn't give it an automatic right. But in that scenario, we looked at all of the different reasons and we had the harm. So all I'm asking today is that we look at the policies, we look at the wording, and we're really clear on how that weighing up has been done so that we can show due process, whether it's judicial review or whether it is an appeal.
Okay, we've heard the views on officers then. I mean, I think we need to try and hopefully wrap this up. So, Councillor Connor, you did have a proposal before. Would you just like to, if you still wish to put it forward, if you'd like to articulate that, I think that'd be helpful.
Yeah, I do. And I do think it's moved. Like I said, I still do believe it's relocation. I still think it's harm. And I do think it'll alter the landscape with the chimney, and that is where I think, without building any more, I think that's where I'm at. I mean, if it falls, it falls, and that's it. But that's where I think I need to be.
So if I'm understanding that right, so your main concerns are around the landscape, the impact on the landscape of the new building, chimney predominantly, and the location of the chimney as well, given its height. Is that right?
Well, health and well-being also, and my opinion, it'll be more harm as well. Outweigh the benefits. I don't
Okay,
know if that's enough.
It's whatever you feel, councillor,
Well,
but if you're making that as a
I'm making that
proposal-
proposal. If it falls, it falls.
Okay, would anyone wish to second that proposal then?
I'm happy to second.
Okay, councillor Smith. So what I'm going to do now is before we take a vote on this, I'm going to ask for a 5-minute break. 10-minute break whilst officers get the. Okay, so we need to get the exact wording. So this is the most sensitive part of the meeting. If we are going to refuse, then we need to be very, very clear as to why we're doing that and the justification for that. So I think we need to give officers some time to write that up before we come back and make a decision on that. So I'm going to say 10 minutes, albeit that may have to extend if we need the time. But if we say it's 5 past now, if we come back at 4:15, but on the understanding that officers may need a little longer than that. But if we say 10 minutes from now, thank you. Okay, members, I think we are now in a position to continue with the meeting. If Dan, are we live online? We are, okay, so we will press on with the meeting, slightly longer recess than advertised. So thank you very much, everyone, for bearing with us. Obviously, I'm sure you can appreciate officers need to be very, very specific in the wording should we go ahead and refuse the application. So I think the position we were at was Councillor Conrad made a proposal to refuse the application on 2 grounds, which was seconded by Councillor Smith. We then recessed so officers could go away and draw up some wording to encapsulate those reasons for refusal, which I'm going to pass over to officers now to articulate for us.
Thank you, Chair. I'm hoping that I've covered everything that you said, Councillor Connor, but let's have a listen. So the first reason for a refusal is landscape. The scale of the proposed chimney in relation to the landscape, open brackets, being local character and visual impact, close brackets, and harm to the visual amenity of local businesses and residents, open brackets, particularly those living and working nearest the development, close brackets, are considered to have significant adverse effects which cannot be resolved through the proposed mitigation, and consequently the development is contrary to MPPF paragraph 174B, policy 17 design, including appendix 3, the location and design of waste management facilities of the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Minerals and Waste Local Plan, July 2021, and policies LP2, strategy for development, and LP10, the countryside of the Huntingdonshire Local Plan, May 2019. So that's the first one. The second reason for refusal is perceived health and well-being risks to local businesses and residents. The introduction of a healthcare waste energy recovery facility to this rural location would introduce significant perceived health and well-being harm to local businesses and residents that, when the proposal is considered as a whole, would not outweigh the benefits required to allow policy 4, providing for waste management, to weigh in favour of the proposal, and consequently the development is contrary to policies 4, providing for waste management, and 18, amenity considerations of the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Minerals and Waste Local Plan, July 2021, and policy LP19, rural economy. That should say of the Huntingdonshire Local Plan, May 2019.
I suppose, Councillor Connor, does that encapsulate the reasons for refusal that you were putting forward in your motion?
Generally, that does. I'm more than happy, and thank you, Miss Fitch, for doing that. I'm happy to still propose that we go against officer's recommendation to refuse this application. We've got a seconder from Councillor Smith, and I would now like it to be put for the committee to go to the vote. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Well, we do have a motion that's been put and seconded. We have the reasons for refusal by officers. Before we take a vote, I just want to ask if anyone has any contrary views they put before we do go to a vote on this particular issue. No, so I think, oh, sorry, Councillor Kindersley.
Well, it's not I suppose it's a question. Could you just rehearse from a legal perspective the second item, which is the perceived health and well-being risks to local residents, and perhaps indicate if there's ever been if this has ever been used as a reason for refusal anywhere else?
Don't know if Emma or indeed Debbie want to come back on that.
If I come in first, and I'll do it from a planning inspector point of view, and then I think I'll pass to Debbie from a reason. We've certainly never used it as a reason for refusal ourselves at Cambridgeshire. However, I'm aware when I pass to Debbie, she will be able to give you an example of where it has been used. But what I would say is that we have had an appeal decision granted at this council where the inspector did refer, albeit with very limited weight, to the perceived harm and therefore the mental concerns, well-being of the residents when making a decision. But in in doing their planning balance, it wasn't given a lot of weight. And that's therefore why I've put that as the second reason for refusal.
Debbie, any view from the legal arm of the council?
Yes, thank you. We had quite a long conversation about this in the other room, and I have come across it once in a different application that I dealt with many years ago, and similar to as Emma has just said, we used it as our second reason, not our main reason for objection. We did go through planning inquiry, and as Emma has already mentioned, the inspector did give it some weight, but it wasn't the primary reason for our success in the appeal.
Okay, well, that's the legal and officer view on those reasons. So we've had a correctly put motion. We have legitimate planning reasons for that refusal. So members, I am now going to put that to a vote, but I want you to concentrate on this because we are being asked to refuse this application on those two grounds. So when I ask for votes, if you are in favour of that, vote in favour. And then if you, hang on, but if you are against that and don't think the planning official should be refused on those grounds, vote against. And of course, there's the abstention option as well. So I'm going to ask our Democratic Services to count the hands, so it's an impartial count. And I'm going to ask all those members who are in favour of the motion to refuse on those two grounds to raise your hands. 5, okay. So people put their hands up again, please. We need to be clear on this. 5, and all those against the motion and don't think we should refuse on these grounds. So 5 votes in favour, 4 against. So therefore the application is refused on those two grounds that Emma Fitch read out right then. So I suppose that brings that item to an end after quite a long day. So I just want to say thank you very much to, well, predominantly to the members of the public who have been very patient with us and very generous with their time, all those who joined us online, and of course the officers and technical officers that have supported us, and obviously committee members as well. I haven't finished quite yet, Councillor Smith, but I know people are predominantly here for that item, so I just want to say thank you very much. We will be moving on to the next agenda item now, which is agenda item number 5, and that is summary of decisions taken under delegated powers. Members, this is just a report for information, so if any members do have any questions on this, please do raise your hands now. No, can't see any. So that concludes the business we have today. Thank you very much, members, for your deliberations, and I will close the meeting at 4:52. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, officers. Thank you, members. Thank you.